Chapter 459. At that moment the immortal sword technique was unleashed, the sword light suddenly flourished. The intense sword light rose to the horizon, shining and flickering at the same time. It was terrifyingly dense. In the eyes of anyone, this level of sword light would be so shocking. This kind of radiance was even more terrifying. That's the immortal sword technique. How can it be so terrifying? What a good kid. He really surprised me. Haha. Sage Sky Sword, who was fighting Sage Jiaoyang, was most familiar with that aura. That was because he was the one who had imparted the immortal sword technique to Su Yan. However, at that moment, the immortal sword technique could unleash such a powerful force in Su Yan's hands. He was naturally overjoyed and felt that his entire being was filled with joy. The pupil had surpassed the master. For a teacher, that was the best reward. When he saw the immortal sword technique, he only felt that his strength had become stronger. Facing Sage Jiaoyang, he waved the longsword in his hand without holding back. For a moment the sword chi swept out, forcing Sage Jiaoyang to retreat repeatedly. Lei Wanju naturally saw the terrifying immortal sword technique at that moment. This kid is really abnormal. I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to fight him now. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was more relieved. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the sword light descended in the end. The powerful and terrifying sword light suddenly descended at that moment. The terrifying sword light was simply shocking. Such power could be called great and sacred. The 100 Beasts' Elder Demon's brazen claw was turned into ashes under the immortal sword technique. Everything dissipated. At that moment, Giant Crimson Demon had already pressed Falcon down and viciously tore him apart. The 100 Beasts' Elder Demon's power had become extremely terrifying. He stared straight at Su Yan and finally said, "Humph, good, very good. Kid, since you're so eager to die, then I'll just kill you directly." At that moment he no longer had any thoughts of killing Su Yan. Now, he wanted nothing more than to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan did not say anything. He waved the Scorching Sun sword in his hand again and charged directly at the 100 Beasts' Elder Demon. With the strength of Fengyuan Realm, he directly attacked the Dragon Realm Cultivator. Just this courage alone was enough to shock everyone. At this moment the long sword in Su Yan's hand moved in all directions. Powerful sword chi came from all directions. Streaks of sword chi spiraled around like dragons. Terrifying energy exploded continuously. In an instant the 100 Beasts' Old Demon's escape route was completely sealed. The 100 Beasts' Old Demon snorted coldly. "Are you trying to block my escape route? But who do you think I am? Do you think I would care about your sword energy?" After a sneer his body exploded. 100 Beasts' Fist. The 100 Beasts' Old Demon did not show any mercy as he threw out a punch. At this moment, the sound of 100 beasts roaring could be heard. The raging roars of the beasts turned into terrifying sound waves that swept towards Su Yan. Within the sound waves one could vaguely see the souls of beasts. There were terrifying porcupines and ferocious tigers. Countless beast souls filled the sound waves. The 100 Beasts' Old Demon was so powerful that his fist contained the might of 100 beasts. The raging energy came crashing down on Lin Fan. At this moment Mount Tai's eggs were exhausted. This was the perfect description to describe this punch. At this moment the wind and clouds swept across the sky. Thousands of thunder roared, producing endless rumbling sounds. The entire world seemed to be collapsing at this moment. Su Yan's face was solemn as he faced this terrifying punch of 100 beasts. His eyes shone brightly. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to illuminate the entire world. Rumble of thunder. Su Yan activated all the power of Fengyuan Realm. It was the godly thunderbolt art of the Sound of Thunder sect. Indistinctly, countless thunderous sounds resounded at this moment. Each thunderous sound was so terrifying and powerful that it could shake one's soul. Suddenly the thunderous sound exploded. At this moment, it actually overshadowed the roar of the beasts. A thick purple light shot towards the peak of the sky. The terrifying light that was constantly rumbling was like the most oppressive force in the world. The entire world was condensed into the most magical light. The lightning struck the 100 beasts. Under the light of the lightning, many beast souls disappeared. However, many beast souls broke through the barrier of the lightning and arrived in front of Su Yan. That violent and terrifying power gave birth to an indescribably terrifying power at this moment. At such a moment, everything seemed so pale and powerless. Under this kind of light, everything seemed to have no meaning to exist at this time. The confrontation between Su Yan and the 100 Beasts Old Demon shocked everyone. Lei Wanjun looked at the crisscrossing lightning radiance and let out a long sigh. What a good Su Yan! This old man didn't see wrongly. He is indeed domineering indeed. The reason why he imparted the Divine Thunderbolt technique to Su Yan was because he saw Su Yan's domineering intent. Previously, when Su Yan used the Divine Sword technique to defeat the Dragon Realm Demon of 100 Beasts, he was happy. However, there was also a trace of disappointment in his happiness. After all, Yi Shiwen did not use the technique he imparted to him. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly unleashed the Thunderbolt Divine technique, which immediately gave him a feeling of exaltation and satisfaction. Although it was a pity that Su Yan was not a disciple of the Sound of Thunder sect, it was still a good thing that he had brought the Divine Thunderbolt technique to greater heights. What a thunderbolt! Good lad, you have really angered me. The 100 Beasts Old Demon's gaze changed. His eyes turned into the eyes of a tiger. What changed was not only his eyes but also his face. His hands also began to change. A pair of sharp claws grew out of his hands. His entire body moved forward at an unbelievable speed, passing through the layers of lightning. In an instant he was in front of Su Yan. The beast's claws immediately fell. The cold claw marks enlarged in Su Yan's eyes. It was as if they were going to swallow everything. I'm going to die. This was the thought in his mind. If he was hit by this sword, he would definitely die. At this moment he raised the Scorching Sun sword. The scarlet blade blocked in front of him. The terrifying power swept over at this moment. The violent power exploded with a roar. It was as if the whole world was heading towards despair at this moment. Such power was simply shocking. Such a radiance was as turbulent as the sea. With this attack, Su Yan felt as if the ground beneath his feet had caved in. His arms were numb and his entire body was trembling non-stop. The power of the Dragon Realm is indeed strong. He stared straight at the 100 Beasts Old Demon. Little did he know that the 100 Beasts Old Demon was even more shocked. What kind of monster is this kid? He's obviously in the Radius Realm. How could he block my attack? How terrifying. At this moment, the 100 Beasts Old Demon had already cast aside the idea of capturing Su Yan. His killing intent had reached a boundless level. The current Su Yan was simply too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, it would not take long for him to be on par with the 100 Beasts Old Demon. Moreover, as Su Yan displayed his strength, the 100 Beasts Old Demon suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Maybe the Black Demon is really dead. This thought scared the 100 Beasts Old Demon. However, no matter what he thought, the most important thing now was to kill Su Yan. Light flickered in his eyes. Everything was condensed into the most terrifying and powerful attack at this moment. He used all his strength in this attack, but it was silent. The beast claws pierced Su Yan's body. Su Yan. Yun Wanqing saw it clearly. She no longer cared about anything else and ran towards Su Yan. Many people did not even have time to react. The 100 Beasts Old Demon sneered. No matter how strong you are, you're still in the Radius Realm. If I want to kill you, you'll have to die. At this point, he was about to deal the final blow to Su Yan. However, at this moment, a muffled voice suddenly entered his ears. Thump! This sound was like thunder, but it was more like the beating of a heart. The moment he heard this sound, the 100 Beasts Old Demon's eyes were filled with shock. This was because at this moment, a black aura suddenly spread out from under Su Yan's feet. This aura was extremely domineering and contained an unparalleled majesty. This majesty actually suppressed the dragon might of the Dragon Realm that the 100 Beasts Old Demon was emitting in an instant. Damn it! How is this possible? He kept retreating. His eyes were filled with endless fear. The situation in front of him was too strange. This kid in the Radius Realm actually released a dragon might that was even stronger and more terrifying than his own. Almost instinctively, he kept retreating, missing the best chance to kill Su Yan. However, his shock was far from over. At this moment, Su Yan's cold gaze shone down and landed on the 100 Beasts Old Demon. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already reached Su Yan's side. Seeing the blood gushing out of Su Yan's abdomen, She was burning with anxiety. However, Su Yan said directly, Wanqing, don't use the fog technique. Trust me, stay far away from here. Dong Qinghao, protect her. Su Yan roared at Dong Qinghao. Yun Wanqing had not made a move since the beginning due to her severe injuries. Dong Qinghao was responsible for protecting her. However, in a moment of desperation, Yun Wanqing ran over without a care. Chapter 460. Su Yan smiled at Dong Qinghao and Yun Wanqing, then said, Don't worry, this old bastard can't do anything to me. His smile was calm and gentle, but it showed his strong confidence, as if everything was under his control. Then Su Yan turned his head and his gaze fell on the 100 Beasts old demon. However, at this moment this gaze had become cold and emotionless. Plop! Another trembling sound was heard. Su Yan knew that the demonic dragon's heart was beginning to beat. Following the demonic dragon's heart's violent movement, his body began to boil once again. The familiar and terrifying feeling that had just faded not long ago reappeared at this moment. It was a feeling of being unable to control himself. Su Yan did not like this because the feeling of being out of control was too dangerous. However, at this moment he had no choice but to do this because the opponent in front of him was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Currently, he was in the Fengyuan and Fengyuan mountain realm. Furthermore, he was stronger than the ordinary Fengyuan mountain realm. However, the difference of one realm was definitely not something that could be overcome so easily. I'm still too weak. If I want to defeat the 100 Beasts old demon, I can only use the demonic dragon's heart. Perhaps there's another one. Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. However, the intense pain and violent restlessness began to overwhelm his nerves. Su Yan's heart continued to chant the regal sword scripture's incantation, trying to maintain his original state as much as possible. At the same time, his eyes were like flames, releasing a ferocious aura. The dark demonic dragon's aura gradually appeared, then enveloped Su Yan's body. Behind his back, a pair of gigantic dragon wings appeared faintly. In the end they covered the sky, displaying endless elegance. At this moment the 100 Beasts old demon's heart was in a frenzy. He only had one thought left. Dragon, that's a dragon, a demonic dragon. The 100 Beasts old demon cultivated the 100 Beasts aura, and reached the dragon realm through it. He was very familiar with the sacred and powerful dragon. It was simply a masterpiece of the heavens, bringing with it an innate strength. The dragon's aura that spread out from his body was so terrifying that even he himself felt extremely frightened. Su Yan's gaze became more and more fierce, and his restlessness became more and more intense. Compared to the last time, the demonic dragon's aura seems to be even stronger. The demonic dragon's heart entering my body is a huge hidden danger. If I keep using it, it might directly consume my consciousness. Now I need to end this battle quickly. Su Yan knew that if such a heaven-defying method didn't have any side effects, then it would be too absurd. Using the power of the demon dragon's heart was far more dangerous than asking a tiger for its skin. Now, the demonic dragon's hands, and Fengyuan had to use his hats. In the blink of an eye, his speed broke through the limit. He turned into a streak of light and appeared in front of the 100 Beasts elder in an instant. Let's change the battlefield. As Su Yan's voice fell, he pressed his palm on the demonic dragon's face. Then the dragon wings that were gradually solidifying flapped, and the demonic dragon flew towards the distant horizon at an unbelievable speed. The battle between experts in the vicinity was already very terrifying, but a battle between experts in the dragon realm was even more terrifying. If the two of them were to fight, who knew how many people would die? The mountain peak of the Heaven and Earth organization would probably collapse and be destroyed. Moreover, transforming into a demonic dragon was too terrifying. Although the demonic dragon's appearance was majestic, it was still extremely terrifying. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. The transformation of his body was completed in an instant, so almost no one had the time to see it clearly. At least, those with ordinary cultivation did not have the time to see it clearly. This was because at this moment, they did not even have time to care about their own battles, so how could they pay attention to him? Su Yan was in the same situation. He dragged the demonic dragon's heart and flew towards the sky. Such terrifying speed and powerful strength had already shocked the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts. At this moment, the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts actually forgot to resist. Seeing Su Yan leave with the demonic dragon of 100 beasts, Lu Fei suddenly roared. The demonic dragon of 100 beasts was defeated by the Vice Alliance leader. Kill! Kill these Black Demon Alliance dogs! At this moment Su Yan stood on the giant's shoulder and roared at the top of his voice. This roar spread across the entire area. When the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance heard this, their blood boiled and their killing intent intensified. Even if they were injured, they did not care and directly pounced on their enemies. When the members of the Black Demon Alliance heard this, they were shocked. At this moment their aura plummeted. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword continued to circulate his sword rays, forcing the demonic dragon of 100 beasts, Spiritual Master Jiao Yang, to retreat. At the same time he was overjoyed. The heavens are really protecting our burial sword tomb. At this moment, not only has Su Yan become Feng Yuan, but even Lu Fei has become the demonic dragon of 100 beasts. Senior brother Lu, if you know this in the underworld, you should be relieved. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword said quietly in his heart. At least in name, Su Yan was no longer a disciple of the burial sword tomb. Moreover, he had become the palace master of the monster palace. However, Lu Fei was a true disciple of the burial sword tomb. At this moment, in addition to himself, the burial sword tomb had gained another demonic dragon of 100 beasts. How could he not be happy? Moreover, there was a giant beside Lu Fei. This giant grabbed one of the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' falcons and tore it apart. This showed his strength. This was great news for the burial sword mound. Let's do it here. Su Yan brought Demon 100 Beasts to a spacious valley in the blink of an eye. After unfolding his dragon wings, his speed was incomparably fast. In just a short while he had arrived at this place. Then, he suddenly exerted force in his palm and directly threw the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts down into the valley. At this moment, the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts was so fast that it was as if a meteor was falling from the sky. Beast Soul, roar of the tiger. The centurion old man naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured so easily. At this moment a ray of light shot out from his eyes. That ray of light directly transformed into a huge golden tiger. The tiger roared and immediately pounced into the sky, charging directly toward Su Yan. Su Yan did not back down. The scorching sun sword in his hand moved, and a powerful sword chi suddenly erupted at this moment. For a moment the light was shining brightly. On the crimson blade, the black aura of the demonic dragon suddenly burst out. Demonic dragon scorching sun. The sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly slashed down. The intense sword essence rolled like a landslide or a tsunami. At this time the powerful and terrifying power was constantly rushing at this time. And at this time the tiger was directly cut in half by the sword. On the other side, the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts had just stopped at this moment. He was just in time to see this terrible scene. At this time his heart was almost broken. Every beast soul he had was not easy to obtain. But at this moment, Su Yan had consecutively beheaded 2 of them. If this continued, he would be left with nothing. The cold light in his eyes flickered again and again, and he stared at Su Yan. Finally he said coldly, as expected of the power of a dragon, "Haha, your body is mine." He suddenly rose into the air. While he was still in the air, his body flickered with light, and a powerful aura was directly released at this moment. Obviously at this moment, he had made up his mind to directly kill Su Yan. Su Yan's face was cold, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. His hand was already filled with extremely powerful and terrifying power. Such a radiance could be said to be incomparably terrifying. All the power between heaven and earth was constantly trembling at this time. In between his palms 2 ferocious beast heads appeared, and each of them was abnormally terrifying. Su Yan, now is the time to die. The cold words were directly transmitted from his mouth, and the violent power had already exploded to the extreme. The powerful and violent radiance turned into endless light. It directly went against the sky and charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan stood in the sky, and the scorching sun sword in his hand shone brightly with a dark red light. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he revealed a cruel and strange smile. Demonic dragon of 100 Beasts, you're only in the one dragon realm, right? His voice entered the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts' ears, and then his entire body directly reversed from the sky and descended. So what if I'm in the one dragon realm? It's enough to kill an arrogant junior like you. At this moment his power suddenly exploded, and it was already extremely violent. That terrifying power was directly pushed to the peak at this moment. The power finally suppressed down, and in the end it became an endless gale. The two forces finally converged together. As their figures intersected, Su Yan said to the demonic dragon of 100 beasts indifferently, "Sorry, it's not enough." While his voice was still floating in the ears, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand had already cut through everything, and directly slashed in front of the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' chest. The demonic dragon of 100 beasts only felt a cold sensation directly pass through his nerves. Then there was a frenzied and bloodthirsty pain. Damn it! He immediately knew that he was the one who was injured in this exchange. He was filled with disbelief. He was clearly the one who was in the highest realm, but he was the one who lost this exchange. Is the power of the dragon realm really that strong? His heart trembled slightly, and then, he immediately put some distance between himself and Su Yan, and his eyes stared straight at Su Yan. There was vigilance in his eyes, and also a trace of inexplicable excitement. Chapter 461. Su Yan held his sword horizontally in front of him as a cold light shot out from his eyes. He stared coldly at the 100 beasts old demon in front of him. The 100 beasts old demon touched the wound on his abdomen. Su Yan had actually made him bleed. After becoming a Dragon Realm expert, his body had directly transformed. His entire being had become extremely tyrannical. Even if a circle boundary expert like Taoist Heaven Sword attacked, they might not be able to leave a wound on his body. However, at this moment, the bright red blood was mocking him, telling him that he had been severely injured. As far as he was concerned, this was simply the greatest humiliation. His entire soul and even his entire body was trembling. Such an injury was simply unforgivable to him. "Little bastard, you have successfully angered me. I will make you die a horrible death," the 100 beasts old demon said sinisterly. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not hear his words at all. After the scorching sun sword was stained with blood, the demon dragon's heart's heartbeat became even deeper. Every time it beat, it seemed to drive the blood all over his body. The price for this was that the demon dragon's blood in his body became stronger and stronger. As a result, his body began to no longer listen to his will, and the bloodlust became stronger and stronger. Even though Su Yan was desperately using the regal sword mantra to protect his heart, he still felt unimaginable pain at this moment. "No, I can't be devoured, I can't be devoured." At this moment, Su Yan had already started a battle with himself. No, to be more precise, he was fighting with the demon dragon's heart. When the 100 beasts old demon saw Su Yan's expression, he immediately felt that Su Yan was looking down on him. For a powerhouse like him who had always run amok, this was naturally a great insult. No matter what, he could not accept it. At this moment, his body suddenly disappeared from where he was and turned into a stream of light. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of Su Yan. Strangely, Su Yan did not make a move. He was only 3 meters away from Su Yan, but Su Yan did not move at all. He had no intention of making a move at all. "Are you looking down on me? I will make you pay the price." Heh. A gust of wind blew, and the tiger's face became even more solemn. Then, a deep roar resounded through the empty valley. When the demon tiger appeared, a gale would follow. The narrow valley was now filled with countless gusts of wind. A gale swept across with a terrifying momentum. Even the boulders began to tremble under the gale. In an instant, a gale. At this moment, the 100 beasts old demon's body began to transform. "Did you know that in the past, I once obtained a drop of the Howling Wind Tiger King's blood and refined it, allowing me to achieve my current accomplishments? This is this old man's final trump card. It is your honor to be able to force this old man to use it today. However, this is also your tragedy." In the next moment, an extremely shocking light appeared. The light fell from the top of his head and rushed toward Su Yan. When this ray of light arrived in front of Su Yan's eyes, Su Yan suddenly let out a low roar. He then directly waved his hand and blocked this ray of light. After the light was blocked, it did not disappear. Instead, it emitted an even stronger light. Then, it landed on the 100 beasts old demon's forehead and turned into a terrifying king character. When the character appeared, The 100-beasts-old demon's aura became even more domineering. Then a violent energy swept out. He grabbed at the air, and an almost transparent long whip appeared in his hand. The power surged on the long whip, containing an extremely terrifying amount of energy. That was because the long whip was formed by the wind. The howling wind Tiger King was born to control the wind. It was the most decisive monster beast. The 100-beasts-old demon had obtained a drop of its blood, and his cultivation had increased to such a level. It was obvious how powerful he was. Not only had the 100-beasts-old demon reached the dragon realm, but he had also obtained the ability to control the wind. He swung his whip, and the wind whip whipped toward Su Yan's body. Su Yan instinctively felt the danger. He flapped his wings and disappeared from the spot. When the wind whip struck the air, it directly let out a loud crackling sound. Faintly, there were actually flashes of lightning. From this, it could be seen how powerful this attack was. Su Yan dodged the attack, but the 100-beasts-old demon did not care. He waved his hand again, and the wind whip followed him like a shadow, lashing towards Su Yan. The whip danced in the air, and a terrifying explosion sounded. Su Yan continued to move along the mountain wall. The wind whip followed closely behind him, and the wind whip passed through the mountain wall. In an instant, the sky shook and rocks flew everywhere. "Ha ha, kid, you're like a worm in front of me. What do you have to fight me?" The 100-beasts-old demon felt an indescribable joy in his heart. The feeling of toying with his opponent in the palm of his hand was wonderful. Roar! Su Yan let out a low roar. It was a roar that did not sound like a human's. It sounded like a real dragon. The 100-beasts-old demon said with disdain, "You must have been lucky to obtain the dragon's blood. It's a pity that you can't control the power of the dragon's blood. But don't worry, after I kill you, I'll extract the dragon's blood from your body." The 100-beasts-old demon was extremely happy. With the blood of the howling wind Tiger King, his strength had increased, and he had reached the dragon realm. It was a pity that when he first obtained the blood, he had lost too much of its power. He had to borrow the blood and souls of other beasts to reach his current level. But at this moment, when he saw the power Su Yan displayed, he knew that the drop of blood in Su Yan's body was not to be underestimated. If he could extract the dragon's blood and refine it with his 100-beast heart technique, he would become extremely powerful. At that time, not to mention the 5 counties, even in the world of the 9 states, where there were countless experts, he would be able to obtain a position that he could win. Thinking of this, the 100-beasts-old demon became even more excited, and the wind whip moved faster and faster. But at this moment he realized that Su Yan had stopped in the air. The 100-beasts-old demon sneered, then said, "Humph, is there no way out? What a pitiful worm." The wind whip suddenly swayed, and like a dancing snake, it went straight for Su Yan. At this moment a cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. The moment the wind whip was about to reach him, he stretched out his hand. "How dare you try to catch my Tiger King's Zephyr whip? You're courting death." The 100-beasts-old demon roared angrily, and then his power became even more rapid. At this moment, Su Yan's speed had actually broken through to an unimaginable level. His palm landed on the Tiger King's Zephyr whip. A powerful force suddenly erupted, and Su Yan's skin and flesh were directly cut off. In an instant, blood was dripping from his body. However, Su Yan did not care. Even if his flesh was cut off, he did not stop. His whole body turned into a phantom in an instant, and he rushed in front of the 100-beasts-old demon with lightning speed. Then, the scorching sun sword in his hand was fiercely swung at the 100-beasts-old demon. The 100-beasts-old demon's expression changed. He had already experienced the power of the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand just now. He knew how terrifying this sword was. How could he let the scorching sun sword hurt him again? In a panic, he raised his other hand and shouted, "Spirit Tiger Claw!" A cold light suddenly appeared, and then directly crossed in front of his head. "Oh!" A loud and clear sound was heard, and a terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the boulders in the valley to explode at the same time. Such power was beyond terrifying. If Su Yan did not bring the 100-beasts-old demon to this place, this attack alone would have caused great damage to the Heaven and Earth organization. Countless people would have died under this attack. After the attack, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly flew backward, and then embedded itself into the stone wall with a clang. As a swordsman, how can you fight me if you can't even hold the sword in your hand? He laughed wildly, and there was an indescribable contempt in his voice. His eyes fell on Su Yan, and there was a naked mockery in them. However, Su Yan did not care about his mockery. The demonic dragon's aura became even more intense, and the mighty dragon's might directly suppressed the 100 Beasts-Old demon. Feeling the might, the 100 Beasts-Old demon's heart beat wildly. At this moment, he clearly had the upper hand, but a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Impossible, what kind of dragon blood do you have? How can it contain such terrifying dragon's might? At this moment he had already exclaimed. However, he did not know that Su Yan's body did not only have a drop of dragon blood, but also the heart of a great demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's aura became more and more violent, and Su Yan almost lost control of his mind. He only felt that in his sea of consciousness, there was suddenly an additional violent giant dragon shadow. The dragon shadow kept moving, wanting to devour him in his sea of consciousness. The bright red eyes of the giant dragon were so terrifying. Damn it, I, Su Yan's soul, have my own master. How dare a mere broken dragon soul act so presumptuously? In his sea of consciousness, Su Yan suddenly activated the supreme mantra, and at the same time a seal appeared with a thought. This seal was the soul-suppressing seal. As soon as the soul-suppressing seal appeared, the dragon shadow immediately let out an unwilling cry, and then was suppressed. Chapter 462. All of a sudden, several silhouettes appeared between Su Yan and the old demon of 100 beasts. Each ray of light was a spiritual sword. In an instant, the spiritual swords had surrounded the two of them, above their heads and below their feet. Furthermore, the surroundings of his body were filled with extremely terrifying spiritual swords. The spiritual swords were like a sea of killing intent. At this moment, the sword spirit in Su Yan's mind was suddenly alarmed. The Taishang sword spirit vibrated and let out a sonorous sword cry. Countless sword cries radiated outwards. The intense sword cries moved the tens of thousands of spiritual swords. At this moment, the entire valley was filled with the sound of the spiritual swords vibrating. The storm was extremely violent, but at this moment it was still not comparable to the tens of thousands of swords. Countless spiritual swords vibrated continuously. It was as if the entire world had fallen into a frenzy of spiritual swords. The sword auras suddenly exploded. All of the sword auras intertwined and formed a sword aura cage in the end. At this moment, even the 100 Beasts Elder was terrified by this scene. His entire body was filled with shock. He simply could not understand why such a situation would occur at this moment. Sword aura. How can there be such powerful sword aura? At this moment, even though he was in the form of the Howling Wind Tiger King, he was still shocked. 100 Beasts Elder, today is the day you die, Su Yan said coldly. Perhaps it was because he was affected by the demonic dragon's heart, but his voice was dry and piercing. It did not sound like a human's voice at all. His gaze landed on his opponent. His entire body was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly rotated. In the end, it condensed into an extremely terrifying and violent force. Tiger King roar kill. The 100 Beasts Elder was already anxious. The strength of the Dragon Realm and the transformation of the Howling Wind Tiger King did not give him any sense of security. He only felt that in the next moment he was going to die completely. Therefore, at this moment he chose to strike first to gain the upper hand. He wanted to kill Su Yan before Su Yan killed him. Are you scared? Although it was dry and piercing, the voice was much calmer now. It sounded more like a person. What? The 100 Beasts-Old demon was taken aback at first. Then, he stared straight at Su Yan with hatred in his eyes. However, Su Yan didn't care about him and simply said, I'm asking, are you afraid? Your aura is completely messed up. With the current you, it's impossible for you to defeat me, much less kill me. Su Yan said calmly. His words were like a verdict. Hearing Su Yan's voice, the 100 Beast demon's heart burned even more fiercely. In the end, the terrifying ray of light directly shot out. All of a sudden, the tyrannical power erupted with endless brilliance. Countless whirlwinds condensed towards the light, and the terrifying wind energy was continuously compressed. In the end, it formed a transparent energy ball the size of a human head. Die. He no longer paid any attention to Su Yan. He no longer paid any attention to him. At this moment, all of his power finally condensed and exploded. The distance between Su Yan and him was too close. The two of them were less than 3 meters apart. He can't avoid it. This kid definitely can't avoid it. Under his anxious thoughts, the terrifying bomb finally exploded. At this moment, the violent power directly resounded, and then formed a dense storm. The storm swept over like a gale. Under his gaze at this moment, the Tiger King's roar directly bombarded Su Yan's head. The terrifying energy exploded, and the extremely terrifying recoil force was so strong that even he was directly blown away. His body flew backward in the air, and then he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. His tiger face became distorted due to his continuous laughter, which made him even more terrifying. After taking such a direct hit, Su Yan was definitely going to die. He didn't doubt this at all. After transforming, he felt that he could even fight against an expert of the two dragons' realm. Su Yan was already very terrifying to be able to reach this step with the help of external forces. At this moment, he didn't believe that Su Yan could still fight at this point. If that was really the case, this matter was really too ridiculous. This kid should be completely killed. However, that dragon blood can make him so powerful, so he probably won't be hurt at all. As long as I get that drop of dragon blood, my power will definitely become stronger. Who knows, I might have a chance to become a venerable one. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a beautiful future in his pair of tiger eyes. That kind of power filled his heart with amazement. However, at this moment, a ray of light directly appeared. At this moment, dense sword chi directly fell, and that ray of light at this time continued to flicker, displaying an extremely terrifying brilliance. In just a few moments, that ray of light had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, the 100 Beasts Elder was finally able to see that ray of light clearly. The scarlet light was actually a pair of eyes. In those eyes, there seemed to be a dragon's shadow continuously flickering. Then he saw that person's head clearly. That was no longer a human's head, but a dragon's head. However, after a while he saw it even more clearly. It turned out that it wasn't a dragon's head, but a helmet that covered the human's head, and the face on the helmet. The 100 Beasts Elder would never forget that it was Su Yan. He's not dead. Those two words had already filled his mind and even his soul. At this moment he was so confused that he didn't even hear the sound of his chest being pierced. Blood did not flow down, because the scarlet-red scorching sun sword that pierced into his body had already evaporated his blood. After a full 5 seconds he finally understood. I actually lost. Due to the pain, it was extremely difficult for him to speak, and every word was so difficult to say. However, even at this moment, he was still unwilling to believe that he had lost to his opponent. He was even more unwilling to accept this reality. Impossible. I have the heaven-howling wind tiger's blood. I can't possibly lose and I can't possibly die. His face gradually began to change, and his original face finally appeared and became clear. However, at this moment his face looked extremely old. His face was full of wrinkles and even his pupils were piled up. He raised his hand with difficulty, wanting to pierce Su Yan's chest with it. However, that had already become an extravagant hope, and his slightly trembling hand finally fell limply. He felt that a drop of blood had suddenly appeared in his body. That drop of blood was the size of a baby's fist, and the shadow of a ferocious tiger could be vaguely seen on the blood drop. The moment he saw the blood, Su Yan immediately felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Next, the demonic dragon's heart in his body suddenly jumped, and a terrifying demonic consciousness suddenly exploded. The appearance of such a shadow actually forcibly froze Su Yan in place, rendering him unable to move a single step. Then a faint shadow suddenly flew out from Su Yan's body. Although the shadow was almost transparent, Su Yan could still see it clearly. It was the legendary dragon shadow, the shadow of the great demonic dragon. At this moment, the shadow had already arrived beside the drop of blood, and began to hover around it. The drop of blood seemed to have sensed danger, and suddenly emitted a red light, rushing into the sky. However, it was already too late. The great demonic dragon's shadow suddenly flapped its wings, and its body suddenly changed, wrapping around the drop of blood. After the dragon's shadow wrapped around the drop of blood began to vibrate continuously. However, all of this was in vain, and in the end it finally calmed down. The demonic shadow swam gently, and its body seemed to have become slightly more solid. Then it directly rushed into Su Yan's body, and finally returned to the demonic dragon's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's body returned to his own control. The power gradually receded, and an unimaginable fatigue and sleepiness attacked. Su Yan's body directly fell from the sky to the ground, smashing a small hole in the ground. Su Yan lay on his back in this small hole. The continuous fierce battle had already exhausted him physically and mentally. The power of the demonic dragon's heart was not without a price. The scene of the dragon shadow swallowing the blood from before lingered in Su Yan's mind. He always felt that when the dragon shadow disappeared into his body, it seemed to have looked at him. This filled his heart with fear. This dragon shadow was different from the two dragon shadows in the blood dragon pupil. That was because the difference in power between them was too great. The legendary great demonic dragon, to be able to make Yunhe so concerned, must have an extremely terrifying origin. His strength was obvious. Su Yan had a premonition in his heart that sooner or later, this terrifying great demonic dragon would return once again. And this was not all of the hidden dangers. In his left hand there were still 2 finger bones. That was the belief of the demonic sect, the finger bones of the heavenly demon. Whether it was the great demonic dragon or the heavenly demon, they were probably the most powerful existences in this world. At this moment these 2 people had karma with him. When he was in the previous world he had studied the Taoist canon, and he firmly believed in the theory of karma. In the empty valley, the cold wind blew, and the exhaustion became even more intense. Finally, Su Yan's thousands of thoughts were annihilated. Who cares? Too much debt won't weigh me down. Being able to live a new life is something I've earned. Thinking of this, Su Yan could no longer bear the heavy eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 463. When Su Yan woke up, it was already night time. He opened his eyes, and the hazy light entered his vision. Of course, what attracted Su Yan was not the light, but the beautiful figure in front of the light. It was Yun Wanqing. She was probably too sleepy. She curled up beside Su Yan like a pitiful little bird. After a few seconds, Su Yan finally felt that he could control his body. He moved slightly, then let out a soft cry. This time she immediately moved. She looked up and saw Su Yan open his eyes. She smiled gently, then grabbed Su Yan's hand and said, "You're fine. That's great." This lively and beautiful voice caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble slightly. It was as if a soft spot in his heart had been touched. Then he smiled and said, "Of course I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. All right, how was the battle?" Yun Wanqing got up and brought him a cup of water, then said, "Don't worry, the battle wasn't bad. We won." Without the 100 Beast-Souled Demon, the Thunder Sect Master and the Heaven Sword Spiritual Master showed their power. The Heaven Sword Spiritual Master even killed the famous demon, the Horned Goat Spiritual Master. Then she explained the battle to Su Yan bit by bit. Su Yan listened quietly and finally felt relieved. The battle this time was really bumpy. However, it was fortunate that he took the 100 Beasts-Old Demon away. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to win this battle. The 100 Beasts-Old Demon was too powerful. The most terrifying thing about him was that he played a role in a group battle. If he summoned 100 beast souls to attack, not many cultivators in the spiritual sea realm could block his attack. It was because of this that he was sufficiently terrifying. However, this soul of 100 beasts was of no use when facing a true expert. It would even weaken his own strength. Therefore, when he fought with Su Yan, he did not use it at all. Yun Wanqing's expression was somewhat unnatural. There was fatigue, but more than that, there was guilt. Although Su Yan had announced to the public that her father had been severely injured because he had killed the Black Demon's supremacy, Su Yan was still in a daze. However, this was only a temporary measure. There were always a few people who could see the truth clearly. Moreover, she could not deceive her own heart. The unforeseen event this time was caused by her father. If it weren't for her father, there wouldn't be so much blood flowing. She would never be able to forget this uneasiness. Su Yan naturally knew what this kind-hearted woman was thinking, so he said softly, "Wanqing, there are many things that you can't change, so don't feel too burdened. I'm fine now. You can go and rest first. Looking at Yun Wanqing's tired face, Su Yan's heart ached. Okay. Yun Wanqing was really tired. Moreover, the Black Demon Supremacy's sword had really injured her origin. Even if Yun He used the Cloud Mist technique to help her heal, it would take at least a month for her to fully recover. Previously, it was because she was worried about Su Yan that she had relied on her own willpower to hold on until now. Now that she saw that Su Yan was safe and sound, a huge rock in her heart was put down. At this moment, the exhaustion had already surged up like a tide. After Yun Wanqing left, Su Yan got up from the bed and walked to the outside of the Heaven and Earth Organization's mountain. Although the Black Fiend Alliance's sudden attack this time was repelled, it was still tragic. Although the Black Fiend Alliance suffered heavy casualties, the same was true for the Yunqian Alliance. According to Yun Wanqing, 7 of the Heaven and Earth Organization's disciples in the spiritual sea realm had died in battle, and more than 30% of the disciples in the celestial phenomenon realm had died. This did not include the losses of the other sect's disciples. Fortunately, the Black Fiend Alliance had suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, this battle would have been extremely miserable. At this moment, although a day had passed since the battle, there was still a strong smell of blood in the air. The Heaven and Earth Organization, which used to be like a holy land, was now a place that made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the sound of steady footsteps could be heard. What's wrong? Are you thinking about something? Spiritual Master Heaven Sword walked to Su Yan's side. Greetings, Spiritual Master. Seeing that his former Spiritual Master had arrived, Su Yan hurriedly bowed. However, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword gently pushed him and said, Su Yan, you're no longer a disciple of the Burial Sword Tomb, and you're in charge of the Monster Palace, so there's no need for these empty formalities. Su Yan smiled awkwardly. He naturally understood what Spiritual Master Heaven Sword meant. Compared to before, his identity was completely different. Some things had also changed with his identity. When you first entered the Burial Sword Tomb, your talent was amazing. Although I knew that you were a genius and would definitely rise, I didn't expect you to be so monstrous. At such a young age, you've already entered the Circumference Realm and even killed a terrifying Dragon Realm powerhouse like the 100 Beasts Elder. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's true that the new generation replaces the old. I really regret that I expelled you from the Burial Sword Tomb back then. These words were not empty words. No matter which spiritual master it was, they all hoped that their disciples could shine and display unparalleled strength. Su Yan smiled faintly but did not say anything. However, for someone like you, the Burial Sword Tomb is truly too small. What the Holy Exalted said is correct. A hidden dragon like you will only be able to stir up trouble and display your strength in the sea. Taoist Heavenly Sword continued. Spiritual Master, you're praising me too much. If this goes on, I'll become arrogant. Su Yan said half-jokingly. Ahaha, it's fine. Let's be arrogant. You need to know who in the 5 counties can reach your height. By the way, how's the Sacred Master now? Spiritual Master Heaven Sword asked. Sword Sage was the Sacred Master of the Burial Sword Tomb. When he left with Su Yan, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword naturally knew about it. The Sacred Master exhausted all his strength in order to save me. He's now in a deep sleep. Su Yan's face darkened when he mentioned Sword Sage. Back then, it was all thanks to this cheap master of his that saved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how he died. Haha, child, the Sacred Master is only in a deep sleep. You don't have to worry about it. What you need to do is to raise your strength as soon as possible, and let the Sacred Master recover his strength. If you have enough strength in the future, just revive the Sacred Master. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword said to Su Yan. Yes, Spiritual Master. This disciple will keep your words in mind. Su Yan said. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword shook his head helplessly. However, the fact that Su Yan was still the same made him happy. After all, Su Yan had not forgotten his roots. By the way, Spiritual Master, Su Yan has something to ask of you. Su Yan's face suddenly changed and he asked Spiritual Master Heaven Sword with a solemn expression. Oh? What is it? Spiritual Master, have you heard of the great demonic dragon? Su Yan asked directly. In his body, the demonic dragon's heart and the heavenly demon fingerbone were both huge hidden dangers. In comparison, The heavenly demon finger bone had sunk into his body, but it had been silent without any movement. On the contrary, the demonic dragon's heart had erupted twice in a short period of time. Every time it erupted, the terrifying aura of the demonic dragon wanted to demonize Su Yan, and even turn him into a demonic dragon. Su Yan no longer doubted this. Therefore, Su Yan had to be vigilant. These 2 times, he had endured it with great difficulty. Then what if the demonic dragon's heart erupted again? Would he still be able to endure it? Even he wasn't sure. Great demonic dragon. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword took a deep breath and then looked at Su Yan with a solemn expression. He asked, Su Yan, when you were fighting with the 100-beast-souled demon today, I saw a strong and terrifying demonic chi suddenly emerging from your body. There was even a faint pair of wings on your back. What is going on? Su Yan did not hide anything and told Spiritual Master Heaven Sword everything that had happened in the Divine Dragon's abyss. Su Yan had absolute trust in Spiritual Master Heaven Sword. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword listened carefully to Su Yan's narration. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he fell into deep thought. In the end, his face was full of disbelief. After Su Yan finished, he was silent for a long time and finally asked, Su Yan, are you sure that the demonic dragon's heart is in your body now? And the heavenly demon finger bone is also in your body? Spiritual Master Heaven Sword asked 2 questions in a row. Su Yan nodded his head slowly. Su Yan, you must remember this. You must never reveal this matter. Damn it. You didn't kill Yun He at that time. I wonder if this will become a hidden danger. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's eyes flickered, showing that he was very wary. I know that the heavenly demon is a person worshipped by the demonic sect. His full name is the Great Heavenly Demon Master. Then what about the Great Demonic Dragon? It is said that he is comparable to the Great Heavenly Demon Master. What kind of existence is he? What is his origin? Su Yan couldn't wait to find out more about these 2 existences. Since they were so powerful, they would most likely be an extremely terrifying threat to him. Sai, you are right. The Great Heavenly Demon Master and the Great Demonic Dragon were the most powerful existences in the ancient times. If the Sacred Sovereign is not asleep now, he might know more. According to the records of the Zhongjian Mound, there were many strong cultivators in the ancient times. Compared to the present, the Great Demon Dragon and the Great Heavenly Demon Lord were the most powerful existences. Maybe their cultivation had already reached the limit of the Zunqi layer, or maybe they had already broken through and reached an unprecedented level. Chapter 464. In the most ancient times, the dragon race ruled the world. They were the well-deserved protagonists of the world. As for this great demonic dragon, it was a rebel. It possessed extremely powerful strength, and was even given the title of Wings of Death. As for what exactly happened back then, I'm afraid no one knows. The only legend is that the great demonic dragon was killed by the 5 great dragon gods of the dragon race. Therefore, Su Yan, by being tainted by the great demonic dragon, I'm afraid you've provoked a huge karma. Sage Heaven Sword sighed. Such a thing was indeed incomparably terrifying. No matter who it was, after hearing such news, they would feel an intense sense of despair. In this world, everything was so powerful. The power of fear was so profound that ordinary people simply couldn't imagine it. Since Su Yan was tainted by such a huge trouble, it would be extremely difficult for him to get rid of it. No one knew what the world was like back then. They only knew that everything in this world would eventually head towards complete silence. At this moment in the sky, rays of radiance began to descend slowly. The twinkling starlight seemed to be trembling because of the 3 words Great Demonic Dragon. Sect Master, although the power of the demonic dragon's heart is powerful, it's a double-edged sword to me. Because its power is gradually increasing, I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to control it. Su Yan voiced out his worries. Those were definitely not groundless fears. After transforming into the demonic dragon twice in a row, he already had lingering fears. He clearly knew that a portion of the blood in his body had most likely turned into the demonic dragon's blood. If he were to transform into the demonic dragon a few more times, he might fall completely and turn into a true demonic dragon. But no matter what, he was unwilling to do that. Once he transformed into the demonic dragon, his existence as a human would be completely erased. Everything would return to silence. That wasn't a good thing at all. Hearing Su Yan's words, Sage Heaven's Sword knitted his brows tightly. As a matter of fact, he had already begun to consider this problem. If Su Yan didn't say anything, he would have reminded him. The fact that you're able to notice this problem means that you're still you. Sage Heaven's Sword sighed. Su Yan also sighed softly and said, Indeed, but I can't guarantee that it will continue in the future. Su Yan, how did you get rid of the devil dragonification twice? Reverend Heavenly Sword asked. In fact, Su Yan had already mentioned this when he was talking about his experience. However, when Reverend Heavenly Sword spoke again, Su Yan continued, I obtained the soul-subduing seal from Yun He. Furthermore, at that time, the Buddha sword also released a golden light that restrained the heavenly demon finger bone. As for the regal sword mantra, Su Yan did not mention it. It was not because he did not trust Reverend Heaven's Sword, but because the regal sword mantra was his greatest secret. He instinctively wanted to hide this secret forever and never tell anyone about it. Hearing Su Yan's answer, Taoist Heavenly Sword did not doubt him. He kept muttering to himself, Futu Futu. Then he suddenly said, Su Yan, since the soul-subduing seal and the Buddha's sword can restrain the power of the great devil dragon and the heavenly demon, I'm afraid the Buddha's gate will have to deal with the hidden danger in your body. Buddha's gate. Indeed, the onlooker sees more clearly. Previously, Su Yan did not realize it. However, after hearing what Taoist Heavenly Sword said, he immediately came to a realization. That's right, Buddha's power. Apart from the regal power, the inheritance of the Buddha's gate could also restrain the monstrous devil power. Back then, there were still 2 levels in the Buddha's pagoda that he had not passed. During this period of time, he had been fighting outside and his strength had increased rapidly. At this moment, it seemed like it was indeed time to challenge the Buddha's pagoda again. Su Yan, have you made your decision? Sage Heaven's Sword asked. Yes, that's right. Now, it seems like it's time to return to the burial sword tomb. Returning to the burial sword tomb was something that could not be delayed. This was because the devil dragon's heart was in Su Yan's body. Every time it revolved, there would be an additional sense of danger for him. If he suddenly went berserk, no one in the entire 5 counties would be able to stop him. Su Yan definitely did not want to see himself like this. He did not want to become a demon that killed the innocent and forgot everything. Moreover, after this great battle, the Black Demon Alliance's vitality had been greatly damaged. The Dragon Realm expert, 100 Beast-Souled Demon, had been killed by Su Yan. The Black Demon had also died in Su Yan's hands. In a short period of time, the Black Demon Alliance had already lost 2 Dragon Realm experts. Dragon Realm experts were now the most powerful force in the 5 counties. They were not vegetables that could be found everywhere. After losing 2 strong fighters of the Dragon Realm, the Black Fiend Alliance should stop for a while. Of course, this was not without its hidden dangers. He still remembered that before the Black Demon died, he had mentioned that the Devil Sex Crown Prince was about to be resurrected. The Black Demon's words before his death could not be false. This fellow was definitely extremely powerful. Su Yan naturally discussed this news with Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven's Sword. Regardless of whether it was Lei Wanjun or Sage Heaven's Sword, after hearing this news, they both showed a serious expression of jealousy. It could be seen that the Devil Sex Crown Prince was definitely an extremely powerful figure. Su Yan, don't worry. If anything happens in the burial sword tomb, take care of it for me. Also, you don't have to worry too much about the Crown Prince of the Devil Sect. We know what to do. We know what to do, Sage Heaven's Sword said directly to Su Yan. That's right. If he wants to be resurrected, he has to ask for our permission. Don't worry, we will take care of everything, Lei Wanjun said. The Fengxian sect's elders also nodded in support. This time, Su Yan returned to the burial sword tomb in Wushuang City for his own matters. Hence he went alone. Yun Wanqing wanted to follow but was politely declined by Su Yan. The limited Yun Wanqing's body was too weak and could not withstand such a long journey. As for Lu Fei, he was now a powerful practitioner. Due to the bloodline of the blood-sucking demonic beast king, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was much stronger than the average person. He was the most important combat strength. Although the Black Fiend Alliance suffered heavy losses this time, it was hard to guarantee that they would not do something crazy. He had to stay here to assist Sage Heaven's Sword. As for Dong Chonghao, Su Yin allowed him to return to the Monster Palace. As the Monster Palace's palace master, he had left the Monster Palace for many days. Although he left 3 puppets for Mu Lu Shui so that he could control the Monster Palace, they were all powerful practitioners. They were powerful practitioners of the realm of Radius and were enough to intimidate Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng. However, chaos had begun to appear in the 5 counties recently. The people of the Black Fiend Alliance had begun to cause trouble everywhere. Among them, there were even powerful practitioners of the Devil Sect behind them. Everyone knew how terrifying the Devil Sect was. Back then, the Princess of Chu was a powerful practitioner of the realm of Radius. However, in front of the Devil Sect, she did not even have the strength to resist and was directly injured. In the Divine Dragon's Abyss, Su Yin experienced the power of the Devil Sect. Whether it was the Ghost Flame Venerable or the Whitebone Demon Venerable, they were all powerful practitioners of the Devil Sect. Even the Black Demon Venerable was the same. Even Yun he had to compromise in front of the Devil Sect. From this, one could see how powerful the Devil Sect was. Su Yin understood that the Devil Sect could reduce the strength of the entire Qian realm. Obviously, the strength displayed at this moment was only a small part of Bing Shan's true strength. He was still far from seeing that terrifying strength. The current him was still too weak. Facing a Dragon Realm expert like the 100 Beasts Elder, he had to rely on the power of the Devil Dragon's heart. Based on his current cultivation, not to mention the younger generation, even among the older generation, his strength could be considered powerful and even amazing. However, his enemy was far more powerful than him. He had no choice at all. Because he had no way out, he was also unwilling to retreat. Because of this, the only thing he could do was to become even stronger, until he was strong enough to stand above all living beings. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Yin directly stepped onto the sword dragon and flew far away. The speed of the sword dragon was extremely fast. Furthermore, Su Yan's spiritual energy was extremely strong. At this moment, he was already an expert of the surrounding 2 mountains. When he fully activated the sword dragon, its speed almost reached half the speed of sound. Although Wushuang City was far from here, Su Yin probably would not take long to reach it if he hurried at full speed. After the previous invasion of the Devil Sect, the Burial Sword Tomb had long been under martial law. Especially since Sage Heaven Sword was not around, the people in the sect did not dare to act presumptuously. On the other hand, in Wushuang City, because of Su Yin, the Su family was now thriving. They deserved to be called the #1 family in Wushuang City. It was another sunny day. The Su family was still enjoying their peaceful and happy lives. Of course, the young disciples were all cultivating hard. This was because the Burial Sword Tomb would soon recruit disciples again. Back then, the Su family had produced Su Yin. Now, the Su family in Wushuang City was almost alone. If another disciple entered the Burial Sword Tomb, the Su family would definitely become more powerful. Although the chances of producing a disciple as monstrous as Su Yin was not high, as long as one could enter, it would guarantee the Su family's prosperity. At this moment, the door of the Su family's courtyard was slowly pushed open. A figure appeared in the courtyard. This person's appearance was so sudden that no one could react in time. They only stopped when this person spoke. Chapter 465. Su Yin? Are you a friend of Big Brother Su Yin? It's a pity that Big Brother Su Yin left the Su family a long time ago. Pretty girl ran over. Her gaze landed on the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man had a pretty face and a sweet appearance. He was truly a top-notch handsome man. As soon as she saw this person, her heart unconsciously moved. The black-clothed young man looked at her. Then the corner of his mouth moved slightly as he said, "Big Brother Su Yin? Are you his sister?" "Yes, I'm his clan sister," she said proudly. After Su Yin saved the Su family last time, he had completely become a hero in the hearts of the Su family. The younger generation of disciples even saw him as their idol. Many girls even had feelings of adoration in their hearts. So he's not here. That's a pity. The black-clothed young man was still smiling, but a slight sense of loss flashed through his eyes. The attentive Su Tian quickly caught that inexplicable sense of loss. She did not know why, but a trace of pain suddenly flashed through her heart. Then she said directly, "Big Brother, since you're a friend of Big Brother Su Yin, then you're a friend of the Su family." I'll go tell grandfather now. She smiled sweetly, then ran directly into the courtyard. The black-clothed young man watched Su Tian run into the courtyard. He first smiled, then said in the deepest voice, "She's as innocent as a flower. But when her smile is stained with blood, I wonder what kind of expression she'll have." His arrival attracted the attention of many people. The girls were naturally happy. After all, his face was so pleasing to the eye. However, some of the men were somewhat dissatisfied. Who is this brat? How dare he trespass into the Su family? There was already a young man who was ready to chase him away. After all, Su Tian was the goddess in his heart. However, at this moment when this guy appeared, Su Tian showed such enthusiasm. "Su Luo, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what Tianer said? This guy is a friend of big brother Su Yan." Before he could move, someone beside him pulled him back. This person was stunned at first, then a look of resentment flashed in his eyes. Then he snorted and said, "He's just a friend of big brother Su Yan? He might even be big brother Su Yan's enemy." Su Luo's words were said out of anger, but when Su Yu, who was holding him by the side, heard it, his expression changed. Because what Su Luo said wasn't without reason. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he said, "Su Luo, you stay here and watch. Before Grandpa Patriarch comes out, don't act rashly. I'll go get the senior brother of the burial sword tomb." Su Yu was an extremely intelligent person in the Su family. At this moment, he immediately made up his mind and left quietly. The black-clothed man stood at the door and waited quietly. Not long after, Su Tiantu and the others came out to greet them. At this moment, although Su Tiantu was already very old, he was still full of vigor. It was obvious that the Su family's days were very peaceful. The Su family's expansion was also very smooth. The things he was worried about were naturally a lot less. "Haha, I heard that young master is Su Yan's good friend? I haven't asked for your name yet. Su Yan is currently traveling the world and isn't at home. But it doesn't matter. I'll definitely take good care of you." Su Tiantu was extremely polite and then said to the black-clothed young master. The black-clothed young master just smiled and said, "I'm Shengguansheng. Empty as in empty, coffin as in coffin. So it's young Master Bailey, please come in and take a seat." Su Tiantu was still full of smiles and then welcomed this person into the house. The black-clothed young man didn't refuse and very naturally sat on the main seat. Su Tian stood by his side and poured tea for him. Su Luo was only angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to forget Su Yu's warning. Thus he didn't move and at the same time secretly chased away his brothers and sisters. The black-clothed young man didn't speak much and only asked a few simple questions. Most of the time it was Su Tiantu who was talking. Suddenly, the black-clothed young man interrupted Su Tiantu's words and then asked, "Su Yan's father is Su Lin?" This question was very sudden and Su Tiantu's expression suddenly froze. But at this time he didn't dare to have any different expression and only said, "Su Yan's father is indeed called Su Lin, but he passed away when this child was very young." He had been carefully paying attention to the black-clothed young man's expression changes. Su Tiantu had been in charge of the Su family for so many years. Although he was old, his heart was like a mirror. He wasn't like Su Tian, this little girl who didn't know anything. When he heard someone say that he was Su Yan's friend, he was happy in his heart and directly called him into the house. When he saw this black-clothed young man, he already knew that this young man was definitely a terrifying person. Although in his eyes, this young man was very ordinary and was only the most ordinary young man. But since he could say that he was Su Yan's friend, he knew that this person was definitely not simple. Regardless of whether his words were true or false, at least he and Su Yan were people of the same level. This old man's heart was as clear as snow. When he last appeared, Su Yan's cultivation had already surpassed his by leaps and bounds. Now that he hadn't seen Su Yan for such a long time, he was afraid that Su Yan's cultivation would be even more terrifying. Therefore, he was really respectful towards this black-clothed young man and didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. "Dead? Haha, Su Lin is actually dead? This is really..." The black-clothed young man suddenly sneered. Hearing this, Su Tiantu's heart slightly trembled. This black-clothed young man was actually asking about Su Lin. Su Lin was a new force to be reckoned with in the Su family, and was truly a powerhouse of his generation. Among his juniors he was undoubtedly the strongest. As for his son Su Yan, he couldn't be compared to Su Lin at all. However, his understanding of Su Lin was limited to the treasure that he left for Su Yan. He didn't know anything else. At this moment it seemed that Su Lin's strength was above his expectations. Young Master Bailey, you know the person who changed his name to Su Lin? Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Su Tianta said with a forced smile. He tried to make himself appear more natural. However, Shang Guanshang's next sentence made him unable to maintain the smile on his face. You seem to be very afraid of me. The black-clothed young man suddenly said such a sentence. Su Tiantu's smile suddenly froze. However, he was a scheming person after all. He immediately coughed dryly and said, Young Master Bailey, you're joking. At this moment, Shang Guanshang's gaze had already landed on him. The corner of his mouth moved slightly and said, Is that so? But since you're not afraid, that's good. At this moment, Su Tian had already noticed that the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be a little off. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, there was no place for him to speak. At this moment suddenly, someone walked into the courtyard. Grandfather, Ouyang Cheng of the burial sword tomb is here to visit. As he spoke, Suyu had already brought Ouyang Cheng in. The corner of Shang Guanshang's mouth moved slightly. He looked at Suyu, who was walking towards them with a faint smile. When Suyu quietly left, he had already noticed it. However, he was not interested in paying attention to it. At this moment his gaze landed on Ouyang Cheng. Are these the reinforcements you found? Seems that he's too weak, he said directly. Although his words were calm, they were extremely arrogant and overbearing. Ouyang Cheng's gaze was slightly cold. He already knew that the person in front of him was an extremely powerful person. He was probably not someone he could contend against now. You must be a friend from the Devil's Sect. I wonder why you've come to the Su family. You should know that Su Yan has already left the Su family. There's no point in you taking revenge on the Su family, Ouyang Cheng said directly. After he said that, the hall suddenly became cold. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Su Tian even felt that a layer of ice had appeared in front of her. In the next moment, Shang Guanshang smiled faintly, and the terrifying chill dissipated in an instant. Left the Su family? Haha, what does that have to do with me? If I, Shang Guanshang, want to make things difficult for anyone, do I need your permission? At this moment, although the cold killing intent was no longer there, it was still so cold to everyone. It was as if they had completely fallen into being Shan. Sir, what do you want? Ouyang Cheng asked again. At this moment he was already on guard, waiting for the storm to come. At this moment, Shang Guanshang smiled faintly and suddenly reached out his hand. At this moment, Ouyang Cheng felt an extremely powerful and terrifying force pouncing towards him. Feeling this terrifying aura, his heart trembled a little, as if he would be killed in the next moment. Haha, I told you you're not my opponent. So what I want to do has nothing to do with you, he said calmly. Ouyang Cheng only snapped out of his daze when he heard Li Tianlan's voice. Clang! A loud sound was heard. The sword in Ouyang Cheng's hand had broken into two and fell to the ground. Such methods were simply miraculous and could be said to be terrifying. The difference between the two was obvious at this moment. If Shang Guanshang had wanted to kill Ouyang Cheng, it would have been done in a flash. At this moment Shang Guanshang stood up calmly. Then, he walked to Su Tian's side and smiled at her. Miss, your smile is very beautiful. So I want you to accompany me for a walk. What do you think? Shang Guanshang's voice fell into Su Tian's ears. Chapter 466. Su Yan finally arrived at the burial sword tomb. For him, the burial sword tomb could be said to be the place where his life began. It was here that he truly began to cultivate. It was also here that he met Lu Fei. Of course, the most important thing was the beautiful woman in red, Lin Hualu. Thinking of Lin Hualu, Su Yan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. At this moment he had a few more confidants around him. However, it was even more difficult for him to forget Lin Hualu. At this moment, he suddenly felt the blood in his body move, and an unimaginable and terrible desire directly burst out. Su Yan knew that this was the result of the dragon blood in his body being agitated again. In the short time that he controlled the sword dragon, the heart of the demonic dragon had already experienced several situations. Although the situation wasn't very strong each time, Suyin knew that this was a sign that indicated that he could no longer control the demon dragon's heart well. If he still could not find a way to control the heart of the demonic dragon, he was afraid that the heart of the demonic dragon would completely riot. At that time, everything would be too late. Have I finally arrived at the burial sword tomb? Suyin did not stop at all, but directly rushed toward the sword well. Although the sword well was finally closed back then, for him at this moment it was naturally nothing. Suyin directly controlled the sword to open the way. Finally, he once again arrived in front of the pagoda. His fate began to change here. At that time he had consecutively broken through the first 5 floors, and each floor had some benefits. However, at that time, his cultivation was still shallow, and the last 2 floors were simply forbidden for him. Before Venerable Wandering Slayer disappeared, he had once said that when Suyin had enough cultivation, he must come here. He did not know whether Suyin had reached the so-called enough cultivation, but he understood that he had to break in here at this time. Because if he did not come here, the heart of the demonic dragon in his body would completely go berserk, and then it would control Suyin, turning him into a walking corpse. With a light shake, the Buddha sword appeared in Suyin's hand. The Buddha's sword was the key to the pagoda. Without the Buddha's sword, Suyin would not have been able to enter the pagoda. Since the Buddha pagoda was an heirloom passed down by the Buddha gate, it naturally possessed extraordinary power. At this moment, Suyin gently tossed out the pagoda sword in his hand. The Buddha's sword didn't move at all. Instead, it stood still in the air. In the next moment, a golden light flickered, and the intense brilliance was incomparably dazzling. The golden light grew thicker and thicker. In the end, it had already wrapped Suyin within it. Suyin had to admit that the blazing golden light was indeed very restrictive. Since the demon dragon's heart entered his body, he hadn't felt this relax for a long time. At this moment, he was completely convinced that this place could really solve the problem in his body. Boundless golden light continued to converge on the Buddha's sword. A faint golden question mark appeared, and the golden light floated in the sky, appearing extremely majestic. In the end, the golden light suddenly trembled and stuck to the Buddha pagoda. The brilliance of the Buddha pagoda grew stronger and stronger. In the end, all the brilliance flashed, and all the power between heaven and earth was finally displayed to the fullest. The door slowly opened. Suyin didn't move at all. He stepped directly into the Buddha pagoda. Under the golden light, he had already arrived on the 5th floor in the next moment. Everything around him seemed very familiar. He still remembered the scene when he was in a hurry to leave the Buddha pagoda but was trapped by Venerable Buddha. Now that he thought about it, everything was somewhat familiar. However, at this moment, Venerable Buddha's power was exhausted and had disappeared forever. There was only a cold Buddha pagoda left. Looking at the door in front of him, Suyin slowly adjusted his breathing, and then activated his most powerful power. The way to break through the 6th level was very simple. It was to break through the door in front of him in one go. However, it seemed simple, but in fact it wasn't. This was a life and death line to judge one's power. If Suyin's power wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to enter no matter what. At this moment, Suyin's scorching sun sword appeared in his hand. Then, he began to activate the Elephant Divine skill. Celestial Sword Technique. Among the many Elephant Divine skills, this Elephant Divine skill had the strongest attack power. With his strength of the Radius Mountain and the Scorching Sun Sword, the most powerful Scorching Sun Sword was displayed. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Suyin directly activated the sword move. The sword light was shining to the extreme, and the intense brilliance suddenly rose to the extreme. The entire pagoda was filled with this resplendent sword ray. Such powerful power continued to gush out, and in the end, it condensed on the Scorching Sun Sword. The brilliance of the Scorching Sun Sword's blade was unprecedentedly endless. "Break it for me," he shouted coldly. However, just as he was about to make his move, his eyebrows twitched again. This was because at this moment, he felt the demonic dragon's heart in his body beat once again. At this moment, the sword light of the Celestial Sword Technique directly entered the door. The moment the Celestial Sword Technique entered the door didn't move at all. The powerful sword aura attacked the door countless times, but in the end, the door didn't move at all. Su Yan suddenly took a step back. A ray of divine light burst out from his eyes. The power he used this time was almost all of his power. He dared to bet that such an attack could break through the defense of a Dragon Realm cultivator. However, the door didn't even tremble. How is this possible? This stone door didn't even move a single bit. Su Yan walked in front of the stone door and touched it. A cold aura was transmitted. At this moment, a layer of ice suddenly appeared on Su Yan's palm that was touching the stone door. When the ice appeared, Su Yan didn't even have time to react. The ice had already spread. Then with lightning speed it sealed Su Yan's entire body in ice. Su Yan's entire body froze on the spot, and then he was sealed in ice. At this moment, his soul seemed to fly out of his sea of consciousness. Countless clouds and mist whistled in Su Yan's ears. So fast. Su Yan was shocked. Based on his current state, he had completely surpassed the speed of sound. This speed was something that he couldn't achieve even when he was in the demonic dragon form and controlling the sword dragon. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan's ears finally quietened down. He breathed heavily as he looked around. What happened just now made him feel surprised and even horrified. This was because he clearly remembered that just a moment ago, he was still standing in front of the stone door, worrying about how to break open the stone door. However, at this moment he was in a world of birds and flowers. There was no longer any ice seal here. The gentle sun descended, and the surrounding was green with trees that connected to the sky. Birds were chirping, flowers and insects were enjoying themselves. Even he himself felt an extremely comfortable warmth. What is going on? Why am I here? Where is this? Just as Su Yan was feeling puzzled, a mountain song suddenly came from afar. The song was strong and powerful, and it faintly had an artistic conception of crossing the sky. Su Yan was shocked. Just based on this power alone, he is already an incredible existence. I'm afraid his cultivation level is already in the dragon realm. At this moment, the person who was singing had already appeared in front of him. This person had a head of black hair that was casually scattered. He was wearing a bear skin. He held a steel fork in one hand and a large wolf in the other. This person walked closer and closer, and the shock in Su Yan's heart grew more and more intense. This was because as this person came closer, he could faintly feel a pressure coming towards him. Su Yan had felt this pressure from the 100 Beasts Old Demon and Yun He. This was the dragon force of the dragon realm. However, the problem was that even the dragon force released by Yun He, who was in the Three Dragons realm, could not compare to this person who was dressed like a hunter. Who on earth was this person? Since when had there been such an extraordinary person in the 5 counties? What made Su Yan even more shocked was that this extraordinary person was actually dressed like a hunter at this moment. Just as Su Yan's nerves were running out, the hunter had already arrived in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan, gave a simple and honest smile and then said, "Young master, why are you alone in this mountain? This mountain is really dangerous. Why don't you follow me down the mountain?" Hearing the hunter's voice, Su Yan reacted and said, "Brother, may I ask where this place is? I don't know how I got here, so I hope you can tell me." Su Yan organized his thoughts and asked carefully. Hearing Su Yan's question, the hunter's eyes were filled with doubt. However, after a moment, he laughed heartily and said, Little brother, you are very bold. Ferocious beasts roam the 100,000 mountains and it is extremely dangerous. You directly barged in. Hurry up and follow me down the mountain. It's going to be night soon. This 100,000 mountains is very dangerous, the hunter said to Su Yan. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. With his current strength, what wild beast could pose a threat to him? However, he did not say this out loud because the hunter's aura was that of the dragon realm. If he said that this place was dangerous, then there must be something else here. Chapter 467. This was an extremely terrifying place. That was the answer that Su Yan came to. This was because when Su Yan followed the hunter down the mountain, he saw the hunter in action with his own eyes. On the way down the mountain they encountered a giant snake. This giant snake's body actually exuded an extremely terrifying dragon's aura. Su Yan even felt that the snake in front of him was a real dragon. Fortunately, this seemed to be an extremely special place. Otherwise, the devil dragon's heart would definitely go on a rampage again. At that time when Su Yan was about to make a move, The hunter beat him to it. He immediately roared and then turned the steel fork in his hand. This ordinary steel fork directly burst out with an extremely terrifying light in his hand, and then flew out at an incredible speed. In the next moment, the steel fork had already hit the giant snake's body. This time Su-yen sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other hand, the hunter's expression was calm, and he did not take this matter to heart at all. Haha, what a stupid snake. It's actually courting death in front of me. But this is also good. I was just worried that I didn't have enough food to entertain you tonight. Brother, help me hold the steel fork. I'll carry this snake back, the hunter said as he handed over the steel fork. Su-yen took the steel fork without batting an eyelid. However, in the next moment, his brows furrowed. With the steel fork in hand, Su-yen's entire body sank down a little. Su-yen had to use both hands to support the weight of the steel fork. He originally thought that it was just a steel fork, but he did not expect it to be so heavy. This made Su-yen feel extremely shocked. By the way, brother, I'm De Gang. What's your name? After this episode, De Gang once again communicated with Su-yen. Naturally, Su-yen could not tell him that he came from another world, so he could only say that he was doing business here and did not know how he ended up here. Brother, you must have fallen into the black wind. Under the 100,000 mountains, the most terrifying thing is the black wind. You're lucky that you only got hung up here and met me. If you were unlucky, I'm afraid you would have been killed by the black wind, he said to Su-yen. Black wind? Su-yen felt strange. Yes, it's also called the demon wind. Some people say that it's the work of a great demon in the 100,000 mountains. It creates a black wind that blows people into the mountains and then eats them alive. De Gang dragged the long snake and carried the dead wolf's body as he walked forward. Su-yen asked, Brother De Gang, if I may ask, how long have you been cultivating? What realm are you in now? Cultivating? We mountain people don't have the time to cultivate seriously. It's just that I've been following my father to hunt in the mountains since I was young and learned some skills from him. As for the realm, I don't know. De Gang said directly. You only learned some skills from hunting? Su-yen was surprised. With De Gang's skills, if he was in the 5 commanderies, he could be the master of a region. After all, even Yunhee might not be his opponent. However, in his words, it was not worth mentioning. Brother De Gang, are those great demons very powerful? Could it be that even you are no match for him? Su-yen asked again. Aha, brother Su-yen, don't joke. These great demons are not only very powerful, they are terrifyingly powerful. I'm nothing. If these great demons really come out, I'm afraid they can kill me with just a finger. It's a pity that they can't come out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains. De Gang continued. As Su-yen asked, De Gang answered. Su-yen asked more and more questions, but this De Gang was really a good person. He did not bicker with Su-yen. Whatever Su-yen asked, De Gang answered. Following De Gang's description, Su-yen was finally familiar with the situation here. This was a place called the 100,000 Mountains. In the 100,000 Mountains, there were endless forests and forests. Mountain was a native of this place. Ever since he was young, he had never left this place. This was because this place was too dangerous and remote. If one wanted to leave this place, they would have to pay a huge price. In the mountains there were all kinds of wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, birds, and beasts. Su-yen had a rough understanding of the beasts. These beasts that De Gang called normal beasts most likely had the strength of the dragon realm. This made Su-yen extremely shocked. If that was the case, without using the devil dragon's heart, he was not their opponent at all. This result was inevitably sad. Su-yen finally understood why Venerable Wandering Slayer wanted him to come here when he had enough strength. Compared to the 5 counties continents, this was simply a terrifying world. He was brought here by the stone door. If he guessed correctly, in order to crack the stone door and enter the 6th floor, he needed to find the answer in this world. As for what kind of answer it was, although Su-yen was still not sure, he vaguely felt that this was related to the demons in the depths of the 100,000 mountains that De Gang said. However, for Su-yen this was probably too difficult. After all, there was a great demon in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. According to De Gang's description, this was also an extremely terrifying existence. However, for Su-yen, De Gang seemed to be a very terrifying existence. This was because De Gang had once said, Brother Su Yan, you are handsome, but unfortunately, you seem to be a little too weak. A little too weak. When Su Yan heard this answer, he was a little speechless. He did not even know how to answer this question because he could not tell De Gang that he was already a powerhouse in his world. The two of them walked for a long time before they finally arrived at their destination. This was De Gang's home. In a hidden valley there was a small mountain village. The village was not prosperous. After all, the living conditions in the 100,000 mountains were really harsh. Even though the terrain of this valley was very comfortable and safe, it was still full of danger at all times. Outside the mountain village, many mechanisms were set up. Some of the mechanisms were stained with blood that had not even dried up. From this, it could be seen that a battle had just broken out here not long ago. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. This is my village, Great Yin Village. There aren't many people in the village, but there aren't few either. There are about 200 people, De Gang said to Su Yan. De Gang was very popular in the village. As soon as he returned, many people in the village greeted him. Su Yan followed behind him and watched as De Gang and the villagers responded one by one. However, he did not speak. He only carefully sized up the villagers. The people here were really beyond Su Yan's expectations. He had originally thought that De Gang was powerful because he was an individual, but he soon realized that was not the case. Even a child seemed very powerful. He could even fight against a spiritual sea realm powerhouse at the life soul realm. The women were also very terrifying. The auras on their bodies were extremely powerful and terrifying. Big brother, the harvest seems to be good. A black killer snake and a wolf. At that moment, a girl stood in front of De Gang with a face full of joy. When De Gang saw him, an unconcealable look of joy appeared on his face. Yes, it's indeed good. This black killer snake came to me on its own accord. Ha ha ha. By the way, sister, this is my new friend. His name is Su Yan. De Gang introduced him to the girl. Su Yan smiled at the girl and said, "Hello, I'm Su Yan. I came here in a hurry and did not have anything good. Let me give you this as a greeting gift." As Su Yan spoke, he suddenly took out the astonishing celestial sword. The astonishing celestial sword had followed him all the way here. It was really a handy weapon. However, as Su Yan's cultivation base increased, his spirit chi became even more terrifying. This sword could no longer withstand Su Yan's spirit chi. After all, it was only a long sword that ugly uncle had forged when he was depressed. Su Yan was already indebted to De Gang for saving his life. When he saw his sister, he needed to express his gratitude. Therefore, he gave the sword to the girl. When the girl received the astonishing celestial sword, her face was full of joy. Obviously, she liked it very much. In a mountain village like this, there were no excellent forging methods. It was already very rare to have such a sword. However, she still looked at De Gang. Obviously, she was asking for De Gang's opinion. De Gang just laughed and said, "Okay, take it. This is also a token of appreciation from brother Su Yan. Let's go back and prepare some delicious food." After getting De Gang's approval, she was immediately full of joy. Then she took the astonishing celestial sword and ran away. Su Yan's gaze fell on her running figure and he muttered to himself. Of course, this was not because Su Yan had feelings for the girl. It was because Su Yan saw that this girl was special. In this village, even the children who were playing were full of spiritual power. They were like little savage beasts. And the adult women were even more extraordinary. They were even strong cultivators in the spiritual sea realm. Among them, the most terrifying ones that Su Yan had seen had already reached the dragon realm. They were real female tyrannosauruses. However, Aya's body did not have any spiritual power at all. She was an extremely simple and ordinary girl. She did not have any spiritual power for cultivation. Therefore, Su Yan felt that it was strange. "Sigh, brother Su Yan, you must have seen that Aya's body does not have any power." De Gang sighed and said. Su Yan nodded and then asked, "Indeed, I didn't feel the slightest bit of spiritual energy from Aya's body." That is strength. In this village, is Aya the only one like this?" De Gang was silent for a while. Finally, he sighed and said, "Yes, only Aya." Chapter 468. Su Yan did not ask any more questions. De Gang quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and then led Su Yan into the house. De Gang's house was very special. The reason for that was because the other houses were built next to each other. This was very understandable. In such a dangerous environment, building next to each other would naturally bring about a sense of security. If an accident really happened, everyone could take care of each other and help each other in the shortest time possible so that they could deal with it together. However, De Gang's home was located far away from the city. This design was undoubtedly stupid. Normally it would be fine. However, if any demonic beasts came, this place would be in a very awkward situation. Even if the villagers wanted to help, it would be very inconvenient. In this house, only De Gang and his sister lived. When De Gang was here, it did not matter. After all, De Gang's strength was in the dragon realm. He saw with his own eyes that the black killer snake was easily killed by De Gang with a fork. If it was him, there might be a big battle. It was even possible that he would be directly swallowed by the black killer snake. However, since De Gang was going to hunt during the day, what should be done here? It did not need a large beast. As long as there was a flying insect, it would be a fatal threat to Aya. However, Su Yan did not ask this question. Aya was a kind and capable girl. Although she did not have spiritual power, her cooking was not bad. After De Gang helped her to process the meat, she began to roast the meat quietly by herself. De Gang's house was very special. In front of the house, there were fields with some vegetable sprouts. Su Yan saw clearly that these vegetables were wild vegetables. This was because he had seen them outside when he followed De Gang here. The reason why it was special was because the other villagers had never seen such a field. At night, the aroma of roast meat quickly filled the air. Even Su Yan was drooling. Hee brother Su Yan, my sister's culinary skills aren't bad, right? Being able to enjoy her cooking is your greatest fortune today, De Gang said proudly. Yes, brother De Gang is right. I've never enjoyed such delicious food before, Su Yan replied loudly. These words were not a lie. Of course, there were countless delicacies in the 5 counties, but Aya's culinary skills were unique. It wasn't that her food was the most delicious, but it was definitely the most special. When the barbecued meat entered his mouth, there was a refreshing taste. It was as refreshing as mint. Moreover, the meat was extraordinary. This was the meat of a wild beast in the dragon realm. Even after being burned, the spiritual energy within could still be clearly detected. It's good that Big Brother Su Yan likes it. You should eat more. Big Brother said that eating more meat will make you stronger. Aya smiled sweetly. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed slightly, making her look extremely beautiful. Su Yan didn't hold back and wolfed down the meat in big mouthfuls. However, compared to De Gang, the way he ate was simply too elegant. De Gang's eating speed and appetite were as terrifying as his strength. After dinner, De Gang cleaned up an empty room for Su Yan, then returned to his own room to sleep. He had to fight in the mountains during the day. Just as he said, the mountains were too dangerous. There were countless hidden dangers. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to enter the mountains safely. Everything in the mountains was extremely dangerous. For De Gang, today's wild beasts were simply not worth mentioning. However, it was impossible for him to do this every single day. Thus, he had to ensure that he was in peak condition. Without a doubt, sleep was the best method to restore his strength. The night wind blew. A faint sound of a bamboo flute entered Su Yan's ears. The sound of the flute was very beautiful, like a leisurely spring. However, in the sound of the flute, there was a sadness and loss that couldn't be hidden. Su Yan quietly walked outside. Under the night wind, his fine black hair danced in the wind. The girl looked up at the sky, and the flute emitted a low sound of resentment and admiration. It was the girl's heart. Su Yan didn't interrupt her. Knowing that the song was over, Su Yan sighed and walked to the girl's side. Aya, you don't seem happy, Su Yan said to Aya. No, I'm very happy. Aya raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. However, no matter how one looked at it, this smile seemed somewhat bitter. She raised her head and looked at the sky. After pondering for a long time, she finally asked, Big Brother Su Yan, you're from the outside, right? Yes, I came from the outside, Su Yan said. There was nothing to hide, and he waited for the girl to continue. However, Aya pondered for a long time, and then sighed faintly and said, Aya too. These few words suddenly surprised Su Yan. Never had he imagined that Aya actually didn't belong to the Grand Myriad Mountains as well. Big Brother said, I was blown into the mountains by the black wind, and it was Big Brother's father who saved me, and then adopted me. Aya said softly. Su Yan didn't speak, and just listened quietly. However, Aya was cursed by the mountain god. Her voice suddenly became very low, and there were sparkling tears in the corner of her eyes. She suppressed the sadness in her voice and spoke intermittently. Aya was cursed by the mountain god, and in order to save Aya, my father died. Moreover, Aya never had any power and I couldn't train my power. If it wasn't for Big Brother Dagang taking care of me, I'm afraid I definitely wouldn't be alive today. Aya's few words made Su Yan feel endless bitterness. This girl must have lived a very hard life. Big Brother Dagang said, there are many things that can't be changed, and we can only silently accept it. However, I know that Big Brother Dagang isn't satisfied. Aya paused and then continued, Big Brother Dagang is very powerful, and his talent is very good, and he works harder than any of the villagers, so now Big Brother Dagang's strength can be ranked in the top 5 in the village. This was also the reason why Dagang was respected and paid attention to by the villagers. After all, the strong would be respected no matter where they were. If it wasn't for Aya, Big Brother Dagang's life would definitely be very good. And there would be girls in the village who would marry Big Brother, but Aya suddenly sighed. Even if she didn't say the following things, Su Yan knew. Since she was cursed by the mountain god, then to this small village, she was an ominous existence. Even if Dagang had great strength, no one would take this kind of risk to marry Dagang. This was very easy to judge. If the villagers would accept Aya, then their houses wouldn't be so remote. This girl was already very pitiful, and then the villagers treated her as an ominous person, and even she herself began to think so. Big Brother Su Yan, I'm sorry. I unknowingly said these things to you, Aya said dejectedly. Su Yan smiled and then walked to Aya's side and sat down. Aya was clearly a bit resistant to this action. She said in a low voice, Big Brother Su Yan, please don't get too close to me because I'm scared. Okay, Aya, don't be sad. How are you an ominous existence? You are clearly a beautiful fairy. Su Yan said with a smile. Besides, I also came from the outside. If you are an ominous person, then am I not? Su Yan asked. No, it's not the same because father will die. Aya's voice became even more sorrowful. Listen, Aya, your father died to save you. This is indeed a very sad thing. But this is your father's choice. This also means that he chose to exchange his life for yours. So your life is very heavy, because you are carrying your father's hope. Su Yan said to her word by word. Hearing Su Yan's words, Aya was a bit startled. Carrying my father's hope? She whispered to herself. Yes, carrying your father's hope to live. I think if Dagang and your father were still alive, they would definitely be unhappy when they see you like this. What do you think Dagang is working so hard for? Is it just to eat meat? No, definitely not. He is the same as his father. He also wants you to live a happy life. Su Yan said again. Hearing Su Yan's words, Aya fell into silence. Actually, Aya has nothing to be unhappy about. To have Big Brother Dagang with me is the greatest happiness for me. It's just that Big Brother Dagang is determined to help me remove the curse. I don't want him to do that. Aya said in a low voice. Actually, as long as Aya dies, Big Brother won't have to work so hard. Su Yan felt strange because from the beginning this beautiful girl said that she was cursed by the mountain god. What is this so-called mountain god's curse? At this time, Aya's expression suddenly changed. Su Yan clearly felt a kind of aura emitted from Aya's body. This is actually a kind of demonic aura. At this moment in the distant sky there was a sudden movement. Su Yan stood up abruptly as his eyes glowed brightly. But the next moment he was alarmed again. Because at this time, the red light on Aya's body was actually getting stronger and stronger. Curse, the curse is acting up. Big Brother Su Yan, quickly leave me. Aya suddenly exclaimed, and then ran out of the courtyard. Su Yan was startled. He instantly understood Aya's meaning. As long as Aya dies, Big Brother won't have to work so hard. This silly girl. At this moment in the sky, a bat suddenly flew over at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan didn't have time to think. He directly called out the Scorching Sun Sword. When the Scorching Sun Sword entered his hand, a blazing light directly rose up. Evil creature, get out of my way! Su Yan roared angrily. The sword light directly turned into a bolt of lightning, turning into thousands of rays of light in midair. directly piercing towards the bat. The bat was directly pierced by Su Yan's sword. It directly let out an extremely mournful cry, on its body bursting into balls of flames, burning its body with a bang, then finally turned into ashes. A woo! Roar! However, this was far from the end at this moment. All kinds of wild beasts roared, and Su Yan clearly felt that the target of these damned fellows was most likely Aya. Is this the curse? Su Yan didn't have time to think, he directly roared. "Da gang!" In fact, without Su Yan's voice, Da Gang had already woken up. Holding a steel fork, he directly broke open the door. On his simple and honest face, there was a murderous aura. "Damned beast, stay away from my sister." He was like an angry dragon, letting out an angry roar. Then the steel fork directly turned into a deadly scythe, directly piercing through the body of the wild beast. "Su Yan, protect my sister." The gang roared, and at this moment, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon, already flying towards Aya. Under the envelopment of the demonic light, Aya's delicate and pretty face actually had a gorgeous appearance. And on her fair cheeks there was an additional wrinkle. This is a demonic pattern. Su Yan panicked, but at this moment, he didn't dare to be negligent. But what surprised him was that at this moment, Aya's speed was actually so fast. She was clearly just a little girl without the slightest bit of spiritual power. However, Su Yan's strongest point was his speed. And at this moment, with the presence of the sword dragon, finally at the critical moment, Su Yan directly caught up with Aya. At this moment, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was a very ugly winged flying dragon. After seeing Aya, its eyes burned with madness, and it suddenly pounced from the sky. This flying dragon's body was covered with ferocious scales, and it opened its bloody mouth, revealing long teeth full of tooth wax. It opened its bloody mouth wide, and crazily bit down below. Because it was flying too fast, the winged flying dragon's two wings directly slashed through the air, making a whistling sound, and then a graceful sound instantly exploded. It made people feel as if their souls were trembling. "Beast, die for me." The immortal sword technique suddenly attacked. If it was in the past, it would take a period of time to gather power to use this kind of 10,000 mammoth divine skill, but at this moment, with the support of the boundary of the two mountains, his power was no longer small matter. This sudden burst of power was absolutely terrifying. The shadow of the immortal sword condensed and directly swept across the air. The winged flying dragon was directly slashed by the immortal sword technique, and with a slash, blood burst out. However, this winged flying dragon was really too powerful. This was a true demonic beast of the dragon realm. Even Su Yan's full-strength sword only managed to push it back, and it only made it bleed a little. The long sword in Su Yan's hand once again burst out a ray of light, the long sword madly sweeping the surrounding void, collapsing one ray of light after another. The sword light swept the void wildly, all bombarding the flying dragon in mid-air. However, the flying dragon's scales were ferocious, and when the sword light swept over, it only shot out flames. It couldn't withstand the slightest bit of damage. This was simply terrifying. But now was not the time for Su Yan to be shocked. Taking advantage of the gap between the winged flying dragon's retreat, Su Yan directly swooped down, and then directly hugged Aya in his arms. Chapter 469. D***. Su Yan was alarmed by the sudden attack of the group of bats. He sensed an extremely powerful demonic aura from this group of pitch-black fellows. If he was entangled by such a group of things, not only Aya but even he would not have a good ending. At this point, how could he not be nervous? 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. Fortunately, the 10,000 elephant divine skill could still be used. The powerful 10,000 elephant divine skill exploded at this moment, and countless sword auras burst out. Although this place was strange, it was not outrageous. Although this group of bats was strong, it was not outrageous to the extent that the entire group of bats were in the dragon realm. Su Yan had not cultivated the torrential storm of rose blossoms to a high level. If he faced a dragon realm elite, it would not be much of a deterrent. But to a spiritual sea realm elite, it was still very lethal. At this moment, the sword auras burst out, and the boundless sword auras suddenly rotated. In an instant, the pure white pear blossoms bloomed with a bright red radiance. The bright red color was naturally the blood of the bats. Su Yan supported the dragon blood ice fire shield, and directly enveloped Aya within, preventing the blood from staining Aya's body. Aya just curled up, and her whole body was trembling like a frightened bird. At this moment, Suyen finally understood what the so-called curse was. That was the demonic aura. Aya actually had such a strong demonic aura on her body. She was clearly not a human. No, to be more precise, she was clearly not a real human but a half-demon. The blood of the demon race flowed in her body, but also the blood of the human race. Normally, she looked like a human, but once the blood in her body was activated, the demonic aura on her body would burst out directly. The strong demonic aura trembled continuously, and even turned into an ink-like color. At this moment, even Suyen felt that there was a powerful force repelling him. But at this moment he definitely could not let go, because once he did, Aya would be drowned in the blood of this group of bats. Suyen, don't come back. Run. Suyen brought Aya closer to Dagang, but at this moment, Dagang's anxious voice sounded. Suyen's heart was shaken again. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in Dagang's voice. However, what kind of person was Dagang? Dagang's strength was far greater than his. However, at this moment he actually issued such a warning. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that he had encountered a powerful opponent. Even he didn't have the slightest confidence. At a time like this, Suyen naturally couldn't turn back, because if he did, he would be putting himself in danger. However, although his previous torrential storm of pear blossoms had exterminated a large number of bats, it was still not enough. But it was only a small piece. Just as he was hesitating, countless bats flew over from the horizon. What was even more dangerous was that there seemed to be an obvious shadow among them. This shadow continued to soar, as if it was an evil spirit that was constantly roaring. Suyen already felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that only death would await him. Now, his only way out was to return to the village. As long as he returned to the village, he would have a way to live. In this village, everyone was an expert and even Dagang was only ranked 5th. If the people of the village appeared to protect him, then the crisis in front of him could be resolved. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Suyen brandished his sword again, and with a swing of his sword, it turned into a boundless light shadow that rushed forward. The sword chi surged and countless blood rain was set off. Suyen stepped on the sword dragon, and directly passed through during this period. This speed was as fast as lightning, and relying on this extreme speed, he finally broke through the blockade. No. At this moment, Aya seemed to have sensed Suyen's movement. She was still in pain but she already said, "Don't return to the village." Suyen naturally understood that this kind girl did not want to bring trouble to the village. However, at this point if they did not move closer to the village they would probably die here. In the village there were so many experts. As long as they were willing to help, they would be saved. However, at this moment, a withered branch suddenly shot out from the village. This withered branch did not deviate, and it just happened to land on Suyen's path. In front of him, there was a man in black short-sleeved clothes. His long hair fluttered in the air, and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. "Don't come close to the village, or else you will be killed without mercy." These few words made Suyen's heart extremely angry. This damn guy, he clearly had the ability to save people. However, not only did he not choose to save people, but he also refused to let them in. She is an ominous curse. She cannot be allowed to enter this village. This voice was so cold that it made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, Suyen fiercely gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that this person's cultivation was above his, he would have disregarded everything and ruthlessly beaten this guy up at this moment. "Brother Suyen, let me down. If you enter the village alone, they will not stop you. Aya is an ominous person. She caused father's death and brother's life to be so difficult. Aya should have died long ago." The girl in his arms smiled gently at Suyen. Under the shroud of the black aura, her smile was actually so beautiful and holy. Suyen's heart was fiercely stabbed. "Aya, don't be silly. The gang has protected you for so long. How can you let his efforts go to waste?" Suyen continued to circulate his sword chi as he spoke to Aya. "Suyen, go to the cave, quickly go to the cave." At this moment, the gang's voice sounded again. Suyen looked in the direction of the voice and was immediately shocked. At this moment he finally understood why De Gang was in such a sorry state. That was because his opponent was simply too terrifying. It was actually a Tyrannosaurus. A 5-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus was chasing after De Gang. It had the sharpest claws and an extremely terrifying tail. That tail could easily shatter rocks with a swing of it. Just as De Gang and Su Yan were talking, the Tyrannosaurus had already seized the opportunity and swung its huge tail directly, then whipped De Gang's body. Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. De Gang's body was so strong. If it were him, he would have spat out blood with just that one hit. Go quickly, don't delay, the demonic Bat King is coming, he immediately roared. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was suddenly shocked. When he thought of the huge shadow that he faintly saw earlier, he did not dare to stop at all. He immediately urged the sword dragon to move at its maximum speed, then flew directly toward the cave that De Gang had mentioned. The roars of the demons became louder and louder, and the black aura on Aya's body became heavier and heavier. That kind of aura was comparable to the dragon's might emitted by a powerhouse in the dragon realm. She was clearly just a weak woman, but she was able to release such a terrifying aura. If it were not for the fact that Su Yan was not afraid of such a terrifying aura, he was afraid that his strength would have been suppressed at this moment. At this moment, the cave was only a few hundred feet away from where they were. For him, who was riding on the sword dragon, it could be said that he could reach it in an instant. However, at this moment, a silent sound wave suddenly rushed toward him. The appearance of this silent sound wave directly caused Su Yan's body to gradually become numb. The demonic Bat King. He was suddenly shocked. Although he had expected that the demonic Bat King would be very powerful, he did not expect that it would be powerful to this extent. Just the sound wave that was emitted had affected him. If this continued, he was afraid that he would definitely die here. Damn it, just a little bit more, the sound of 10,000 swords. At this moment, he suddenly activated his power, and within the radius of his spirit sea, the 10,000 swords suddenly let out a sword sound. The sonorous sword aura was drawn but not released, and finally broke free from the shackles of this powerful sound wave. At this moment, he was less than 100 feet away from the cave. The distance of 100 feet could be covered in an instant. However, at this last moment, there was a shadow that directly covered Su Yan's head. Gigantic wings, terrifying fangs, and that pair of strange eyes. A formless sound wave surged out again, and at this moment, the sound of 10,000 swords was directly interrupted. In the end, Su Yan's realm was not enough, and the gap between him and the terrifying demonic Bat King was too big. The demonic Bat King only attacked once, and all of Su Yan's methods were completely neutralized. Damn it! This time not only did he feel numb, but his body was completely imprisoned. For a moment, his strength was no longer enough to control the sword dragon, and his entire body fell straight from the sky. Damn it, quickly activate it! He crazily roared in his heart, and then his spiritual power seemed to have dissipated, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, Su Yan even hoped that the power of the demonic dragon's heart would erupt again. The demonic dragon's heart was a huge threat to him, but at this moment, after being attacked by the demonic Bat King, he was afraid that he would immediately die. However, in this mysterious place, the demonic dragon's heart seemed to have disappeared without a trace. From the moment he entered this place, he could only feel the movement of a heart. At this moment, the demonic Bat King's huge figure had already arrived below them, and it was as if Su Yan had taken the initiative to bring Aya straight into the demonic Bat King's mouth. It's over. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the threat of death, and his entire person was completely disheartened. As fast as the cave. Just as Su Yan was in despair, suddenly, another bright light shot toward them. This was De Gang's voice. Chapter 470. It was also at this moment that Su Yan felt that his strength had returned once again. Celestial Sword Technique. With his spiritual power restored, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Celestial Sword Technique and slashed at the monster Bat King. At the same time, he activated the sword dragon and rushed into the cave without stopping. The sword light fell on the monster Bat King's huge body, causing the monster Bat King to stop. However, only a moment later, the monster Bat King rushed towards Su Yan again. Su Yan turned around and looked at the crazy monster Bat King. His heart was beating wildly. This place was a dead end. The monster Bat King's strength was simply incredible. If it insisted on barging in, he and Aya would probably die here. Previously, he really had no way out. Because of his trust in De Gang, he directly entered this place. Now he regretted it. Just as Su Yan's heart was filled with fear, the monster Bat King's huge and ugly face had become very clear. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. However, at this moment, there was suddenly an extremely dazzling flash of light in the cave. Gah! An extremely unpleasant screeching sound was heard. This terrifying sound was extremely unpleasant to hear. The powerful sound wave was really enough to make one's heart and soul shatter. However, even though it was a terrifying sound wave with such terrifying lethality, Su Yan and Aya were safe and sound. After a while, Su Yan discovered that the golden light outside the cave had not only blocked the monster Bat King's attack, but it had also blocked its attack. Such a method was really incredible. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why De Gang insisted that he bring Aya here. This seemingly very ordinary cave actually had such a magical power. Even the Monster King in the Dragon Realm could block it. The monster Bat King suffered such a violent impact and was obviously in great pain. However, it was still unwilling to give up. Its huge body continued to sway at the entrance of the cave. However, he also knew the power of this cave. Moreover, he had suffered a great loss before, so he did not dare to enter this place. At this time, Aya's condition gradually stabilized. After an unknown amount of time, De Gang finally killed a bloody path and broke into this place. Seeing De Gang enter, the boulder in Su Yan's heart finally fell. De Gang, are you okay? Su Yan asked. It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds, De Gang said indifferently. His answer made Su Yan smile bitterly. Su Yan had personally witnessed De Gang being whipped by that huge demonic beast. If he was in De Gang's shoes, he would have already lost half of his life. However, De Gang merely smiled as though nothing had happened. Just how strong was his body? However, Su Yan also knew that this place seemed to be very strange. Many people and many things could not be seen with common sense, so his heart calmed down a little. De Gang sighed, looked at Aya who had fallen into a deep sleep and said sincerely, Su Yan, thank you very much today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Aya would be in danger. Su Yan heard De Gang's concern for Aya in his words. He also admired this feeling, so he said, what's the big deal? If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such nonsense. Hearing Su Yan's words, De Gang was stunned, then said with a smile, indeed, I treat you as a friend. If I say such things again, it is indeed too unreasonable. Then it is indeed my fault. De Gang grinned. Su Yan also smiled. At this moment, he knew that De Gang really treated him as a friend. De Gang looked rough, but in fact he was a meticulous person. Although he was very friendly to Su Yan before, in the end, he did not have absolute trust. Su Yan could feel this. After returning to the house, although De Gang directly went to rest, there was still an indistinct divine sense on guard. However, it was different now. After this time, he was really relieved about Su Yan. De Gang, what is this place? Why can't such a powerful monster enter here? Su Yan asked directly. De Gang stopped smiling and his face became a bit dignified, then said, this is an ancient temple. There is a great power left by the gods, so even these powerful monsters can't enter here. Ancient temple? Su Yan couldn't help but ask. Yes, according to the ancient legends of the village, there was once a god here, so it has such a great power that even these monsters can't shake it. De Gang looked at Su Yan and continued, I know you must be wondering why we don't live around here since there is such a great power here, right? Su Yan nodded. This was indeed the question in his heart. Since this so-called temple ruins had such a great power, it should be much safer if everyone gathered here. However, the place where the village was located was not around here. Although it was not far from here, it was definitely not close. However, De Gang was quick to provide the answer. According to the records of the village, the god of this divine temple has disappeared. All that is left is a powerful divine power. However, since there is no god here, even if the divine power remains, there is no divinity. Such a divine power could very well be a disaster. Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan was silent. Indeed, as De Gang said, this kind of power that no one could control was really dangerous. If it suddenly erupted one day, no one could control it. If I had a choice, I wouldn't let you bring Aya here. Now, I just hope that before these monsters retreat, the divine power here will not erupt, Gang said with a sigh. At this time, if this terrible power erupted, it would definitely be a terrible disaster. Su Yan could already foresee this terrible scene. By the way, Gang, about Aya, she is not a real human, right? Su Yan asked directly. Gang's body shook and then he said, yes, although I don't know where you came from, your knowledge must be extraordinary. This matter can't be hidden from you. You are right, Aya is not a human. To be precise, she is an elf. Elf? Hearing this, Su Yan was stunned. Yes, according to my father, Aya is the child of a tree demon and a human. That tree demon is one of the most powerful great demons, and has an extremely terrifying demon spirit power. Because of this, Aya's father is a human expert. Unfortunately, he can't be compared to her mother. Gang continued. My father and Aya's father are best friends, so no matter what, my father will not abandon Aya. He even sacrificed his life for her. I know that Aya has been very sad all these years. Many times she even thought of ending her own life. But since I am her brother, I will never let any harm come to her. His face was incomparably resolute, and filled with an indescribable determination. Seeing Gang's appearance, Su Yan sighed in his heart. A person like Gang was a real man. Then what should we do in the future? Su Yan asked. Gang sighed. It was likely that this question was troubling him as well. I do not know either. All I can do is to take one step at a time. I can only hope that before the day I die, I will be able to find a qualified guardian for Aya. Hearing Gang's words, Su Yan sighed in his heart again. Brother, no, Aya doesn't want you to die. At this time Aya had just woken up. She just happened to hear the last sentence, and immediately let out an anxious and sorrowful cry. Gang stroked Aya's forehead and then said with a smile, don't worry, Aya, brother won't die. He used his smile to comfort Aya. It could be seen that Aya was very weak now. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep again. At this time there was still a long time before daybreak. Outside the cave, the monster kings were still unwilling to retreat. Su Yan, you are still not strong enough, Gang suddenly said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded. Then he smiled bitterly. Of course he understood this problem. However, his cultivation speed was already very fast. In the entire 5 continents there was probably no one who could compare to him. However, even so, compared to a freak like Gang, he was still very far away. At this time Gang said, after today I will take you to train. I can see that your bone structure and foundation are very good. I think you will be able to raise your strength quickly. Gang said to Su Yan. Hearing this, Su Yan was immediately pleasantly surprised. What he lacked the most now was strength. If he could raise his strength, that would be the best. Although he didn't know if the strength he raised here would be counted in the outside world, it was still a good thing to be able to raise his strength. After another one, suddenly, an extremely strong golden light bloomed at the entrance of the cave. At this time the monster Bat King, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus that appeared earlier, and another giant spider actually started to attack the door at the same time. The 3 terrifying monster beasts released an extremely terrifying light of death at the same time, and directly shot towards the cave. Damn it, those bastards are going to attack without caring about anything. Gang's expression became serious. Although he knew that there was an extremely powerful force here, these 3 beasts were extremely powerful and terrifying monster beasts. The attack of one monster beast was already enough to cause the cave to shake, and now there were 3 monster beasts attacking with all their strength. This kind of terrifying power was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 471. A purple ray of light, a black ray of light, and a blood-red ray of light charged towards the ancient cave. An extremely terrifying power erupted between the heavens and the earth, creating an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura. This kind of terrifying power slowly descended, shocking everyone to the extreme. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 rays of light actually merged into one at this moment. When the 3 powerful rays of light merged, the power within directly increased. Not to mention Su Yan, even Gang was worried that the power of the Divine Temple ruins would be able to withstand the impact of such a terrifying power. The speed of the death ray was far faster than imagined. In just a moment it had already arrived in front of the cave, and then directly collided with the cave. The collision of the two forces directly caused the most intense rumbling sound. The entire cave began to tremble. Above the cave, layers of ashes continuously spread down, and even some broken rocks appeared. De Gang protected Aya in his arms, and then finally gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yan, quickly, let's go inside." After saying that, he had already directly walked inside. Su Yan did not hesitate at all, and directly followed De Gang into the depths of the cave. Just a moment after Su Yan left, the entrance of the cave actually began to collapse. If not for De Gang's foresight, Su Yan and the others would have already been crushed under the huge rock. After an unknown amount of time, the entrance of the cave finally calmed down. However, it was now pitch black inside. It was already night, and now that the entrance of the cave was directly sealed, there was not a single bit of light. Now it should be safe. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to get out. De Gang hugged Aya and sat on the ground. It was obvious that even someone as strong as De Gang was exhausted. Previously, he was directly swept by the tail of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. It was definitely not as simple and easy as he said. "De Gang, are you alright?" Su Yan asked. De Gang shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I can't suppress my injuries. I need to recuperate for a while. Su Yan, I'll rely on you to guard this place." After De Gang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Su Yan couldn't see how he was doing it, but there was an aura like a coiling dragon circling around his body. This aura was very strong, and Su Yan knew that it was absolutely impossible for his spiritual chi cultivation to reach this level. The cave was abnormally quiet, but Su Yan's heart was becoming more and more uneasy. This feeling of unease made him very uncomfortable, which made him directly grab the Scorching Sun sword in his hand. The Scorching Sun sword released a flame-like radiance, finally illuminating the surroundings. The moment the radiance shone, a soft cry suddenly rang out. This cry was like the howl of a cat in the dark, but also like the cry of a baby in pain. In short, it was abnormally unpleasant to the ears. Su Yan was extremely shocked. In just a short while he was already covered in cold sweat. Suddenly a shadow flashed past. The speed of the shadow was extremely fast, and Su Yan couldn't see it clearly at all. However, he could still vaguely see that it was a humanoid figure, but this figure was somewhat transparent. Spectre. This word directly appeared in Su Yan's mind. At this moment the spectre appeared again, and this time it actually directly pounced towards Su Yan. Damn it, could it be that the radiance of the Scorching Sun sword attracted this spectre? This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind, but at this moment he couldn't care too much. He directly swung his sword down, and a thin sword mark flew out. As the sword light approached, Su Yan finally saw the true face of this spectre. Although this spectre was in the shape of a human, it didn't have a face and looked very scary. However, Su Yan had experienced life and death. If he was afraid of even this, then he wouldn't have lived until now. No matter what, since this spectre had already attacked him, then he had to kill it first. The long sword in his hand had already bloomed with a brilliant light, and this kind of fierce killing intent directly slashed towards the spectre. Before it got close, the spectre began to melt like a snowman. When the sword mark directly passed through it, the spectre completely dissipated. However, although the spectre dissipated, Su Yan's heart didn't relax at all. Instead, it was piercingly cold. "Get out of my way." At this moment he turned around and directly slashed his sword behind him. This sword light shuttled back and forth in the air, bursting with the most brilliant and intense light, directly slashing in front of Aya. However, while Su Yan was dealing with the previous spectre, 3 more specters appeared and pounced on Aya. At this moment, De Gang was using his skills to suppress his injuries, and Aya was in a deep sleep and couldn't wake up. If she was entangled by this spectre, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, at that time, the blood dragon's eye directly burst with light and detected everything. Otherwise, everything would be too late. Die. The scorching sword light finally directly killed the 3 specters, but Su Yan was shocked. The specter's speed was too fast. In just a short while, they had already arrived in front of Aya. Damn it, this place is really strange. Su Yan laughed bitterly, then raised his guard. The current Aya was like the Tang Sanzang in the myths of the previous world. No matter what kind of monster it was, it would want to snatch a piece of meat to eat. Her body had a strong demonic power, which was a huge attraction. At this moment, there was suddenly a golden light in the cave. When the strong golden light appeared, it immediately illuminated the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood the true meaning of the so-called temple ruins. This place was really magnificent. On the stone wall, there were extremely exquisite carvings. These carvings were familiar to Su Yan because Su Yan had also seen such carvings on the walls of the pagoda. However, compared to the pagoda, the carvings here seemed to be filled with an indescribable power that could attract people's minds. Could it be that this is the so-called power of the gods? Su Yan thought to himself. Woo woo woo. At this moment, sobbing sounds suddenly came from inside, and these sounds were approaching this place. In just a short while, Su Yan could already see a dense number of ghost shadows coming towards this place. Damn it! Su Yan's scalp was numb. Facing so many specters, he felt shocked. Isn't this the temple? Where did so many darn things come from? Although he was shocked, Su Yan also understood that he definitely could not let these things come close. Otherwise, he would immediately die without a burial place. 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill, Torrential Pear Blossom. Su Yan directly circulated his spiritual power and displayed the 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill. The sword chi was like frost, and it bloomed like thousands of pear blossoms. It was like a group of butterflies that suddenly rushed forward. The sword chi of the instant sword went straight into the group of specters. However, in the next moment Su Yan was shocked. His torrential pear blossom sword chi could even kill a large group of demonic bats. However, at this moment it had no effect at all. The sword chi went through the specters and directly dissipated. However, these specters were still safe and sound. What? Damn it, these specters are stronger than before. Su Yan took a step back. At this moment he also noticed the difference. Previously, the specters that were killed by him were in human form. However, at this moment, the densely packed specters were in the form of demonic beasts. Moreover, there was a mysterious gray power in their bodies. It was this power that directly made his sword chi useless. Damn it! Su Yan took another half-step back. Suddenly, Su Yan had a flash of inspiration. Specters are the soul-suppressing seal and the red spirit fire miraculous effects on souls? How could I forget this? At this critical moment, Su Yan suddenly remembered this matter. Previously in the Divine Dragon Abyss, even a 1,000-year-old monster like the Black Demon was full of fear of the soul-suppressing seal. When the Black Demon entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness and fought with Su Yan, he used the soul-suppressing seal to cause great trouble for the Black Demon. At this moment, Su Yan directly took out the soul-suppressing seal. His retainer suddenly activated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture and directly shouted, "Soul-suppressing." As soon as these two words appeared, they exploded like thunder. The terrifying sound of thunder directly exploded in the sky. Under the endless light, it was as if everything had turned into smoke and dust at this time. With the direct injection of his spiritual power, the small soul-suppressing seal suddenly came to life. The entire seal shone with golden light, directly covering the light in the cave. The golden light burst out and directly rushed forward. In the next moment, it had already shone above the terrifying specters. The specters did not have any reaction at all when facing Su Yan's rainstorm pear blossom sword chi. However, at this time the specters at the front began to struggle in pain. The murky aura of death that had enveloped them dissipated in an instant. As expected of the stupa sect's treasure, Su Yan did not expect that the effect would be so good. The soul-suppressing seal's lethality toward the specters was simply terrifying. Suddenly there was a strange feeling in the temple. Su Yan's expression changed. Could it be that there is something in this temple that is related to me, to the stupa sect? Perhaps this is the key to entering the 6th level. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart also became hot. He came to this mysterious world after coming into contact with the stone door of the 6th level. At this time this feeling appeared, and it could be the key to leaving this world. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Su Yan immediately summoned the Scarlet Spirit Fire. Chapter 472. The Crimson Flame seemed to have come back to life at this moment. A powerful and frightening force burst out directly. At this moment, Su Yin felt that the crimson spirit fire was filled with an indescribable desire. Although Su Yin was in control of the flame, Su Yin was afraid of the crimson spirit fire. However, when he first subdued the crimson spirit fire, he had already seen the intelligence of the flame. He deeply understood that it was inevitable for such a flexible world to be unique. Moreover, the desire was not strong at this moment. Su Yin could completely control it in his hands. The most important thing now was not to worry about this, but to kill these ghosts as soon as possible. The power of the soul-suppressing seal was indeed very strong, but the number of ghosts here was also terrifying. Su Yin gathered his power and then directly injected the crimson spirit fire into the scorching sun sword. When Ugly Uncle forged the scorching sun sword, he took the scorching sun sword and wanted it to become a real divine sword. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough, so he could only forge it into a semi-finished product. At this moment, when the crimson spirit fire was injected into the scorching sun sword, it seemed to have become the soul of the scorching sun sword. Su Yin felt that the scorching sun sword seemed to have improved by a level in an instant. Good. I didn't expect that the scorching sun sword could improve after merging with the crimson spirit fire. It seems that I am one step closer to achieving Ugly Uncle's wish. Su Yin thought in surprise. At this moment his eyes flashed and he directly charged into the group of ghosts. If it was before, he would not be able to cause any harm to the ghosts. However, it was different now. The crimson spirit fire was extremely harmful to the soul. After merging with the scorching sun sword and activating it with the sun-colored glazed sword scripture, the power of the scorching sun sword was almost fully unleashed. In an instant, Su Yin had transformed into a ferocious tiger. He charged into the group of wraiths. The wraiths were unable to withstand Su Yin's power. With a sweep of his sword, large swathes of wraiths were annihilated. After a full 15 minutes, the group of ghosts was finally wiped out. At this time, De Gang finally finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes and saw Su Yan's glorious battle record, he was shocked. Su Yan, you actually killed so many specters? He asked in surprise. Yes. Not long after you went into seclusion, these specters came out in groups. If I don't kill them, we'll be in trouble, Su Yan said with a smile. De Gang nodded, but his expression became even more gloomy. What's wrong? Su Yan asked. De Gang said. We have to get out of here quickly. Legend has it that before the temple existed, this place used to be a demon's den. The temple appeared to suppress the demon's den. I've been here before and encountered specters, but it was definitely not like this. The specters appeared in groups, and the temple has lost its god for a long time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to suppress this demon's den, De Gang said to Su Yan. Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan was also stunned. Then, he realized the seriousness of the matter. If it was really as De Gang said, then they would be the first to suffer. However, after Su Yan pondered, he said to De Gang, De Gang, you start clearing the rocks here first, then take Aya and leave. As for me, I'm going to enter the temple's cave to take a look. Su Yan, you're crazy. Do you know that the experts in the village who entered before didn't come out alive? De Gang said directly. The temple ruins had existed for a long time. How could the experts in the village not pay attention to it? Then there were several experts who entered, but none of them came out alive. As for the experts who had entered, every single one of them possessed strength above that of De Gang. De Gang continued. You don't know how terrifying this temple is. Only death awaits those who enter. It's absolutely impossible to come out alive. So if you don't want to die, come out with me. I'm afraid that those damn bastards have already left. De Gang, I feel that the things inside are very important to me. So no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go in. Su Yan said firmly. In that case, I'll go in with you. We can take care of each other. Seeing Su Yan's determined eyes, De Gang knew that this was something that couldn't be stopped. However, since it couldn't be stopped, he followed Su Yan in. However, Su Yan shook his head and said, De Gang, you have to take care of Aya. Trust me, I'll definitely come out. Okay, then you be careful. De Gang said. Big brother Su Yan, don't go in there. Aya feels that there's a terrifying monster inside. Just as Su Yan turned around, Aya's weak voice sounded. Su Yan said with a smile, Aya, don't worry. Big brother Su Yan is very powerful. No matter what monster it is, It will die under Big Brother's sword. Su Yan didn't look back and directly walked into the cave. Just as Su Yan retreated, De Gang said to Aya, "Don't worry. Since he wants to go in, he knows what he's doing. We have to trust him. Now Big Brother will take you out of here." After De Gang finished speaking, he began to use his tyrannical strength to shatter the rocks one by one. Su Yan walked deeper and deeper. This passage was full of light. It was as if he was on a pilgrimage. If it wasn't for the appearance of a group of ghosts before, who would associate this place with ghosts? Suddenly, Su Yan stopped in his tracks, because there was an extremely huge door in front of him. This door was actually more than 10 meters high. With such a height, it was as if it was a small building. And on both sides of the door there were two extremely huge statues. In front of this statue, Su Yan felt that he was so small. He stood in front of the door and looked up at the two statues. These were two extremely huge infernal demon dogs. Although they were only stone statues, Su Yan always felt that they had their own lives. Moreover, in front of the infernal demon dogs, there were piles of pale bones. There were human skeletons as well as demonic beast skeletons. This made Su Yan's heart more dignified. Thinking of the words De Gang said to him, Su Yan even had the impulse to directly leave this place. But in the end he didn't do so, because he had a reason to move forward. Su Yan stepped forward resolutely and then stepped over the pile of bones. Kacha-kacha sounds were heard, which made people's hair stand on end. But Su Yan was not afraid at all. At this time a long blood-red line appeared in front of him. This bloodline was a border. If he crossed the border without permission, then only death would await him. But in the end he still collapsed. The moment he took a step forward, the infernal demon dog's thoughts were transmitted. "Trespasser, die." The word die directly turned into a clap of thunder and exploded in Su Yan's ears. A huge thought appeared, as if it wanted to crush Su Yan alive. Under such a terrifying power, Su Yan only felt that he was like a fallen leaf in the sea, constantly shaking. "Damn it! Soul-suppressing seal chi." He angrily roared and then activated the soul-suppressing seal. As he circulated his power, the soul-suppressing seal suddenly released a powerful golden light. When this light appeared, the endless waves stopped. Su Yan only felt that his sea of consciousness immediately calmed down. At this time a dangerous aura attacked. He didn't have time to think. His whole body suddenly jumped and then rose into the air. At this moment, a blood-red claw mark directly slashed across the place where he was originally. The power of the claw mark was really unstoppable. Under the terrifying aura, the hard ground was directly scraped up layer by layer, and countless bones were directly crushed. Su Yan took a deep breath and immediately summoned the sword dragon. Then he quickly flew into the sky at high speed. At this time the two infernal demon dogs in front of him had actually revived. The aura of such a huge infernal demon dog had already surpassed that of a strong fighter in the dragon realm. Su Yan immediately knew that the two infernal demon dogs had killed these white bone creatures here. At this time the infernal demon dogs once again pounced on him. The speed of the infernal demon dogs was simply beyond Su Yan's imagination. He had never thought that their speed could be so fast. He used all his strength to circulate his spiritual energy to activate the sword dragon. Every time he just barely dodged the terrifying attack. However, the speed of the two infernal demon dogs' attacks was getting faster and faster. If this continued, Su Yan was afraid that he would follow in their footsteps and die under the claws of the infernal demon dogs, becoming a corpse. It's obviously impossible to defeat these two terrifying fellows. There must be a way to escape, but I just haven't thought of it yet. Su Yan quickly thought and at the same time, tried his best to avoid the attacks. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a very inconspicuous mark on the forehead of the two infernal demon dogs. Under the gaze of the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan saw very clearly that it was two D marks. This is the mark that the pagoda sword revealed last time. This place is indeed closely related to the pagoda sect. If that's the case, the key to survival lies on this mark, he guessed in his heart. In the next moment the pagoda sword appeared in his hand. It doesn't matter if it's right or not. I'll take a gamble. Su Yan dodged the claws again, then shouted in a deep voice, "Soul-suppressing seal." The soul-suppressing seal exploded with a golden light, and actually blocked the attack of the infernal demon dogs. At this time, Su Yan suddenly leaped onto the forehead of one of the infernal demon dogs and directly stabbed the pagoda sword into it. Chapter 473. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, his guess was correct this time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his life. At this moment, another terrifying sound pierced through the air. Su Yan did not have time to raise his head. He leaped up and soared high into the sky. At the same time, the scorching sun sword in his hand met the terrifying light. The scorching sun sword clashed head-on with this scarlet claw. Su Yan felt his palm go numb, and he almost could not hold the sword in his hand. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain between his thumb and forefinger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to block the terrifying claw in the end. At the same time, with the help of the terrifying recoil, Su Yan landed on the forehead of another infernal demon dog. The infernal demon dog immediately reacted. It did not care about anything else and directly waved its sharp claws to slap its forehead. On the sharp claws, a scarlet light shone with an extremely terrifying power. If Su Yan was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. At this moment, Su Yan did not panic at all. The pagoda sword in his other hand pierced into the D mark with extreme precision. In the D mark, the moment the pagoda sword fell, the terrifying sharp claws flew over. Immediately, the sharp claws stopped above Su Yan's head. One could imagine that if Su Yan had been a moment later, he would have died immediately. Su Yan's entire body was lying on top of the hell devil dog's head, gasping for breath. Although it was only for a moment, it consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. This kind of battle was really terrifying. Suddenly, the voice of Kasi was heard. Along with the voice came the sound of a gust of wind. The gust of wind was laced with a boundless chill, causing Su Yan's sleepiness to dissipate. He straightened his body and looked at the door. It was a very grand and majestic hall. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the beautiful decorations in the hall, but a huge skeleton. This skeleton was 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall. It was truly a colossal creature. An eerie aura was emitted from the skeleton, and the cold aura that was carried by the wind came from the skeleton. The skeleton's head was facing the door. Its eyes were clearly empty, but they still contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to devour a person's soul. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword in one hand and the pagoda sword in the other. Step by step he walked forward. At this moment, all the worries in his heart had been cast aside, because at this moment, he had already seen the thing that attracted him. It was a small seal, and upon closer inspection, it was somewhat similar to the soul-suppressing seal. However, this imprint was only half complete. Obviously, it was not complete. This mark was not even as big as a palm. He just quietly placed it on top of this huge white bone monster like a small stone that was casually thrown on top of it. However, from Su Yan's point of view, it was this rock that had directly suppressed this huge white skeleton. Su Yan suddenly remembered that when Aya came in earlier, she said that she felt an extremely terrifying demon here. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze fell on him. He suddenly understood that the huge monster that Aya mentioned was probably this terrifying creature. There was no need to say how terrifying a creature that could make Aya feel fear was. However, at this moment he was directly suppressed. There was no need to say how powerful this imprint was. Perhaps this is the real key to leaving this mysterious space. At this moment, Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took a step forward, and then his entire body shot out like a meteor, landing on top of this huge white skeleton in an instant. Stepping on this huge skeleton, Su Yan's first feeling was that it was smooth. This huge skeleton was actually as warm as jade. However, now Su Yan did not have time to pay attention to this. He bent down and took this small imprint in his hand. This imprint was greenish-brown, and it was engraved with extremely mysterious lines. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. Su Yan slightly operated his spiritual power, but this imprint did not move and did not show any abnormalities. He looked around again and found that this so-called temple was beautiful, but it was really peaceful. Finally, he gently jumped and then landed on the ground, and then he was about to leave with this stone imprint. However, he had just walked not far when suddenly, an extremely dangerous feeling attacked him. This feeling of danger was approaching, making Su Yan's heart beat a few times. At this time he suddenly turned around and found that the huge white bone that was lying quietly on the ground was actually floating in the air at this time. In the pair of hollow eyes there was a flame constantly jumping. This was a kind of soul flame, and Suyen could feel an extremely terrifying power in this flame. In the next moment he immediately understood everything. This huge white bone was the terrifying demon that Aya mentioned, but it was suppressed by this half of the imprint in Suyen's hand. However, at this time this imprint was taken away by Suyen. The moment the imprint left its head, this terrifying monster finally woke up. Just by seeing these two soul flames, Suyen knew that he was in danger at this time. He did not know what kind of creature this terrifying existence was, but to be able to be locked in such a secret realm, it must be extremely extraordinary. Although the half of the imprint that suppressed it was still in his hands, the situation was completely different. Because Suyen was too clear that it was already unrealistic for him to suppress this imprint on the other party's head again. The other party's strength had simply exceeded his expectations. What was worse was that the moment Suyen turned his head, the deep door actually made a trembling sound, and then began to close directly. Suyen's heart sank bit by bit. At this time, he had become a turtle in a jar in an instant. Damn it! Suyen immediately flew to the side in the next moment. It was also at this time that an extremely terrifying light directly descended. When this light fell, Suyen immediately fled. When the first powerful force appeared, Suyen narrowly avoided it. He did not even have time to circulate his spirit chi, and directly dodged to the ground with a roll. However, before he could stand up, a huge shadow directly suppressed him. The speed was so fast that Suyen could not dodge at all. Bang! With a loud sound, Suyen's whole body directly flew out and slammed heavily on the stone wall. This time it was really painful. The web between his thumb and forefinger suddenly split open, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood and directly spat it out. The pain spread directly, causing his nerves to tremble violently. However, he did not dare to delay any longer. Just this kind of attack alone caused him to be in this state. If another attack came, he was afraid that he would directly die. At this time he did not dare to joke about his own life. De Gang's strength was really strong. So many huge stones were piled up at the entrance of the cave, but they were still smashed one by one and then opened up. Every time his fist landed on a huge stone, there would not be too much of an explosion, but the stone would directly shatter in an instant and turn into dust. After De Gang's bombardment, clear sunlight could now be seen in this place. If this continued, he was afraid that in a while, he would be able to completely open up this passage. However, at this time, he noticed that Aya's expression was abnormal, and it was very ugly. Aya, what's wrong? De Gang asked with concern. Brother, I saw the demon appear. Aya's voice began to tremble, and it was obvious that she was extremely scared. De Gang's expression was dignified. He never thought that his sister was joking. This was because he clearly knew that his sister was special. Since she had the body of an elf, she had a powerful strength that was unimaginable to ordinary people. This kind of strength was not only reflected in the terrifying power hidden in her body, but also in her perception. De Gang immediately thought of Suyen. It was not strange that a powerful demon was hidden in this temple De Gang. However, the appearance of this demon at this time must be related to Suyen. Brother, it's Brother Suyen inside. He's in danger, you should go and help him. Aya said to De Gang. De Gang also wanted to go in and help Suyen, but in the end he shook his head and said, Aya, I can't go in because I have to take care of you. Everyone has to be responsible for their own life. Since this is Suyen's own choice, then we have to believe in him. De Gang said very seriously. At this time Aya finally fell silent. She wanted to persuade De Gang, but she also knew that De Gang valued her life more than anything else. However, after pondering for a while, she said again, Brother, Aya can protect herself, trust me. Moreover, I feel that Brother Suyen didn't say something when he went in, and that is, the thing inside might be able to help me unlock the mysterious power in my body. Hearing this, De Gang's expression changed. Of course he understood why Suyen didn't say this sentence. It was because he didn't want to get himself involved in this. If he had said this sentence from the beginning, then for Aya, De Gang would have gone in no matter what. Chapter 474. Suyen was once again slammed into the stone wall. This time his injuries were even more severe. However, he also realized that this damned bastard seemed to be intentionally tormenting him without actually killing him. This resurrected white bone creature was extremely powerful. Su Yan could not be sure if it was still in the dragon realm. Perhaps this despicable thing's current strength was that of a venerable. Kacha kacha. The sound of bones stomping on the ground could be heard from afar. This time Su Yan no longer had the strength to get up. He lifted his head weakly and watched as this huge and terrifying figure got closer and closer to him. However, he was powerless to change anything. Fudu die. An extremely dull voice rang out. This white bone could no longer speak. However, this voice was released from its soul flames. Just these 3 short words, but Su Yan could already see the intense hatred it had towards the Futu sect. This existence was indeed suppressed here by the experts of the Futu sect. At this moment 2 rays of cold light suddenly burst out from the huge white bone's hollow eyes. The rays of light fell. It directly enveloped Su Yan. Gradually, Su Yan's entire body floated up. Under the envelopment of this ray of light, Su Yan did not feel any pain. However, in reality at this moment he was extremely shocked. This was because this damn thing was actually trying to invade his soul. This method of invasion was definitely not the usual kind of possession. It was trying to sense many things from Su Yan's soul. In other words, it was trying to interpret Su Yan's soul. As long as this terrifying existence succeeded, Su Yan knew that no matter what secrets he had, they would all be exposed. More importantly, this kind of interpretation was extremely harmful to one's soul. To put it bluntly, if this fellow's interpretation was successful, Su Yan's soul would immediately collapse. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would become an idiot. Damn it, soul-suppressing seal. Under such circumstances, Su Yan's body could not move at all. He could not even activate his sword aura. Su Yan could only resign himself to his fate. But how could Su Yan accept this? He tried his best to activate the soul-suppressing seal with his divine will, but the pale white light cut off even his divine will. At this time, a severe headache had already hit Su Yan's head. Su Yan only felt that his whole body was going to explode directly. He couldn't wait to die immediately. However, in the end he was still unwilling to give up. He had braved through fire and water so many times and survived. How could he just die here like this? In the end, the beam of white light finally began to wrap around Su Yan's soul. It wanted to read the memories within Su Yan's soul. However, at that very moment, beams of golden light erupted. Each beam of light transformed into an extremely sharp sword beam that pierced towards the beam of white light. Regal Sword Mantra. These 4 words appeared very heavy at this moment. The scripture of the Regal Sword Mantra had already deeply entwined with Su Yan's soul, protecting Su Yan's soul. At this time, the invasion of the white light made the Regal Sword Mantra feel danger. Therefore, the Regal Sword Mantra directly unleashed its power and ruthlessly attacked the white light. Woo-oh! An extremely dull and painful sound came from the mouth of the huge skeleton. Then the monster's huge body retreated and almost fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yan finally broke free from the entanglement of the terrifying light. However, this time he did not dodge. Instead, he gathered all the strength in his body and suddenly jumped. Soul-suppressing seal. Since this existence was directly suppressed here, it must be afraid of the power of the Stupa sect. At this time, the soul-suppressing seal of the Stupa sect appeared directly. Su Yan expected that it would be able to suppress the other party. However, when the soul-suppressing seal really fell, Su Yan realized that he had underestimated the other party. The soul-suppressing seal did have an extremely strong suppressive power against the soul. However, the monster in front of him was not in a soul state. It still had its own body. Although this body was just a pile of bones, even so it was already terrifying enough. Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal fell. Although it did have the final effect, it was not immediate. This terrifying thing was still struggling, and the strength of its struggle became more and more terrifying as time passed. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. He originally thought that as long as the soul-suppressing seal could buy him even a minute, he could directly jump on top of this guy's head and suppress this half of the seal again. However, at this time he could only persist with this powerful monster. Although his spiritual power was strong, and he had the soul-suppressing seal in his hand, Competing with such a terrifying monster in terms of energy consumption was simply courting death. A powerful and berserk aura was constantly pulsating, and the pale white radiance was constantly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan felt that perhaps it would only take half a minute before he could no longer hold on. At that time he would still not be able to escape death. Futu kill. These few words appeared again, and the voice directly shook Su Yan's mind. Su Yan knew that this damn monster wanted to use its voice as a guide to directly inject the power into his body. Once this power entered his body, then he would really die. Sun-colored glass sword scripture, sword fire-colored glass. Su Yan gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain from his meridians, and directly operated the power of genuine qi. At this moment this power suddenly appeared, and the flashing sword qi directly took shape, and then directly shot toward the empty eye of the white bone monster. However, it was a pity that the current Su Yan was unable to unleash his full strength. Although this sword qi was unleashed in anger, it still failed on the verge of success. The sword light was directly shattered in front of his eyes. The consequence of this failure was that Su Yan's power weakened again, and the time he could hold on was greatly reduced. The gloomy and terrifying aura had even penetrated the light released by the soul-suppressing seal and suppressed his body. Su Yan retreated again and again. However, at this point, he had nowhere else to retreat to. Boom! At this moment an extremely violent tremor came, and the closed door directly shook violently. Obviously, someone was bombarding the door. De Gang. At this time, besides De Gang, Su Yan could not think of anyone else who could come here. De Gang's power was indeed terrifying. Such a door finally broke directly after he bombarded it for the third time, and a gap was directly blasted in the door. Brother! I exclaimed directly. Without Aya's exclamation, De Gang also knew that Su Yan was in a critical situation at this time, and the next moment might be the moment of life and death. Aya, don't come in. After saying that, De Gang's figure flew up into the sky. Then he charged towards the gigantic skeleton. At this moment, De Gang's aura completely erupted. Outside his body, there seemed to be the aura of a dragon surrounding him, and his whole body looked extremely powerful and terrifying. Looking at such a terrifying aura, Su Yan's heart trembled. Such a guy was simply a human-shaped treasure dragon. Get out of my way. Perhaps De Gang's power was really too strong, or perhaps at this time, Su Yan had already restrained him. De Gang's fist suddenly bombarded his huge skull. Crack! An ear-piercing roar was directly transmitted, and in the next moment, this terrifying demonic beast finally fell down abruptly. Su Yan only felt his body relax, and his heels were a little unstable. Confronting this big guy really made him unbearably tired. But at this time he didn't dare to rest. He took a deep breath, then directly jumped up, and his whole body turned into a stream of light. At the same time, the half of the imprint in his hand suddenly activated, and finally, the imprint landed on the skull of the skeleton. This huge skeleton immediately began to shake crazily, obviously unwilling to be suppressed like this. After awakening, he recovered a lot of his strength, and at this time, even if the half of the imprint wanted to suppress him again, it was actually very difficult. The soul flames in his eyes flickered incessantly. Brother Su Yan, his eyes. At this time Aya's voice directly came. Su Yan was startled at first, then immediately understood what Aya meant. This huge skeleton demon king only had flames jumping in his eyes. Wasn't this flame his soul flame? Thinking of this, he didn't care about how tired his body was, and also placed the soul-suppressing seal on the skull of this big guy, together with the half of the imprint to suppress him together. Then he summoned the sword dragon and directly flew in front of this monster. Then he pierced the left eye of this terrifying skeleton with the scorching sun sword, and the right eye with the pagoda sword. The two divine swords directly nailed into the eyes, and the soul flame directly received a terrifying impact, immediately erupting with an extremely terrifying brilliance. Whether it was Su Yan or De Gang, under the stimulation of this brilliance, they instinctively closed their eyes, but this intense stimulation still didn't stop at all. After a full 3 minutes, the dazzling light finally calmed down. However, although it calmed down, the light didn't disappear. Instead, it directly flew out of the bone armor, and then flew out of the door at an extremely fast speed. Aya! How dare you! Su Yan and De Gang shouted at the same time. After all, De Gang's strength was stronger than Su Yan's, and his reaction was the fastest. When the light shot toward Aya, he had already reacted, and his entire body turned into a stream of light and directly shot out. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was still a step too slow. This light had directly crashed into Aya's body. Chapter 475. Aya, how are you? De Gang finally rushed to Aya's side and asked with concern. At this moment his heart was filled with self-blame. He blamed himself for not being able to protect Aya, and instead let Aya suffer such harm. Since that light was the sole fire of that terrifying monster, it was naturally extremely powerful. If the terrifying demon that was suppressed here did not have the ability, how could it survive until now? For such a terrifying existence to enter Aya's body, it was simply a disaster for Aya. However, at this moment Aya smiled gently and then said to De Gang, "Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry." Her smile was still so indifferent and sweet, which made De Gang's heart calm down a little. However, he was still worried and then asked, "Do you really think you're fine?" Seeing De Gang so anxious, Aya said, "Brother, I'm really fine." As she spoke, she gently turned around to show that she was safe and sound. However, just as she turned her back to De Gang, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although this smile was still extremely beautiful, it showed a sense of eeriness. However, when Aya turned around again, she still had a sweet smile on her face. De Gang was speechless. He also did not know what happened. "Brother, go and see Brother Su Yan first," Aya said softly. It turned out that Su Yan finally could not hold on anymore, and directly fell on the huge white bone. De Gang looked at Aya again, and after confirming that Aya was really fine, he said, "Okay, I understand." He turned around and was about to walk towards Su Yan. However, at this moment Aya just smiled. Her palm suddenly pressed towards De Gang's back. De Gang definitely did not have any guard against Aya. He did not expect his sister to directly attack him. By the time he reacted, the palm had already bombarded his back. De Gang only felt his whole body shake, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Aya's weak palm was actually more terrifying than the fierce attack of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Such a terrifying power made his whole body tremble non-stop. "Aya!" De Gang shouted in disbelief. However, at this moment, Aya's appearance had already changed. She put a smile on her face, looked at De Gang and then said, "Brother, I'm really in pain. I want to live." She slowly walked towards De Gang. However, De Gang did not move because at this moment, he did not know what to do. Even when facing a terrifying monster beast, he did not have the slightest bit of fear or retreat, but at this moment he actually did not know what to do. He knew that the person he was facing now was definitely not his sister, but this was her body. If he made a move, he would hurt her. Father had once said that he could never let Aya get hurt. "Brother, I need your blood. Can you give it to me?" Aya asked with a smile, and she slowly approached De Gang. De Gang said, "You want my blood? Okay, I can give it to you, but please leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I swear that I will definitely kill you." When he spoke, he did not have the slightest bit of agitation but was very calm. However, anyone could tell that under this calmness, there was an extremely strong anger hidden. In this world, there was no one who could hurt his sister, not even a god. "Ha ha, how stupid." Aya had already walked in front of De Gang and then raised her hand. "Give me your body and I will let your sister go. How about it?" "Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Your body is so strong, and your sister is just a weak little girl. I don't care about her life or death," he said. De Gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He nodded his head and said, "Very well, as you wish. I can offer my body to you. However, you must leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I will kill you." After saying that, De Gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He simply slapped his own forehead. At this moment, he was so determined, without the slightest hesitation. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Su Yan, who was lying quietly, suddenly burst out at this moment. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from his palm and directly shot towards Aya's forehead. The appearance of this ray of light caused Aya to cry out in shock. Obviously, she was very afraid of this ray of light. This was because this shining ray of light was the half of the golden seal that had suppressed him for countless years. This was a kind of fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Subconsciously, she directly raised her hand, and then suddenly screamed. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force directly burst out. When this force was displayed, a terrifying radiance vibrated, and actually blocked this half of the seal. However, although this half of the seal was blocked, it was not directly repelled, and instead it suppressed his forehead. The power on it flickered with a faint golden radiance. What a powerful force, a fairy. At this moment, Aya cried out in surprise. She suddenly realized that the little girl's body that she had taken over was actually so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, she finally understood that this little girl was the legendary fairy. A baby born from the union of a powerful fairy and a human. At this moment, her heart was filled with excitement. She only felt that she was in high spirits, and was filled with indescribable joy. Even if this half of the golden seal was right in front of her, she was not afraid at all. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already rushed over. "The gang, help me control Aya. I can drive that thing out of Aya's body," Su Yan directly said to De Gang. Hearing Su Yan's words, a ray of light flashed in De Gang's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked, and then a powerful force burst out, piercing directly into the ray of light, and immediately grasping Aya's arms. "Aya, forgive brother," De Gang said softly in his heart. At this moment, the great demon that had taken over Aya's body had already sensed that the situation was not good. He suddenly let out a sharp roar, like the crazy roar of a bat, directly bursting out from her throat. This terrifying sound wave was extremely dazzling to the soul, and accompanied by this horrifying scream, an extremely powerful force burst out. Aya did not know how to use the power in her body, but as a top demon king he could release this power, even if it was just a little bit. De Gang's skin and flesh were impacted by this power, and immediately all of them burst open, and blood flowed out. However, De Gang did not care about such injuries at all. He only held tightly onto Aya. "Su Yan!" De Gang roared. At this moment, Su Yan had already arrived in front of Aya, and the soul-suppressing seal was placed on Aya's head. Su Yan directly shouted, "Pagoda soul-suppressing seal." A powerful seal directly appeared, and after this seal appeared, it directly drilled into Aya's mind. "Great power of the temple, support my body." Su Yan suddenly raised the pagoda sword, and at the same time, circulated the power in his body. Under the support of this power, a ray of brilliance was immediately released. This light directly pierced into the ceiling. Then the temple instantly seemed to come alive, and at the peak of the brilliance directly poured into Su Yan's body. At this time Su Yan's eyes released a golden light, and the dragon soul hidden in his eyes became abnormally quiet. Warm power filled Su Yan's body, and Su Yan was like a god. Just when he fell into a deep sleep, he felt the call of the temple. Through the pagoda sword in his hand, he finally began to connect with the temple, and could use the powerful power of the temple. The moment he was supported by the temple's power, he felt that he was omnipotent. De Gang slowly let go of Aya, and his eyes were full of surprise. He was shocked by everything that was happening at this moment, which was close to a miracle. Under the continuous release of the golden power, a ray of soul light finally slowly rose from Aya's body. "Evil creature, come back!" Su Yan directly shouted angrily. Then the ray of light directly trembled, and finally slowly moved toward the half of the seal. Gradually the half of the seal changed, and finally it became a complete seal. "Pagoda temple, awaken!" Su Yan softly shouted again. The brilliance of the temple became extremely bright, and in the next moment, the entire mountain trembled. Then all the rocks turned into dust and dissipated. "De Gang, don't worry. Leave Aya's problem to me," Su Yan said to De Gang. In the golden light, he had really become a god. Then a pagoda seal appeared and directly entered Aya's body. In the next moment, a gray power appeared in Aya's body. This was the terrifying demonic power in Aya's body. Once this demonic power exploded, even De Gang would find it difficult to suppress it. Moreover, it would attract the attention of demons, causing Aya to be in danger several times. If it weren't for De Gang's protection, Aya would not have survived until today. At this moment, Su Yan actually directly refined this power. Aya, I can help you, but you will lose this powerful power and become an ordinary person. Are you willing? Su Yan asked Aya. I'm willing. Without any hesitation, Aya directly nodded. Chapter 476. Buddha's Return to One, Divine Fire Burn. Su Yan shouted again. The power extracted from Aya's body was absorbed into the Buddha's seal. The treasure that belonged to the Buddha's gate was finally complete. The soul-suppressing seal and the Buddha's seal released their radiance at the same time. The two divine seals shone brightly and intertwined, condensing on both sides of Su Yan's body. Su Yan's aura was sacred and powerful. Even De Gang was slightly weaker than Su Yan. Su Yan's entire being became more and more sacred. After that, the two golden seals directly entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was raised to the peak. What followed was an extremely dazzling radiance that rose to the end of the world. This surging radiance directly rushed into the temple. At this time, the entire temple shook and gradually rose into the sky. At this time, the people in the village were completely shocked. A few experts stood at the forefront of the village, constantly vigilant of the changes in the temple. This was too big of a commotion. For so many years, they had never approached the temple, afraid that the explosion of power in the temple would affect them. However, this sudden appearance of power was stronger than any other time before. This power was so strong that it threatened their lives. But at this time, they did not dare to act rashly. Before they understood the situation, if they acted rashly, their lives might be in danger. It was at this moment that an extremely powerful ray of light was suddenly released from the temple. The moment this ray of light descended, these experts felt their souls shaking. However, this wasn't because of fear but because of faith. Suddenly someone said, "God has returned." The person who spoke was the one who stopped Su Yan and prevented Su Yan from returning. However, at this time he no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with the light of devotion. In fact, he had already begun to prostrate himself. At that moment, Su Yan, who was in the temple, seemed even more mysterious. De Gang looked at Su Yan in a daze and then said, "So, Brother Su Yan is actually a god?" In his opinion, such a thing could only be done by a god. If it wasn't a god, who else would have such an ability? Back then, even a powerful figure like his father couldn't solve the problem for Aya. However, at this time, Su Yan directly extracted the power from Aya's body. At this moment, Su Yan wasn't paying attention to this. His consciousness was transmitted to the distance along with the few rays of light that had just shot out. In this mountain forest, which was called the 100,000 Mountains by the villagers, several powerful demon kings suddenly raised their heads at this moment. When that ray of light arrived, they were shocked. Whether it was the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, the demonic Bat King, or the terrifying demonic spider, they all seemed to have been immobilized. They couldn't even move. "Since you are all raised by my stupa sect, come back now." Su Yan's voice was like a god's, resounding throughout the world. In the end, although these terrifying demons were extremely unwilling, they still followed the light and returned. When the light disappeared, these demons also fell into the stupa seal. Together with the demon that was suppressed at the beginning, the 4 demons were imprinted in 4 different directions. At this time, Su Yan also understood the true name of this imprint. It was the 4 Directions seal. The moment the 4 Directions seal returned to its original position, Su Yan suddenly felt a mysterious power directly appear. The moment this power appeared, he felt as if everything around his ears was shattering. The temple began to turn into nothingness. Even De Gang and Aya began to gradually disappear. "It's fake. All of this is fake?" Su Yan muttered to himself. At this time he was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that everything he had experienced was fake. Although he had only been in this mysterious world for less than a day, the experience was so real. At this moment, this world began to shatter and even disappear. The 4 Directions seal quietly floated in front of him. It was just that the 4 Directions seal was no longer the same as before. After this world was shattered, everything was like a picture scroll that swept towards them. As time passed, the power of the 4 Directions seal grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. He completely understood everything that had happened. It didn't matter if it was real or not. This world was originally constructed by the Four Directions seal. Back then the Stupa sect was at its peak. However, because they fought against the Devil sect, they gradually declined. In the end, because of an extremely terrifying battle, the Stupa sect had no choice but to fall to this state. This Four Directions seal was also damaged and was hidden in the door. The damaged Four Directions seal's power dissipated and finally constructed this world. Now that the Four Directions seal had been restored, this illusory world had also disappeared. When everything returned to tranquility, Su Yan stood outside the door with a sense of loss in his eyes. It was as if his soul had left his body. De Gang Aya. They are actually just evolved from the Four Directions seal? Su Yan picked up the Four Directions seal in his hand and said helplessly. It seemed that the Four Directions seal's power was really strong to the extreme. To be able to construct such a realistic world, it was much stronger than illusions. Illusion and reality. It seems that I still can't see through this. Su Yan laughed bitterly. He was just a passerby. These things didn't have much to do with him. He only needed to understand what kind of world he was in. However, he couldn't be as cold as ice. Naturally, he couldn't let go of such things. Brother Su Yan, why are you sad? You have liberated this world. We should be thanking you. Just as Su Yan was lamenting, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. The moment this voice appeared, Su Yan suddenly became happy. Brother De Gang. That's right, it's me. Brother Su Yan, you don't have to be sad. We didn't die. Moreover, our world didn't shatter. It just returned to its original state. De Gang's voice sounded. Returned to its original state? What's going on? Even though Su Yan was used to seeing all kinds of scenes, he was still surprised at this moment. He didn't understand what was going on. Brother Su Yan, you're really stupid. What brother means is that our world originally existed in the Four Directions seal. It's just that the Four Directions seal was damaged, so there were many monsters. These powerful monsters are the manifestation of the demonic sect's power. Now you've used the Buddha's sword in your blood to revive this world. Naturally, we'll return to our original state. A crisp voice rang out, causing Su Yan's expression to change. Aya. Su Yan was even more pleasantly surprised. This beautiful yet sorrowful little girl actually still existed, which made him even more joyful. It's me. Brother, you can think of it this way. Me, Brother De Gang, and the people in the village are all the weapon spirits of the Four Directions seal. The divine temple is the core of the seal. Now that everything has been restored, this is the best thing for us. Aya spoke once more. Brother Su Yan, as long as the Four Directions seal still exists, we won't be destroyed. Right now, you've become the master of the Four Directions seal. If you need it, you can even summon us to help you in battle, De Gang said. Of course, you need to expend Buddha's force to summon us. Even if you want to communicate with us, it's the same. I feel that you haven't cultivated the Buddha's force that truly belongs to you. So our connection is about to be severed. You just need to remember that the Four Directions seal is the key to the 6th floor. Enter the 6th floor, or perhaps the 7th floor, and you'll be able to find the source of Buddha's force. De Gang's voice became fainter and fainter. Brother Su Yan, you must go to the 7th floor. Su Yan took a deep breath and digested the information he had just received. The sense of loss in his heart had already disappeared because everything that he thought had disappeared still existed. Although De Gang and Aya had only exchanged a few words, Su Yan had already figured out the gist of it. He held the Four Directions seal in his hand. This golden seal was currently emitting a gentle golden radiance. Su Yan no longer hesitated and directly placed the Four Directions seal on the door. As the Four Directions seal was placed down, the door suddenly began to flicker with a glass-like radiance. Then, the door actually gradually turned into nothingness and finally dissipated. Su Yan had finally stepped into the 6th floor of the pagoda. When he stepped into the 6th floor, he immediately felt a sorrowful aura. The 6th floor of the pagoda was simply beyond his expectations, because it was actually a graveyard. Wordless tombstones stood there for a long time, giving off an indescribable sense of sorrow. Su Yan only felt an indescribable sense of oppression at this moment. This kind of sorrow actually emanated from the depths of his soul. Are these the places where the seniors of the Buddha sect were buried? Since I, Su Yan, have already become the successor of the Buddha sect, I naturally have to kowtow to you. After Su Yan sighed in his heart, He knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the graveyard. The moment Su Yan finished kowtowing, all the tombstones seemed to come to life at this moment. Every tombstone began to emit a golden radiance. As the golden radiance spread, Su Yan was immediately enveloped in it. Chapter 477. Su Yan already knew about what had happened back then. In order to resurrect the great devil heaven master, the crazy devil sect did not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Qin territory. The pagoda sect had fought with the devil sect because of this. In the end, both sides suffered great losses and the devil sect disappeared. It was only recently that they began to move again. The pagoda sect, on the other hand, had suffered great losses. They could only leave their inheritance in this inconspicuous burial sword tomb until Su Yan, the fated person, arrived. The golden light was the pagoda qi. The golden light wrapped around Su Yan's body and gradually seeped into his skin. His strength was increasing little by little, and his entire body was becoming stronger. At this moment he suddenly felt like he was a King Kong. That's right. The invincible golden body is a powerful cultivation method for the cultivation of the body. With the nourishment of the beautiful golden qi, my body will definitely become stronger. Su Yan's eyes shone with the golden light. His entire aura was rising. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. This kind of increase lasted for a moment, but suddenly there was a change. It turned out that the golden aura was flowing through Su Yan's body, but when it reached his heart and finger bones, it stopped. 2 powerful black auras suddenly erupted and directly resisted the golden aura. Su Yan was very clear about this black aura. It was the aura of the heavenly demon and the devil dragon's heart. In the world of the square seal, these 2 auras seemed to have disappeared. However, now that they had returned to reality, these 2 auras appeared again and directly exploded with an extremely powerful force, attacking Su Yan. Feeling the impact of this force, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrible pain, as if this force was going to tear him apart. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Good, although this aura is strong, it is very good for me. I can use this to cultivate the invincible golden body. Su Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by incomparable madness. The pain caused by the collision of devil qi and Buddha qi was simply indescribable. However, he was not blinded by the pain. Instead, his entire body was rejuvenated. Then, he began to cultivate the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was the stupa sect's peerless body refining technique. At this moment, Su Yan was forcibly activating it. In the blink of an eye, the violent aura kept colliding, and the pain was doubled. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping. His body began to devour the 2 terrifying auras at the same time. Be it righteous or demonic, I, Su Yan, will subdue them all. The 2 of you want to use my body as a battlefield, so how can you not pay your taxes? Su Yan grinned, looking extremely like a demon. After that, his eyes flashed as he immersed himself in his own will. Under the impact of this pain, Su Yan's heart actually became calmer and calmer. The pain did not make Su Yan crazy. Instead, it made him feel calmer. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body revealed a very special aura. It was hard to say whether it was righteous or evil, but this aura revealed an indescribable truth. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the tombstones. This voice sounded like the Buddhist chanting from Su Yan's previous life. When this voice entered Su Yan's ears, it made Su Yan's entire person become solemn. This was because Su Yan had heard the supreme incantation. Just now, Aya, who was in the square seal, told him that he must enter the 6th and 7th floor of the stupa sect. At this moment, the importance of it was displayed. The 6th floor was imparting a technique, and it was the stupa sect's most unfathomable stupa boundless technique. This incantation was truly profound and unfathomable. Every word contained an unparalleled mystery. Among the techniques that Su Yan knew, other than the regal sword mantra, there was no other existence that could compete with it. Su Yan operated the invincible golden body and crazily devoured the heavenly demon aura and stupa golden qi. At the same time, his mind began to absorb the power of the stupa boundless technique. The stupa boundless technique was chanted continuously. Su Yan's heart was like still water. After an unknown amount of time, the heart-wrenching pain finally disappeared. The aura from the heavenly demon finger bone, and the power from the demonic dragon's heart dissipated at the same time. It seemed that the stupa sect's power had won this battle. However, this was not strange. After all, this was the stupa pagoda. If the heavenly demon fingerbone and the demonic dragon's heart had won, then the stupa sect was not worthy of being called a powerful sect that almost destroyed the devil sect. Su Yan woke up again. At this moment there was a golden light shining in his eyes. His entire being was filled with an indescribable spirit. The 6th level of the stupa pagoda has really given me a lot of benefits. He could not help but sigh. At this moment, his entire being's spirit was completely different. Not to mention other things, just the strength of his physical body had undergone an earth-shattering change. In fact, he even had the thought of directly contending with De Gang. De Gang was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful existence. However, Su Yan really felt that his physical body, which had been entangled by the aura of the righteous and demonic paths, was terrifyingly powerful. If the 100 Beasts Elder was still alive, Su Yan would not have had to rely on the power of the demonic dragon's heart to defeat him like last time. Su Yan thanked the tombstone once again. Seniors, disciple Su Yan has received your help to obtain the infinite stupa pagoda technique. Although disciple is not talented, as long as I am alive, I will bring the stupa sect back to life and let the glory of stupa shine in this world once again. Su Yan's words were sincere. At this moment, as if it understood Su Yan's words, the golden light changed again. In the end, it actually turned into a door of nothingness. Su Yan was stunned at first. Then, he smiled in his heart and stepped in without any hesitation. He originally thought that if he wanted to enter the 7th level of the stupa pagoda, he would definitely have to go through more difficult conditions. However, he did not expect that the door to the 7th level would open so easily in front of him. The key to enter the 6th level was the 4 corners seal. If Su Yan was not strong enough, he would not have been able to save Aya with De Gang and successfully restore the 4 corners seal. The key to the door to the 7th level was these tombstones. These heroic spirits who had already died in battle were the real gatekeepers. If Su Yan was not righteous, he would not have been able to find the door to the 7th level no matter what. If he had gained their approval, there would be no need to set up a life and death test. Therefore, Su Yan stepped in easily. The moment Su Yan stepped through the door, a golden path immediately appeared under his feet. On the path there were hundreds of golden petals. These were all real works of art. They had unimaginable charm. However, although the golden petals were beautiful, Su Yan did not pay attention to them at all. His gaze was attracted by the golden light in front of him. It was a 9th grade lotus platform. It was filled with a noble and sacred aura. When Su Yan's gaze landed on this lotus platform, the demonic dragon's heart in Su Yan's body started to beat wildly. It was as if it had encountered a terrifying heaven and earth. The heavenly demon fingerbone also released an extremely dense demonic aura. When he was on the 6th level, the heavenly demon fingerbone was clearly suppressed by the pagoda golden chi. However, at this moment it released a powerful light again. At this moment Su Yan took a step back. Countless rays of light bloomed in his eyes. At this moment, the golden lotus had already ascended and was flying towards his body. After trying hard to calm his heart, Su Yan gradually began to condense his power. Then, the pagoda infinite technique that he had obtained earlier began to slowly circulate. The 9th grade lotus platform landed in front of Su Yan. Then it gradually shrank and drilled into Su Yan's body. This time Su Yan did not panic. Instead, he calmly waited for the golden light to arrive. After the 9th grade lotus platform turned into Su Yan's body, it gathered towards Su Yan's heart without stopping. It was not the demonic dragon's heart, but his own heart. The lotus platform seemed to have completely fused with his own heart. The demonic dragon's heart felt threatened and wanted to go berserk. However, before the demonic dragon's heart could go berserk, the heart that had merged with the 9th grade lotus platform released a ray of light that fell on the demonic dragon's heart. It was as if a layer of golden clothing had wrapped around this power. This process was extremely short. It was almost only a moment. Su Yan's face was solemn. He had finally received everything. The 6th level was the pagoda infinite technique, and the 7th level was the 9th grade lotus platform. These two things were the peerless treasures of the pagoda sect. Obtaining them also meant that Su Yan had truly obtained the inheritance of the Pagoda sect and became a disciple of the Pagoda sect. At the same time, the problem of the demonic dragon's heart was temporarily solved. At least after being suppressed by the golden light, the demonic dragon's heart could not constantly transfer the demonic dragon's blood into his body. It's time to leave. Su Yan did not linger and was about to leave. However, at this moment the entire pagoda tower suddenly shook. As the pagoda tower shook, the surrounding mountains also began to shake. The entire Wushuang city felt the obvious tremors. Many people thought that there was an earthquake at this time, and for a moment they were frightened. Su Yan watched the changes in the pagoda tower. In just 5 breaths he left the pagoda tower. The pagoda tower shrank and finally entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 478. When Su Yan walked out again, the sword well had completely disappeared. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the people in the burial sword tomb. Many disciples had already arrived at this place. However, none of them noticed Su Yan's appearance. Not long after, Ouyingcheng finally appeared. At this time, he was fully deserving of being the eldest senior brother of the burial sword tomb. At this time his brows were tightly furrowed. Looking at the collapsed sword well, he finally sighed. Sigh, what an eventful time. Although he didn't know why the sword well collapsed, its importance to the burial sword tomb was self-evident. However, the collapse of the sword well made his heart heavy. Coupled with the young man he met earlier, this made him even more worried. You all go back first. Don't spread this matter. Otherwise, you will be punished for the crime of betrayal. His voice spread out among the disciples. The disciples were as silent as cicadas in winter and answered, yes. Just as Ouyingcheng turned around, a familiar voice sounded. Senior brother Ouying, long time no see. Senior brother Ouyang was almost scared out of his wits. Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, Ouyingcheng was pleasantly surprised. Seeing Ouyingcheng like this, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled, then said, Senior brother Ouyang, did something happen? Ouyingcheng had always been indifferent. If nothing happened, he would never show such a state. Ouyingcheng didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Su Yan, something did happen. A few days ago, a young man broke into the Su family and took away your cousin Su Tian. Hearing Ouyingcheng's words, Su Yan frowned. Oh? Senior brother Ouyang and that guy met? Su Yan asked. Ouyingcheng smiled bitterly and said, yes, we did meet and even fought, but I was no match for him at all. Then Ouyingcheng told Su Yan the situation at that time. Su Yan listened quietly and then asked, Senior brother Ouyang, according to what you said, this person is from the devil sect? Definitely, and he didn't deny it, Ouyingcheng said firmly. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flickered. He wouldn't forget what the black demon said before he was killed. A very young but very terrifying devil sect powerhouse? Could it be the devil sect's crown prince? Su Yan's eyes flickered. To be honest, at this moment he was looking forward to meeting that person. He wanted to see how powerful the devil sect's crown prince was. Brother Ouyang, do you know where this person from the devil sect went? Su Yan asked directly. Ouyingcheng shook his head and said, I don't know, but Su Yan, there's something I have to say. Although you are very powerful and far beyond my imagination, that person is too terrifying. I can't feel his limit at all. Ouyingcheng's eyes flickered with fear as he recalled the scene at that time. When I faced that person, I felt like I was facing an abyss. You have already left the Su family, and I don't think that person would hurt Su Tian. Su Yan sighed. He understood what Ouyingcheng meant. At the same time, he also knew that with Ouyingcheng's character, he would definitely not exaggerate. Since he said that this person was extremely terrifying, then that must be the case. Otherwise, the always proud and arrogant Ouyingcheng would not say such words. However, no matter how powerful that person was, Su Yan would still choose to face him. This wasn't just for Su Tian, but also for himself. Su Yan represented the Stupa sect, and the Stupa sect and the Devil sect were natural opposites. Therefore, even if that person didn't take Su Tian away, as long as he appeared, Su Yan would still have to meet him. The only difference was that it would be sooner or later. Now that the other party had come knocking on his door, he had no reason to refuse. Senior Ouyang, I know what to do about this matter. Although I have already left the Su family, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. So please take care of the Su family. As for Su Tian, I will bring her back. Su Yan said very seriously. Ouyang Chung sighed. He knew his junior brother too well. He knew that once Su Yan had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. Su Yan, that person said that he will wait for you at the mouth of the East Sea for 3 days. After 3 days, he will leave the 5 counties and head to the Jojo continent. Su Yan, to be honest, I don't want you to meet him. You're already very powerful now. There's almost no one in the 5 counties who can be your match. As long as we don't provoke them, you'll definitely get better and better, right? Moreover, you should know how Sister Linglong feels about you. If something happens to you, she will be very sad. Ouyang Chung sighed and finished speaking. When Ouyang Chung mentioned Xiao Linglong, Su Yan was first stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. What did I, Su Yan, do to make Sister Xiao Linglong fall in love with me? Brother Ouyang, I know you like Sister Linglong, so don't give up. I, Su Yan, have enough love debts. After he finished speaking, Su Yan's entire person had already disappeared without a trace. Ouyang Chung still wanted to say something, but he could only be stunned. When Su Yan came, he didn't see it clearly. When Su Yan left, he still didn't notice it. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful now. Maybe he can survive in front of that person. Ouyang Chung could only smile bitterly. At this moment, Su Yan had already stepped onto the sword dragon and was flying towards the mouth of the East Sea. At this moment, Su Yan was still at the level of the boundary and perimeter mountains. However, his combat strength was already extremely terrifying and could not be measured by common sense. Even if he was facing a Dragon Realm expert, Su Yan was confident that he could fight and even win. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't be arrogant because he knew that this person must be a terrifying person to be able to make Ouyang Chung feel like he was as deep as the sea. If this person was really the Devil Sex Crown Prince, then he would be even more powerful. But no matter what, he would only know after meeting him. If he didn't change after meeting him, then he would immediately retreat. This wasn't Su Yan's style. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Like a meteor, he cut across the sky. According to Ouyang Chung, today was already the last day. If this guy took Su Tian away, then it would be troublesome. At the mouth of the East Sea, a huge battleship stopped by the shore. This huge battleship was extremely ferocious. It was like a terrifying sea beast, giving off an extremely dignified and oppressive aura. On the deck of the battleship, a young man in black stood. His gaze landed on the surface of the sea. His eyes were filled with a deep aura. Beside him was a young girl. It was the Su family's Su Tian. Young Master Shangguan, are we really leaving? Su Tian asked softly. She turned around and looked towards the shore. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Before that day, she was practically carefree. She was the Su family's little princess. She worshipped Su Yan and wanted to become strong. But she had never thought of leaving home. However, the appearance of this man in front of her changed everything. He said that he wanted to take her away, and she agreed. He said that he wanted to return to Jojo. He asked her if she was willing to leave with him. She agreed without any hesitation. She was very sure that this man didn't do anything to her, let alone force her. But she still followed him here in a daze. Shangguansheng turned around and looked at Su Tian. Then he smiled and said, You can't bear to leave? Su Tian was slightly stunned. Then she nodded and said, Yes, of course I can't bear to leave. After all, that's my home. Before you appeared, I never thought that I would leave home one day. Shangguansheng stood up and walked to the railing. Then he said, It's hard to leave home. This is what you should do. It's just that everyone can't control their own fate. Wouldn't it be boring to stay at home for the rest of your life and never see the scenery outside? Look at the sea. If you stay in the Su family, I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to see such a magnificent sea. He shouted loudly. After hearing Shangguansheng's words, Su Tian suddenly felt that she didn't want to go home so much. Young Master Shangguan, when did you leave home? Su Tian asked. Her voice was still sweet and calm. She didn't have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. In fact, Shangguansheng didn't treat her like a prisoner. Me? Your question is quite special. However, I've never had a home, so I don't know when I left. Shangguansheng stretched. At this moment he suddenly smiled faintly. In the end, it's still here. In the end? Who's here? Could it be? Su Tian suddenly thought of someone. Shang Guansheng said to Su Tian, "Yes, you guessed right. It's your brother Su Yan who's here. TSK, he's really powerful. His entire body is filled with an extremely strong aura. He's indeed qualified to be my opponent." Su Tian looked at Shang Guansheng's appearance and suddenly panicked. On one side was his brother, who was also the person he admired. On the other side, although it had nothing to do with her, she really didn't want anything to happen to the person in front of her. Shang Guansheng smiled at Su Tian and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." Chapter 479. Su Yan finally stopped in the air. The sword dragon floated in the air, and he stood on top of it, looking at the person who had appeared in front of him. Shang Guansheng grinned and said, "Su Yan? Ha ha. I've been waiting for you for a few days. I'm really happy to see you." Hearing this, Su Yan was startled at first. He was not used to meeting people like this. However, he then said, "Shang Guansheng? Are you the Devil's Sex Crown Prince? Let Su Tian go. She's innocent. For someone like you to make things difficult for a little girl, it's not something to be proud of." Just like that, Su Yan and Shang Guansheng stopped in midair and said these words. Beneath their feet was a turbulent sea. Looking at Su Yan, Shang Guansheng suddenly laughed. "No, I'm not the crown prince you're talking about. That's just a dead person and I'm not." He continued, "Of course, I won't let you take Su Tian away. I like her very much, so I've decided to make her my maid. Of course, if you have the ability to defeat me, then I naturally won't stop you from taking her away." The moment Shang Guansheng finished speaking, he immediately flew towards Su Yan with a burst of speed. The powerful force caused endless waves to splash. The waves immediately swallowed Su Yan and Shang Guansheng. At this moment, Su Yan directly held his sword horizontally. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the scorching sun sword immediately shone with a blazing light. As the sword fell, the sword light circulated, and the powerful force seemed to be able to shock the world. The powerful light fell, and it was as if the clouds were flying within. The first confrontation between the two of them was completed at this moment. Su Yan's scorching sun sword had the most domineering and fierce power, but Shang Guansheng only used his bare hands to block Su Yan's power. Although this attack seemed to be evenly matched, Su Yan knew in his heart that he had actually lost in this first confrontation. Even though he had lost, Su Yan did not panic at all. After this confrontation, the two of them did not make another move. When the seawater finally settled down, Su Yan said, "You're really strong." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "My friend said that the feeling you gave him could be described in 4 words. As deep as the sea." "Your friend? The one in the burial sword tomb? He's too weak, that's why I have such a feeling. However, your strength really surprises me. Su Yan, you do indeed have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, now is not the time." Shang Guansheng smiled again and said, "Although you are already very strong, if we were to fight to the death, I would be able to escape unscathed." "I don't doubt it." Su Yan nodded. The other party's words were extremely arrogant, but Su Yan didn't have any objections because he knew that the other party wasn't exaggerating. Right now, he could indeed fight with him, but his true strength was not comparable to the other parties. However, if they were to fight to the death, it was hard to say who would win. After all, Su Yan had obtained the true inheritance of the Stupa sect. At the very least, he still had the heart of the demonic dragon and the heavenly demon fingerbone. If these powers were to explode, the power would definitely be terrifying. Not to mention a dragon realm expert, Su Yan felt that he could even drag the other party down with him. However, this was not the time to fight to the death. Once he used these methods, Su Yan felt that he wouldn't have a chance to survive. Stop fighting, stop fighting. It's really boring. What's the point of fighting when you know the outcome? I still want to bring Su Tian back to the 9 continents. If you have enough confidence to defeat me one day, then come to the 9 continents to find me. If you can defeat me, then you can take her away. Oh right, I also have a girl with me. Her name is Lu Lan." Shang Guansheng's words caused Su Yan's expression to turn cold. Although Su Tian was his sister, they had barely known each other since they were young. However, the 2 words Lu Lan were too heavy for him. "Lu Lan is in your hands. What did you do to her?" Su Yan asked coldly. Shang Guansheng did not care about Su Yan's killing intent. He only said, "For the time being, Lu Lan is still very safe. At least for the next year and a half, she will be very safe. However, Suyin, you don't have much time. If you still can't go to the 9 states in a year, then Lu Lan will be sacrificed to the heavenly demon lord." Shang Guanshang's expression had become solemn. "This time I came to the 5 states to see what other qualities this man who is so valued by her has. Fortunately, you're not bad. If you were worse, I would have killed you directly and let Lu Lan give up." Shang Guanshang's words were so aggressive. Previously, when he said that he could retreat in a life and death battle, Suyin did not feel angry. He even felt that it was reasonable. However, at this time he was really angry. Lu Lan was the first woman in his life. When the devil's sect took her away, Suyin could only watch but could not do anything. This unwillingness was something that no one could understand. He cultivated diligently and constantly experienced life and death situations. However, he never dared to forget that woman. This was because he was afraid that once he forgot, he would never be able to find her again. At this moment he finally heard news about Lu Lan. "Well, Suyin, I'm going to leave. Although you are very strong now, you are still not my opponent. I hope that when we meet again, the result will not be like this." Shang Guanshang turned and left. Suyin watched him leave but did not stop him. This was because he knew that even if he chased after him now, it would be useless. He could not defeat Shang Guanshang, let alone take Su Tian away unscathed. "The world of the 9 states, huh? I will definitely go." Suyin watched as Shang Guanshang returned to the battleship and disappeared into the vast sea. Suyin did not return to the Su family. However, he instructed a disciple of the burial sword tomb to pass a message to the Su family, telling them that he would bring Su Tian back. Then, he went directly to the Heaven and Earth organization. Yun He's disappearance caused the entire Yunqian alliance to be in a state of panic. Although they had successfully defeated the Black Fiend alliance and even killed the 100 Beast demon because of Su Yan, people were still uneasy. Moreover, Su Yan had not appeared for a long time. Therefore, rumors began to spread. Some said that both Su Yan and the 100 Beast demon were severely injured, so he went to treat his injuries. Some said that Su Yan was cultivating in seclusion. What was even worse was that some said that Su Yan was afraid of the battle and ran away, ignoring them. Although Lei Wanjun and Reverend Heavenly Sword had used thunderous methods to suppress these rumors, how could such rumors be so easily suppressed? Another day had passed, and the situation in the Heaven and Earth organization was getting worse and worse. Since the previous day, people had started to go missing. At first, it was only 1 or 2 disciples. So Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword thought that they were afraid of the war and secretly ran away. Although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. After all, although they had won a battle, the Yunqian Alliance's situation was not optimistic. However, the Black Fiend Alliance was different. There were rumors that there was an even more powerful expert in the Black Fiend Alliance who was about to be resurrected. As soon as this mysterious rumor appeared, it immediately caused everyone to be even more terrified. They had personally witnessed the 100 Beast demon's terrifying prestige. Although the old demon was killed by Su Yan in the end, their deputy leader Su Yan also went missing. Moreover, the 100 Beast demon had previously said in public that their leader Yun He had already betrayed them and joined the Black Fiend Alliance. As a result, there were disciples who secretly left the Yunqian Alliance. It was something that could not be helped. However, the next day, nearly 20 people immediately went missing. Among these missing people, some were from the Sound of Thunder sect, some were from the Fengxian sect, and some were from the Heaven and Earth organization. Lei Wanjun couldn't hold himself back any longer. He even wanted to personally capture these deserters. In the end, he still managed to bring a few of them back. However, these people had already become corpses when they were brought back. Their life essence had been completely sucked dry, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. It was as if they had seen a ghost. In an instant, the Yunqian Alliance, which was already in a state of panic, became even more chaotic. Another day came. Although the Yunqian Alliance sent an order to increase their cultivation realm and also sent more people, there were still people who went missing. Even the Fengxian sect's Fengyuan realm elder was injured. It was also on that day that the Black Fiend Alliance attacked again. Billowing black fog rushed towards the Heaven and Earth organization. The 1,000 Cloud Universe Great Array was broken by the 100 Beast demon last time, and had yet to be repaired. The Black Fiend Alliance's attack was definitely a huge blow to the Yunqian Alliance. However, the Yunqian Alliance had no choice but to brace themselves and fight. After a great battle, the Yunqian Alliance naturally suffered heavy losses. However, the Black Fiend Alliance also paid a heavy price. In an instant, the foot of the Yunqian mountain was dyed with blood. Sky Sword, I keep feeling uneasy. Lei Wanjun stood in front of Sky Sword Spiritual Master and said worriedly. Sky Sword Spiritual Master sighed, then raised his head and said, How can you be the only one feeling uneasy? Who in the Yunqian Alliance isn't like this? Lei Wanjun's expression turned sluggish because he really couldn't refute Sky Sword Spiritual Master's words. However, he quickly continued, Sky Sword, you have always been meticulous. Can't you see that the Black Fiend Alliance's actions have been very strange recently? After these two great battles, everyone's losses were equal. Their losses were even more than ours, but they are still like this. Is there some secret in this? When Lei Wanjun said this, Sky Sword Spiritual Master immediately frowned. Chapter 480. Seeing Yun Wanqing enter, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's expressions became uneasy. That ominous premonition became even stronger. They knew Yun Wanqing the best. They deeply knew that this woman had inherited her father's calmness. If she didn't encounter something shocking, she would definitely not be like this. But now she was in such a hurry. From this, it could be seen that the current situation was extremely bad. Yun Wanqing couldn't be bothered to catch her breath. She then said, Seniors, things are not good. Those dead bodies that didn't have time to be burned have all stood up and turned into zombies. They are charging towards the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. As soon as Yun Wanqing's voice fell, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's expressions changed. There was no need to say how serious this matter was. Countless people had died in these few battles. Hundreds and thousands of corpses stood up and charged towards the Heaven and Earth Organization. This was a huge crisis. For the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, this was even more terrifying. One had to know that among these people, not only were there their former enemies, but there were also their dead comrades and even brothers. However, at this time they had to attack their former comrades and kill them again. This in itself was a terrifying torture. And that wasn't all. After the resurrection, the corpses became extremely difficult to kill. If they couldn't kill their vital points, then they wouldn't stop advancing at all. In the past few days of fighting with the Black Fiend Alliance, they had already exhausted a huge amount of energy. But now they still had to face such a terrifying attack. This was simply a nightmare of nightmares. Lei Wanjun, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, and the other experts from the surrounding area arrived at the battlefield. They saw countless corpses slowly charging up the mountain from the foot of the mountain, while the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance could only retreat again and again. The sword chi and wind blades had little effect on these fellows. Death chi, it's death chi. Those guys from the devil sect are really bold. They actually dare to use such a perverse method. Aren't they afraid of being punished by the heavens? Lei Wanjun shouted angrily. Then he directly flew into the sky. Disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect, listen to my command. Use lightning techniques to attack the death chi. After all, Lei Wanjun's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw that the death chi was the key. If the death chi did not dissipate, the dead would continue to revive. Disciples of the Profound Wind sect, listen to my orders. Use the profound wind to disperse this death aura. After hearing Lei Wanjun's words, the elders of the Profound Wind sect woke up and immediately called for the disciples. These disciples fought as they retreated. They were originally terrified, but now that they suddenly had a backbone, they finally pulled themselves together and immediately displayed their strength. With the rumbling of thunder and the blowing of the wind, the death chi quickly thinned out. The judgment of the two elders was not wrong. After the death chi dissipated, the movement speed of the undead slowed down, and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this short period of time, the disciples of the Qian Yun Alliance finally launched a counterattack and pushed the front line back. However, at this moment, the black aura that should have been dispersed suddenly began to condense. In the end, it turned into a huge ghost face. The ghost face hovered in the sky as it stared coldly at everyone on Qian Cloud Mountain. Everyone in the Heaven and Earth Organization quieted down. Their eyes were fixed on the ground below, and their brains were in a state of hypoxia. At this moment, the momentary joy had already disappeared. This was because the pressure brought by this terrifying ghost face was too strong. Pretending to be mysterious. Why would I, Lei Wanjun, be afraid of you? 10,000 elephant divine skill, unstoppable thunderbolt. Lei Wanjun roared angrily and soared into the sky. At this moment, the power in his hand erupted with infinite rumbles. The flickering lightning could almost compete with the spring thunder. The momentum was so heavy that it could tear people's eardrums. This momentum was already considered unstoppable. However, for some reason, no one felt joy in their hearts. Instead, they felt deeply uneasy. It was as if everyone had already known the outcome. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword also made his move. Sword whistling in the firmament. Sage Heaven Sword made his move and an immortal sword suddenly condensed. The sharp edge of the sword directly turned into a straight line and charged towards the pitch-black ghost face. The power of this sword was actually stronger than Lei Wanjun's. Sage Heaven Sword was indeed terrifying. The time he took to enter the perimeter state was much shorter than Lei Wanjun. However, at this moment one could see that in this short period of time, Sage Heaven Sword's power had actually increased again. His realm might have already surpassed Lei Wanjun's. This huge immortal sword was launched later but arrived first. It directly soared into the sky and ruthlessly pierced the terrifying black face. Then, Lei Wanjun's thunderous rumbles finally arrived. In an instant, the radiance directly swallowed the darkness. The world was terrifyingly quiet. Only this terrifying rumbling sound was left. Everyone was waiting for the result. Only the rumbling sound of two powers was left in this world. After an unknown amount of time, the rumbling sound finally faded away. However, in the next moment everyone was shocked. That was because Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword swords were actually unable to shatter that terrifying power. That huge black face still existed, but this time there was a huge hole. However, such an existence made the ghost face seem even more strange and terrifying. The ghost face's spectacles were still looking at Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword as if it was mocking their incompetence. This made the two of them even more unhappy. At this moment their hearts were in a mess. At this moment Sage Heaven Sword shouted, "Not good. Lei Wanjun, retreat quickly." Just as he shouted, the terrifying existence in the sky suddenly shot down a ray of light. The terrifying radiance fell straight down, attacking Lei Wanjun's body. What? Hearing Sage Heavenly Sword shout, Lei Wanjun immediately woke up. However, it was at this moment that a terrifying black light descended from the sky. It wasn't until the black light was right in front of him that Lei Wanjun regained his senses. He immediately unleashed Thunderstorm in an attempt to block the terrifying power. However, it was already too late. Without any suspense, he was directly bombarded by the terrifying radiance and smashed into the ground. Boom! A huge rumbling sound was heard. Then the entire ground was directly stirred up by a large amount of dust. Senior Lei Yun Wanqing hurriedly ran over. Fortunately, Lei Wanjun's cultivation was profound. He didn't die from such a terrifying attack. Yun Wanqing didn't dare to delay any longer. She immediately used the cloudy mist technique and began to heal Lei Wanjun. Under the treatment of the cloudy mist technique, Lei Wanjun's complexion finally improved. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword had already used his sword technique and soared into the sky. Wanqing, take Lei Wanjun and leave. However, at this moment, another intense black light ruthlessly pierced down from the sky. Although Yun Wanqing's injuries were much better now, if she was hit by this black light, she would definitely die. Even Lei Wanjun would be directly killed by this terrifying power. Therefore, Sage Heaven Sword had no choice but to take action. His strength was extremely powerful. However, that black light was even more terrifying. The instant that black light descended, Sage Heaven Sword was already prepared for it. Sword Chi as a guide. Immortal Sword breaks the heavens. At this moment, the Immortal Sword technique appeared in his hand. That immortal sword could be said to be dazzling and incomparably vast. The dazzling sword light directly soared into the sky. Sage Heaven Sword's strength was indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than Lei Wanjun. However, it was a pity that this black light was even stronger. The power of the black light directly descended, pressuring Sage Heaven Sword to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. Quickly leave, quickly. This old man can't hold on any longer. Sage Heaven's sword roared anxiously. At this moment, when the other experts saw that even Sage Heaven's sword was in such a sorry state, fear appeared in their hearts. They didn't dare to step forward to help at all. Hee, Sage Heaven's sword, you really overestimate yourself. However, you killed my senior brother a while ago. Today is the day you die. This is probably retribution. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was Sage Horned Goat's junior brother. His evil martial arts were also extremely powerful. However, during the previous attack, he didn't come to the Heaven and Earth organization. But now, seeing that Sage Heaven's sword was already struggling to hold on, and would probably be killed in the next moment, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Today, he could finally avenge his senior brother. Of course, at this time, he still didn't dare to provoke Sage Heaven's sword. Although Sage Heaven's sword was already showing signs of exhaustion under the black light, he was still extremely fearful of Sage Heaven's sword. After all, even his senior brother had died in the hands of Sage Heaven's sword. Therefore, his gaze fell on Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun was also a famous expert. If he wasn't injured, Sage Horned Goat's junior brother really wouldn't dare to attack him. However, Lei Wanjun wasn't far from death. If he was still afraid in such a state, he wouldn't be a man. Lei Wanjun, I can see that you're suffering from living. Let me lend you a hand and send you to the Yellow Springs. It's just a pity for this delicate beauty. He sneered, and a black light fell from his hand. It directly rushed in the direction of Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun. Yun Wanqing was currently using the fog technique. Even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. She could only watch as the black light fell and slashed towards her body. Chapter 481. Su Yan appeared directly in front of Yun Wanqing. Without seeing how he moved, he reached out his hand and grabbed the black light. In midair, when Taoist Master Jiaoyang's junior brother saw Su Yan make a move, his first thought was contempt. He despised this kid who didn't know anything. How could his illusory cloud light be so easy to deal with? Su Yan wanted to use his hand to catch it. This was simply courting death. However, in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something, and a horrified light burst out from his eyes. He didn't wait to see what the result would be. He directly rose into the sky and wanted to leave far away. Want to leave? Do you think you can? Su Yan's hand finally grasped the illusory cloud light. This power only struggled for a moment in Su Yan's hand before dissipating. Then Su Yan's speed didn't decrease. He was like a cannonball rushing straight into the sky. Taoist Master Jiaoyang's junior brother was cunning. He wanted to escape at the first moment, but at this time, he was shocked to find that Su Yan was already standing in front of him. He was also a square sphere realm expert, but at this time he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. That was because he had already guessed Su Yan's identity. Why? Weren't you very fierce just now? Why do you want to leave now? Don't you want to stay a little longer? Su Yan asked directly and coldly. Feeling Su Yan's aura, that person only felt his whole body tremble. He had already begun to curse in his heart, secretly hating himself for making such an unnecessary move. You're Su Yan? The deputy leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance, the one who killed Lord Hundred Beasts Su Yan? He asked with cold sweat dripping down. Su Yan grinned. That's right, it's me. Now tell me, how do you want to die? These words were truly overbearing, making this junior brother of Taoist Master Jiaoyang furious to the extreme. However, he was clear about one thing. His strength was not enough for him to release the anger in his heart. Therefore, he only licked his lips and said, Su Yan, there is no enmity between us. Now that you are facing a great enemy, you should consider the big picture. Don't worry, as long as you let me go this time, I will definitely not interfere in this matter again. He vowed solemnly. No enmity? Humph, you attacked Wanqing earlier. This is your way of seeking death. After Su Yan finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to him and directly approached him. The expression of this junior brother of Taoist Master Jiaoyang changed, revealing endless resentment. Towards Su Yan, he truly hated him to the extreme. This brat was really too arrogant. It was only because he was afraid of the other party's strength that he spoke nicely earlier. However, the other party didn't even think of giving him a chance. Since that was the case, they could only fight. What a young brat. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you? If you want to fight, then... His face was full of anger. Black light flowed on his palm and he planned to fight. However, before he could finish his words, a sword mark had already flashed past his neck, and he was directly beheaded. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand was still swallowing and spitting out crimson light, but his expression was calm. Don't you think you talk too much nonsense? After speaking, he glanced at Yun Wanqing below. Yun Wanqing also happened to raise her head. She saw the concern in Su Yan's eyes, which made her happy. At that moment, Su Yan had already flown to the sky. In order to buy time for Yun Wanqing, Taoist Master Heavensword was confronting the black light. However, Taoist Master Heavensword was obviously not in a good state. Even his entire body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before he would be defeated. Sect leader, let me do it. At that moment, Su Yan had already flown to the sky. Thunder rumble. He shouted softly, and a powerful light immediately erupted. Terrifying thunder directly exploded, like the roar of the thunder god. As soon as the lightning appeared, it immediately blocked the black light. How dare a mere soul of the dead be so presumptuous here? Su Yan's voice directly spread out, as if he was a god descending from the sky. The light of the lightning defied the heavens and finally bombarded the terrifying ghost face. At that moment, the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization, who were fighting bitterly, suddenly heard Su Yan's voice, and immediately became excited. Deputy Leader, the Deputy Leader is back. Previously, when the Qianyun Alliance was in danger, the Thousand Cloud Universe formation was broken by the 100 Beasts Elder, and everyone was in danger. It was Su Yan who turned the tide and killed the 100 Beasts Elder, which caused the Black Fiend Alliance to completely collapse. Therefore, to them, Su Yan was like a god. Recently, because of Su Yan's disappearance, everyone was on tenterhooks. However, at that moment, Su Yan finally appeared, and directly destroyed that strange and terrifying ghost face in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, Su Yan's momentum had reached its peak. The two words Su Yan seemed to have a strong magic power. Under the stimulation of such power, everyone directly erupted with their strongest power. At that moment, Su Yan walked in the clouds and then shouted again, "All brothers of the Qianyun Alliance, retreat." At that moment, Su Yan was continuing to exert his power in the air. His eyes flickered with light, and his aura also became unprecedentedly strong. The power of thunder surrounded his body. At that moment, Su Yan fully unleashed his power, and could completely fight with the Dragon Realm expert. Even if Yun He was here at that moment, Su Yan dared to directly fight with her. The disciples of the Qianyun Alliance were already in great pain from the battle with the corpses. At that moment, when they heard Su Yan's words, they immediately retreated. At that moment, the lightning in the sky finally struck down. Every time a bolt of lightning struck, it would cause a terrifying explosion. Then everything would dissipate. Not only that, but Su Yan's lightning also directly dispersed the black smoke. Just as Su Yan was showing off his invincible power in the sky, Lei Wanjun finally woke up with Yun Wanqing's help. Sage Heavensword landed and asked, "How is it? You won't die, right?" Hearing Sage Heavensword's words, Lei Wanjun shook his head and said, "I'm almost there. However, this kid is really a monster." Lei Wanjun didn't have time to care about his own injuries. Instead, his gaze landed on Su Yan. Sage Heavensword sighed and said, "When I first saw this kid, I knew that he would definitely not be ordinary. However, I didn't expect that he would have already reached such a level. How long has it been since we last met? He has already surpassed me." Although he was happy to see Su Yan's improvement, he still felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Su Yan surpass him so quickly. "Tisk tsk. Tian Sword, you old thing, you should admit defeat now." Lei Wanjun seemed to have forgotten that he was seriously injured and only chuckled. Sage Heavensword didn't say much to him and only said to Yun Wanqing, "Let's go back first. Wanqing, let the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization heal the disciples of the various sections." Yun Wanqing nodded, "Don't worry. Leave these things to us." The lightning that filled the sky finally struck down, and the group of corpses that were continuously advancing fell down again. When the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization saw this, they all cheered. This wasn't only because they had finally won, but also because of Su Yan's return. Unknowingly, Su Yan had become their spiritual pillar. When they couldn't see Su Yan before, everyone's hearts were on the verge of collapse. However, at this time, Su Yan's strong return gave them a lot of confidence. Not only Sage Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun, but even the experts of the other sects were convinced of Su Yan's strength. This was because the strength he had displayed was simply too terrifying. Among the crowd, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. However, Su Yan's expression was still solemn in the sky. It was even more solemn than before. Everyone, enter the Heaven and Earth organization and don't come out. Seniors of the Boundary Realm, please be sure to protect them. When Su Yan's voice fell, everyone was immediately shocked. They had already seen the strength that Su Yan had displayed before. However, at this moment Su Yan's expression was actually like this. Come out. What's the point of hiding? Su Yan's voice rippled again. However, this time his voice was filled with a majestic aura. At this moment Sage Heaven Sword, Lei Wanjun, and the others were even more shocked. This vast majesty even made them feel frightened. Just as Su Yan's voice fell, a sneer suddenly sounded. Su Yan? Interesting. The moment this voice fell, the entire mountain immediately began to tremble. Although the trembling was very slight, it made people feel as if the mountain was about to collapse. This kind of fear quickly spread, and it made people feel even more terrified. Kala! A loud sound was heard again, and then the ground directly cracked. In the next moment, a huge palm directly extended from the ground and grabbed at the sky. The appearance of this huge rock palm gave people an extremely terrifying visual impact. They only felt that they were so small, as if they would be killed at any time. However, Su Yan, who was facing the attack of the huge palm, did not panic. He just watched as the terrifying rock palm kept getting closer and closer. Then he sneered and said, You're using such a method to deal with my mother? You're looking down on me, Su Yan. When the palm finally arrived in front of him, the scorching sun sword suddenly bloomed with a terrifying light. Dancing Fish Dragon Sword. The first move of the Regal Sword Codex suddenly erupted. In both his previous and current lives, he had swung this sword more than 10,000 times. However, this time the sword was the most powerful and terrifying. This was because the current Su Yan was stronger than ever before. Chapter 482. Although it was only formed by the sword Qi, the ichthyosaur was simply malevolent and terrifying. Vaguely, one could even hear the hissing of the ichthyosaur. Such a terrifying scene shocked too many people. The ichthyosaur was unstoppable. That huge rock palm was so terrifying, but it was still directly torn to pieces. You can only summon such a toy? The dignified devil sect has become so timid. How laughable! Su Yan shouted again. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, someone suddenly said, You do have some ability. No wonder you can be so arrogant. When the voice sounded, Su Yan suddenly raised his head and saw that there was an additional person not far in front of him. This person was standing in front of Su Yan, but Su Yan felt that it was so unreal. Su Yan was familiar with this feeling because whether it was the Black Demon Ancestor or the Ghost Flame Ancestor, they both had this feeling. That was because they were spiritual bodies. The so-called spiritual body was a spiritual body, an existence without a real body. Obviously, this person in front of him was the same. However, the feeling he gave Su Yan was different. This heaviness was obviously much more terrifying. Devil Sect's Crown Prince? Thinking of the Black Demon Ancestor's words before he died, Su Yan immediately determined the identity of the other party. At the same time, he became more cautious. That person nodded and said, That's right, it's me. I really didn't expect that after countless years, I could actually be resurrected. This beautiful world is really nostalgic. As he spoke, Su Yan realized that the black aura on his body had become denser. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword's anxious voice directly sounded. Su Yan, this guy is condensing the death aura. Quickly stop him. Sage Heaven Sword finally understood why the Black Demon Alliance had launched attacks without any regard for the past few days. Even if the price they paid was too heavy, and the number of deaths was far more than the Cloud Alliance. It was because these people from the Cloud Alliance were simply chess pieces. The mastermind had sent them over just to send them to their deaths. His ultimate goal was to use the aura of death to revive this guy. A few days ago, a disciple of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance went missing and turned into a dried corpse. It was most likely related to this fellow. Old man, you're smart, but it's too late. You can't stop me. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me and I'll bestow you with unparalleled power. Otherwise, only death awaits. The crown prince's voice was soft, causing people to shudder. Su Yan spun the scorching sun sword in his hand and stared straight at the other party. Too many people have said the same thing to me, but I'm still alive and well. So there's no need to say such nonsense. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. How ruthless. He clenched his fist, and a beam of dark light shot toward Su Yan. Even with Su Yan's eyesight, he couldn't see the trajectory of the light. It was as if the light had teleported. If it was the previous Su Yan, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. However, Su Yan had obtained the true inheritance in the pagoda, and it was directly channeled by the power of the divine temple. Although it didn't allow his power to rise to the next level, it made his combat power more profound. At this moment, he instinctively held his sword in front of his chest and shouted, "Settle the universe with one sword." Against such extreme speed, it was best to use the regal sword cannon to deal with it. This was because among Su Yan's many techniques, only the regal sword cannon was the fastest. Almost at the moment when the light arrived, Su Yan had already made his move with his sword. The power to settle the universe with one sword burst forth. The sword aura burned directly, causing an extremely irregular rhythm to appear in the void. The light seemed to have paused for a moment at this moment. Then Su Yan's sword slashed across and cut it in half. Such power could be said to be domineering. Su Yan's gaze once again landed on his opponent. "Demon Sect Crown Prince, let me see just how powerful you are." The scorching sun sword drew a crimson trajectory in the air. Then, Su Yan was already in front of the Demon Sect Crown Prince. The blade slashed down, and the trajectory of the blade was like a stream of blood. However, at this moment, the Demon Sect Crown Prince still had a cold gaze and was unmoved. It was as if he hadn't reacted at all. However, the more this was the case, the more Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He deeply understood that the Demon Sect Crown Prince was definitely not easy to deal with. However, he still wanted to see how the Demon Sect Crown Prince would deal with his sword. Ding! An ear-piercing rumble resounded. Su Yan only felt his soul trembling. At this moment he was truly shocked, because his opponent had actually blocked his sword so easily. He didn't use any weapon but only 2 fingers. He blocked the scorching sun sword with just 2 fingers. How powerful was this fellow exactly? He was actually able to do this? Are you surprised? Why are you so surprised that I managed to block your attack? If that's the case, then you've disappointed me. The soft yet cold voice once again entered Su Yan's ears. This voice seemed to carry with it a kind of spiritual pressure. Su Yan calmed down and then channeled the solar-colored glazed sword sutra. The blazing sword chi rushed directly to the sword blade. Then he turned the sword blade, and a red light immediately appeared. As if sensing the strength of this power, the Demon Sect Crown Prince released his sword. Without hesitation, he let go of his sword. He stared straight at Su Yan, then suddenly smiled and said, "Interesting. This seems to be the Buddha Sword Sect's ability. You must be the successor of the Buddha sect. I sense a familiar aura on you. I didn't think that this damned sect would still have a successor." Although the Demon Sect Crown Prince still had a smile on his face, Su Yan knew that the murderous intent in his eyes had become heavier and more obvious. If you can come back from the dead, why can't the Buddha sect's legacy continue? He and the Demon Sect Crown Prince were only separated by a sword. They were destined to be enemies, but they didn't attack at this moment because they were wary of each other. The previous sword attack had shown them the difference in strength. Su Yan deeply understood how terrifying this Demon Sect Crown Prince was. There were thousands of death auras on his body. Of course, these death auras weren't formed in the past few days. Most of them were accumulated by the Black Fiend Alliance over the years. However, he wasn't going to let the Demon Sect Crown Prince leave because he had the Soul Sealing Seal and the 4 Cardinal Seal. These were great killing weapons that could restrain the Demon Sect Crown Prince. However, the Demon Sect Crown Prince was so strong that it would be difficult to defeat him. The Demon Sect Crown Prince also knew that it would be difficult to kill Su Yan, who couldn't be judged by common sense. "Do you want to leave me here, successor of the Buddha sect?" The demon sect crown prince asked again. Su Yan nodded and said directly, "Of course. I can sense how terrifying and dangerous you are. Of course I have to kill someone like you." The demon sect crown prince was able to make the Black Fiend Alliance pay such a price to revive him. He must be a very dangerous existence. Although he was very powerful now, Su Yan believed that as long as he didn't care about the cost, he could still kill the demon sect crown prince. However, it would be hard to say if he waited until the future. Su Yan was confident, but he didn't dare to take the risk. After all, this was a monster that had been revived for thousands of years. As long as there was a chance, the demon sect crown prince could return to his peak. The crown prince shook his head when he saw how serious Su Yan was. He said, "Su Yan, I'll be honest with you. The reason why I've come here today is not because I want to fight to the death with you. Instead, I want you to help me with something." Su Yan found it hard to imagine what the demon sect crown prince would say. He even felt that it was a bit funny. "Haha, don't you think that it's too absurd for you to say such words? You want me to help? Let's not talk about our positions just based on your identity. Do you think it's possible?" Su Yan asked with a cold smile. "No, I think you'll agree to this. Although I've just been revived, I've had people investigate you. I know that you have a friend who was taken to the Jojo continent. Don't you want to save her?" The demon sect crown prince said calmly. "What?" Hearing this, Su Yan was shocked. The demon sect crown prince actually knew about Lulan. What's there to be surprised about? After all, I'm the demon sect crown prince and I used to be a powerhouse. It's easy for me to know something. The demon sect crown prince continued. "Su Yan, I think you must think that you can save her with your own strength, right? Unfortunately, your thinking is too simple. The monster palace has the bloodline of the great ancient monster. Therefore, the demon sect crown prince took away the most outstanding powerhouses of the monster palace to extract their bloodline and let them give birth to a new demon child. I can say with certainty that even if you reach the venerable realm, you won't be able to save her." Hearing the demon sect crown prince's words, Su Yan's face turned cold. The two of them were talking in the sky. The people below had no idea what was going on. "What is a demon child?" Su Yan asked directly. The crown prince of the devil sect smiled faintly and said, "The son of the devil is someone who possesses the heavenly devil bloodline. If his strength evolves, he can even transform into a new heavenly devil. Of course, there are differences in strength between the son of the devil of each generation." Chapter 483. What does this have to do with the monster palace? Su Yan asked calmly. The crown prince of the devil sect smiled and said, "If it was in my era, it wouldn't have mattered because the people of my generation wanted to revive the great heavenly demon lord. Unfortunately, we failed in the end." The demon crown prince's voice sounded a little disappointed when he said this. However, this trace of disappointment was quickly concealed. Ever since we left that area, the devil sect that was struggling at death's door gradually recovered. Then they began to search for a new power, and this new power is related to the demon clan. The great celestial demon lord's power failed, so it was denied. They wanted to create an existence that surpassed the great celestial demon lord. They called it the demon race. In fact, this plan was very simple. They wanted to find a demon race woman with the strongest bloodline. Then, they would marry the demon son and give birth to the next generation. The demon crown prince's words made Su Yan's eyes flash with killing intent. He would never let Lulan suffer such a fate. Su Yan's anger and killing intent were directly captured by this crown prince of the devil sect. He laughed and said, From your eyes, she seems to be very important to you. Hence, you can't watch her suffer such a fate." Su Yan took a deep breath and finally made a decision. He said, "What do you want me to help you with?" "Haha, good. I like to deal with people like you." The crown prince of the devil sect laughed for a while and then said, "Don't look down on me just because I'm the crown prince of the devil sect. Those people paid a huge price to revive me, but I'm just a tool. They need my devil's soul to make this generation's son of devil's bloodline purer." At this point, the demon crown prince's eyes were very cold, showing a strong killing intent. Su Yan sighed. This fellow used to be an extremely powerful existence, and was hailed as the crown prince of the devil sect. However, the times were different now. A few thousand years had passed. Even if he was reborn, he could only become a tool for others. Since you've agreed to help me, then let's be friends. My name is Duanmulonghu. The Crown Prince looked at Su Yan and continued, this time, it's all thanks to you killing the 100 Beasts Elder and the Black Demon Lord. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to break free from this predicament. It turned out that the 100 Beasts Old Demon and the Black Demon Lord were in charge of this plan. Aside from dealing with the Qian Cloud Alliance, another important matter was the revival of Duanmulonghu. If the two of them were still alive, then Duanmulonghu's fate would have been sealed. Once he was resurrected, he would be brought to the 9 continents. However, in the battle with Su Yan, the two of them were killed one by Su Yan. Therefore, Duanmulonghu had a chance. Although he had just been resurrected and was extremely weak, he was still an expert in the past. His strength had already reached the level of a venerable. He easily found an opportunity and used his powerful spirit to control a person in charge of the Black Fiend Alliance. After that, he directly launched an attack on the Heavenly Cloud sect. With the help of the deaths caused by the attack, he absorbed the powerful life energy and finally achieved the goal of revival. I believe that those fellows from the 9 continents Devil sect must already know that I have escaped from their control. Therefore very soon there will be experts coming to kill me. Therefore, I need you to help me block off the power that is chasing after me. Duanmulonghu directly said, as long as you help me get through this and let me recover my strength, I will help you save your woman. Duanmulonghu said directly. However, Su Yan shook his head and said directly, I don't trust you. Brother Su Yan, I knew you would say that. Duanmulonghu gave a faint smile. Then, he suddenly produced a symbol from his bosom. Brother Su Yan, you can sense it. As he said that, he directly threw the mark to Su Yan. Su Yan was surprised. Then, he directly probed with his power. When Su Yan probed with his power, he immediately raised his head in surprise. Your soul. It was no wonder that Su Yan was so surprised. This person actually put his soul into the mark and entrusted it to Su Yan. That's right, this is one of my soul marks. As long as Brother Su Yan has this soul mark, you don't have to be afraid of me. To put it bluntly, my life is in the hands of Brother Su Yan. As for Brother Su Yan's lover, I will definitely have some means to save her. Duanmulonghu said directly. According to common sense, what Duanmulong said was indeed true. The soul was the foundation of a person. For people like them, even if they died, as long as their soul still existed, there would always be a chance for them to come back to life. Whether it was him, Venerable Gui Yen, or the Black Demon Venerable, it was the same. However, once one's soul was under someone else's control, it meant that one's life was truly in the hands of another. For an expert from the Devil sect like Duanmulonghu to make such a decision, it was indeed beyond Su Yan's expectations. Brother Su Yan, you don't have to worry. This is my own choice. Moreover, I trust Brother Su Yan. With this mark in hand, I can contact Brother Su Yan when necessary. Su Yan held the soul mark and stared straight ahead. He wanted to see something from the eyes of the Devil sect's crown prince. Unfortunately, Duanmulonghu's body was shrouded in death aura. Su Yan could not see any clues at all. By the way, according to what I know, there seems to be an immemorial demon tree in the Monster Palace. To enter it, you'll need the ancient spring and autumn wood, mysterious ice-cold iron, Buddha's golden silkworm, and the Milky Way tortoise shell. I happen to know the whereabouts of the Buddha's golden silkworm. He smiled and threw another item over. Su Yan caught the item and looked at it. It was a map. I found this map in the Black Demon Alliance. I took it because it might be useful to Brother Su Yan. Whether or not Brother Su Yan agrees to my request, I'll give it to Brother Su Yan, he said with a smile. Duanmulonghu's actions did not have any demeanor of a Devil sect expert. He was simply a gentleman. However, it was because of this that Su Yan was even more afraid. He knew that this guy was definitely an extremely difficult person to deal with. If he had a choice, Su Yan would probably directly make a move and kill this future great enemy. However, he did not have a choice now. Duanmulonghu was right. If he only relied on his own strength, it would be a dream to rescue Lu Lan. He had already fought with the Devil sect many times. Although he had won every time, he knew very well. This was only because the true experts of the Devil sect had not arrived. The strength of the Jojo continent was stronger than the 5 counties. There was no doubt about this. However, the Jojo continent seemed to have some kind of agreement that did not allow the experts of the Jojo continent to enter the 5 counties without restraint. Therefore, the Devil sect did not invade. He could make a name for himself in the 5 counties, but once he entered the Jojo continent and still wanted to be enemies with the Devil sect, he was afraid that he would hit a wall everywhere. He might even be seeking his own death, not to mention rescuing Lu Lan. Moreover, Chu Linger was also in the Jojo continent. Su Yen sighed and finally said, "Okay, I promise you." Although this was like asking a tiger for its skin, he had no other choice at this time. Duan Mulonghu laughed and said, "Good, I like people like Brother Su Yen. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with his palm, directly attacking Su Yen. Su Yen was shocked. He did not expect the Duan Mulonghu to attack directly at this time. Moreover, he did not show any mercy when he attacked. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, after the initial shock, Su Yen directly wielded the long sword in his hand and fiercely slashed out a sword light. The sword light exploded and suddenly rushed towards his opponent. In an instant, the sword light and the palm collided, and an extremely terrifying energy wave exploded. It even blew away the layers of clouds in the sky. After being hit by this energy wave, Su Yen was directly sent flying. At this time, the Duan Mulonghu laughed loudly and said, "Su Yen, it's hard to tell who's stronger today. We'll see tomorrow." Duan Mulonghu disappeared, but Su Yan's heart became heavier. He descended from the sky and Yun Wanqing immediately ran over. "Su Yen, are you okay?" She was really worried. Although Su Yen and the Duan Mulonghu did not fight most of the time, the beginning and the end of the fight were earth-shattering. While the two of them were talking, the Duan Mulonghu also stirred up a black fog that shrouded the two of them. Looking at Yun Wanqing, who was so concerned about him, Su Yen suddenly felt a little guilty. He caressed Yun Wanqing's cheek and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. But Wanqing, it's really hard on you." Yun Wanqing saw the gentleness in Su Yan's eyes, and then said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. I was just waiting for you to come back. The one who's really tired is you." Yun Wanqing's words made Su Yen sigh. At this time, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword walked over. "Su Yen, could this person be the Devil Sect's crown prince? Also, what's your current situation?" Su Yen said to Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, "Sect Master, this person is indeed the Devil Sect's crown prince. However, we don't have to worry about him now because he should be busy taking care of himself now." Spiritual Master Heaven Sword was puzzled. Why is that? Chapter 484. After hearing Su Yan's words, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's expression turned solemn. Finally, he looked at Su Yan and said, "In that case, you've agreed to his request?" Su Yan nodded and said, "I have no choice but to agree to his request." At this moment, his gaze landed on Yun Wanqing with an apologetic look in his eyes. Yun Wanqing was such a good girl by his side, but he had to cooperate with the Duan Mulonghu in order to save another girl. This kind of guilt filled Su Yan's heart. Yun Wanqing naturally saw Su Yan's guilt. She also knew about the relationship between Lu Lan and Su Yan. Therefore, she said softly, "Su Yan, I support your decision. However, you must be careful. After all, I feel that this Duan Mulonghu is definitely a terrifying existence." Spiritual Master Heaven Sword also said, "Su Yan, you must be careful when you ask a tiger for its skin." Su Yan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master. I naturally know the importance of this matter." "Su Yan, what do you plan to do next?" Yun Wanqing asked. "Naturally, I'll first go and get the Buddha Golden Silkworm. Then I'll look for the Frigid Ice Mysterious Iron. After that, I'll head to the Primordial Divine Tree, hoping to become stronger." Su Yan said solemnly. Although his current cultivation could be said to be the best in the 5 counties, the enemies he would have to face would also become stronger. Soon, he would even have to set foot on the 9 provinces continent. At that time, he would have to face even stronger experts. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Su Yan took out the map and consulted it with Spiritual Master Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun. Although Su Yan's strength had surpassed them, in terms of experience, he was far from comparable to them. 3 days later, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword came to look for Su Yan again. "Su Yan, Lei Wanjun and I have studied this map thoroughly." Hearing Reverend Heaven Sword's words, Su Yan immediately felt pleasantly surprised. He then asked, "Sect Master, where exactly is this Buddha golden silkworm?" When Su Yan saw Reverend Heaven Sword's expression, he knew that this place shouldn't be a good place. However, after hearing Reverend Heaven Sword's words, he still felt apprehensive. "Su Yan, this is the most dangerous place in the 5 counties, the Netherworld Cave." After Reverend Heaven Sword finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before he said, "Su Yan, there are many ways to increase your strength. You don't necessarily have to rely on the primordial divine tree. That nether cave is truly too dangerous. I'm only afraid that your life will be in danger." Taoist Heavenly Sword said bluntly. It was no wonder that Reverend Heavenly Sword would act in such a manner. After all, the Netherworld Cave was simply a forbidden place. Moreover, it had been like this since ancient times. During the era when the 5 counties had yet to decline, experts had emerged. It was absolutely incomparable to the current era. However, even so, no one had been able to come out of the Netherworld Cave alive. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. Although Su Yan's current strength was already very powerful, Reverend Heaven Sword wasn't optimistic about him. Su Yan held the map in his hand. There were many markings on the map that would be of great help to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the map and finally sighed. He then said, "Sect Master, no matter what, I must go to the Netherworld Cave." What the Sect Master said was very reasonable. Everyone knew how dangerous the Netherworld Cave was. However, Su Yan had a reason to go. Because he was very clear that according to the current situation, it was no longer possible for him to take things slowly. Although the mysterious devil sex Shangguansheng had told him that he could guarantee Lu Lan's safety for a year, he was still not at ease. Lu Lan's matter had sped up. Moreover, the devil sex pursuit of Duan Mulonghu was probably coming soon. At that time it would be a huge test for him. Since a person like Duan Mulonghu could survive from ancient times, he must have his own means. How could it be simple to cooperate with such a dangerous person? Yun Wanqing understood Su Yan's concerns. Although she was very unwilling, she still said softly, "Su Yan, you must be careful no matter what." Yun Wanqing's gentleness moved Su Yan even more. "Wanqing, don't worry. I, Su Yan, will treat you well in this life." The current Su Yan suddenly felt helpless. At this time he couldn't do anything but make such a promise. Another 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Su Yan personally took action and directly defeated the Black Fiend Alliance. Who knew how many evil cultivators died in Su Yan's hands? Such a series of massacres also finally made Su Yan's reputation known. As long as the members of the Black Fiend Alliance heard of Su Yan's name, they were all scared out of their wits. It was as if they had seen an evil spirit. In a moment, the Black Fiend Alliance disappeared without a trace and didn't dare to appear again. After that, Su Yan left and headed towards the legendary Netherworld Cave. The Netherworld Cave was located in the extreme north of the cold sky. It was the most remote place in the 5 counties. Even if Su Yan rode the sword dragon at half the speed of sound, it still took more than half a month to reach the extreme north. Just as he stepped into the extreme north, a dense cold wind blew. This place was indeed the most dangerous place in the 5 counties. Even a spiritual sea realm expert spirit chi would be frozen here. If the spiritual sea realm expert spirit chi was slightly lower, even a person would be sealed in ice. This was not an exaggeration at all. Su Yan could clearly feel the coldness in the air. The moment he landed from the sword dragon, a terrifying chill directly wrapped around his legs. In just a short while, solid ice had already appeared on his feet. Ordinary people probably wouldn't even be able to move at this time. However, Su Yan directly stomped his feet, and then a powerful force exploded. Under the sudden tremor of this force, the ice directly shattered. Su Yan thought about the direction recorded on the map. Then without stopping, he circulated his true chi and ran inside. The Buddha's golden silkworm was an extremely unique silkworm. It was similar to the sky silkworms recorded in the novels in Su Yan's previous world. This golden silkworm's body had Buddha's light, so it was not afraid of the cold. Moreover, their food was actually ghosts and evil spirits. The reason why the Netherworld Cave was called the mortal world's most dangerous place was because it was rumored that this place was connected to the 9 nether underworld. The reason why this place was so cold was also because the cold air here drifted out from the illusory region. The fierce wind swept, and Su Yan walked in the cold wind like this. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stopped in place. Only this time, his body was not frozen by the ice because he circulated his true qi to protect his whole body. The reason why he stopped in place was because he heard movement. There was an inexplicable movement. In such a world of ice and snow, there was actually movement. If it was in other places, Su Yan might not be so concerned. However, it was different here. This was the legendary most dangerous place. There was unimaginable danger. As if they had sensed Su Yan's vigilance, the commotion also stopped. Su Yan frowned. He walked forward for a while, and at the same time he secretly paid attention. Sure enough, the movement appeared again, but this time Su Yan had already begun to pay attention from the beginning. Therefore, the moment this movement appeared, Su Yan had already locked on to the direction. "You sneaky thing, come out." The sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly stabbed into the ground. The sword qi directly shot along the ground, and with the violent force, an extremely terrifying force immediately erupted. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and then the ground actually cracked open layer by layer. Then a huge figure appeared. It was a huge ice snake. According to common sense, snakes would not appear in such a place at all, because snakes were most afraid of the cold. During winter, snakes would enter hibernation. However, the ice snake in front of him had already exceeded ordinary understanding. After this ice snake was blasted out of the ground by Su Yan, its huge body swayed in the sky, and at this time it suddenly spat out a white mist from its mouth. It was clearly a mist that seemed to be able to disperse with a blow, but it flew towards Su Yan at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan was shocked and immediately knew that he was in trouble. Damned beast! His body suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding the white fog. At the same time, the scorching sun sword appeared in his hand. Then with a sudden burst, his entire body flew forward. The speed was so fast that it was simply inconceivable. Su Yan's sudden attack was too fast. Perhaps this ice snake had never seen such a fast prey. In just an instant, Su Yan's sword directly pierced through its body. The ice snake's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and then a burst of green smoke appeared. This place was so cold, but this burst of green smoke was still floating in the air. In just a few breaths of time, Su Yan's perception sensed that many existences were flying toward this place. Damn it, I've really poked a hornet's nest. Su Yan cursed in his heart, and then quickly ran away. This place was so cold that the circulation of spiritual power was greatly restricted. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be too presumptuous and directly chose the most primitive way of running. His speed was extremely fast, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that something in front of him was crashing toward him. Su Yan was shocked and jumped up. Only at this moment did he see that it was actually a snow-white bat that appeared here. Su Yan was absolutely afraid of bats. In the world of the square seal, these bats had brought him a lot of trouble. Among them, there was also a monster bat king that was even more terrifying, making him unable to fight back. Therefore, when he saw this white bat at this time, his first reaction was to directly raise the sword in his hand and then slash down fiercely. Chapter 485. When the flame first started burning, Su Yan did not think much of it and thought that it was just a normal flame. But in the next moment he was shocked because he realized that his protective spiritual energy was actually burning. This shock was absolutely no small matter. One must know that his protective spiritual energy was so strong that even a normal Dragon Realm expert would need to expend some effort to break through it. However, after the little bat died, the flames that appeared had actually started to burn away his protective spiritual energy. To Su Yan, this little bit of flame was nothing. In a short while, Su Yan would be able to extinguish the flame. However, this already showed how strong and terrifying the flame was. After the initial shock, Su Yan extinguished the flame. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a sound came from in front of him. Su Yan immediately stopped and cursed under his breath. Damn it! In front of him, there was a dense group of bats. If it was just one or two bats, he would naturally not care. But even if it was just a group of bats, he could still use the Scorching Sun Sword and use the Torrential Pear Blossom Sword Chi to kill them all. But at this moment, Su Yan felt a strong sense of danger behind him. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Even Su Yan did not have the confidence to win against it. If this was not the extreme north, Suyen might be interested in fighting with this fellow to train himself. But obviously this was not the place. This place was too terrifying. Who knew what kind of terrifying demon was waiting in the dark? Suyen was not arrogant. He did not want to die. So he changed his direction and went to the other side. At the same time, to avoid these damned fellows, he did not care about the consumption of his spiritual energy and directly summoned the flying sword dragon. In his body, the blazing spiritual energy of the great sun-colored glass sword manual was constantly circulating, dissolving the cold that wanted to invade his body. The speed of the bat group was not fast. Hence, they quickly disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, this time, Suyen had also shaken off that mysterious existence after using swift travel. Suyen sighed and landed back on the ground. In such a short period of time, he had already experienced such a hair-raising matter. It could be imagined that the road ahead would be even more difficult. He identified the map, found the right direction and set off again. With the lesson from the last time, he did not dare to be careless. He had almost completely restrained his aura. In the process of moving forward, he felt extremely terrifying auras in several places. All of them were above the dragon realm. Suyen couldn't help but be speechless. If these guys leave the northern icefield, I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be destroyed by them. Suyen did not doubt this at all, because the auras in a few places were so deep that even his breathing rate had decreased. Although he had taken a detour, Suyen still managed to pass through most of the places without any mishaps. At this time he looked at the map and finally realized that he had passed more than half of the place. According to the map, I should be able to reach my destination in about 20 kilometers. Suyen took out a piece of jerky from his space and ate it fiercely. In such a place, Suyen did not dare to use spiritual energy to fly. Other than the most basic spiritual energy to resist the cold, he did not even dare to move at high speed. A journey of 20 kilometers in such a cold and snowy environment, even he would need to spend half a day. After he finished the jerky, he continued to move forward. Just like that, after walking for another 6 kilometers in the cold wind, Suyen finally stopped. His gaze was not looking forward but to the side. There was an extremely deep and cold aura coming from that side. Such an aura made him palpitate. Cold yet sharp. Could this be the legendary mysterious ice-cold iron? Although it was only a guess, Suyen was still very happy. This was because if his perception was right, this trip was really worth it. But should I get the Buddha golden silkworm or the mysterious ice-cold iron first? This was another problem, but after thinking for a while, Suyen made a decision. The mysterious ice-cold iron is a dead object, after all, but the Buddha golden silkworm is alive. According to the records on this map, the Buddha golden silkworm will only appear at sunrise every day. Then it will absorb the essence of the scorching sun and consume the spirits that it devours at night. There's still a long time before the next sunrise, so I should go to the mysterious ice-cold iron first. After thinking about it, he made a decision and directly headed in the direction of the mysterious ice-cold iron that he sensed. The mysterious ice-cold iron was one of the rarest metals recorded so far. The formation of this metal was extremely harsh. It was a meteorite that fell into an extremely cold place, then it was continuously baptized by the cold air for hundreds of thousands of years. If the mysterious ice-cold iron was used to forge weapons, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. During a battle, as long as the weapon came into contact with the mysterious ice-cold iron, it would immediately be contaminated by a layer of coldness. If the weapon was not strong enough, it would probably be frozen directly. However, this was only a legend. In the known history of the 5 counties, no one had ever been able to use the mysterious ice-cold iron to forge a sword. This time, Suyen came to the extreme north for the Buddha golden silkworm in the Netherworld cave. But he did not expect to feel the unique aura of the mysterious ice-cold iron at this time. Although he did not know if his perception was correct, it was worth the risk. Suyen finally stepped into the place shrouded by the aura. The closer he got, the more certain he was that his perception was not wrong. Because at this time, the aura had become exceptionally obvious. Kacha kacha. The sound of footsteps on the snow could be heard continuously. At this moment, Suyen stopped. A snow mountain that was not tall appeared in front of him. On the peak of the mountain there was a sparkling light. Under the illumination of the sun, It looked extremely mysterious and beautiful. Su Yan was overjoyed. He immediately knew that this was the mysterious ice-cold iron. Compared to the outside world, the temperature here was terrifyingly low. Su Yan had to speed up the circulation of his spirit qi to resist the cold. He knew that he had to speed up. Otherwise, in less than 2 hours his entire body would be frozen. At that time it would be terrible. Su Yan walked to the foot of the mountain. Although the mountain wall was not high, it was very steep. In addition, it was full of ice. It was almost impossible to climb up without using spirit qi. Let's end this quickly. Although the mountain wall made him feel very excited, Su Yan's heart was not at peace at this time. He knew that any place with treasures would not be peaceful. There would even be extremely terrifying demonic beasts guarding it. Although he did not feel a powerful aura here, ever since he entered this place, he did not even feel the aura of a demonic beast. This was too strange. The cold air here was so strong. For some demonic beasts, this place was simply heaven. However, there were no demonic beasts occupying this place. This was extremely unusual. In this way, there was only one possibility. There was an extremely terrifying existence here. Moreover, it was a powerful existence at the sovereign level. It was precisely because of this that no other demonic beasts dared to approach this place. Sword Dragon. Su Yan's thought moved. The sword dragon appeared and flew towards the mountain peak. Su Yan leaped high and then directly stepped on the sword dragon. The sword dragon flew quickly. In just a few breaths, it had already reached the peak of the mountain. Scorching Sun Sword. Su Yan grabbed with his hand. The Scorching Sun Sword had already appeared in his hand from the scarlet parting sword case. The sword light swept directly and immediately slashed at the peak of the mountain. The black iron was naturally incomparably hard, but Su Yan could easily cut open the ice below the black iron. The blazing sword light flashed and the ice was cut open. Su Yan was overjoyed. He immediately used his power to store the cold ice black iron into the scarlet parting sword case. However, at this moment the mountain range split open. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The sound continued. Then, in an instant, the entire mountain peak was completely shattered. The moment the mountain peak shattered, Su Yan's heart jumped. An extremely strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Then he saw a ferocious face. Just this face alone was enough to make Su Yan's heart palpitate. Dragon! Su Yan was sure that the big guy in front of him was a dragon. Su Yan had seen dragon souls before, but he had never seen a living dragon. He originally thought that in this era, such ancient and powerful demonic beasts had already gone extinct. However, Su Yan found out that he was wrong. In fact, he was very wrong. At this moment, this powerful dragon appeared in front of him. In the next moment, this terrifying monster opened its eyes. Then a cold breath was exhaled from its nose. Although Su Yan tried his best to hold the mountain wall, his other hand, which was not holding the sword, was still contaminated by this aura. The moment it was contaminated, his hand was immediately frozen. So strong! Su Yan's heart beat wildly, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Scarlet parting sword case. He directly shouted. Under his control, the scarlet parting sword case directly swallowed the cold ice black iron. At the same time, the sword dragon suddenly soared into the sky. What a strong power! Just the cold air from its breath actually froze my hand. Even though he was already high in the sky, he still did not feel safe at all. Chapter 486. Su Yan had already experienced many sonic attacks, but this roar was the most powerful. This angry roar almost made him lose his balance. Damn it, this guy is coming. Su Yan looked down and saw that the ferocious and terrifying guy had completely unfolded. It was a dark blue dragon that was more than 30 meters long. There was a pair of terrifying wings on its back that were fully spread out. Each wing was 15 meters long. At this moment, this big guy spread its wings and its huge body flew into the sky. So fast. Su Yan's heart was beating wildly. He no longer cared about the ice in his hand. Then he activated his entire body and flew forward. Damn it, no wonder there are no demonic beasts around here. It's because there's a terrifying guy here. Compared to him, the aura that I felt before was just trash. Although Su Yan could fight with experts of the dragon realm, he did not even have the courage to face the frost dragon that was chasing after him. The difference between the two was too big. Frost Colossal Dragon. This must be the legendary Frost Colossal Dragon. It's too powerful. Frost dragons were the legendary dragon clan in this world. They had the noblest bloodline and the strongest power. Even among the dragon clan, they were considered to be royalty. Su Yan did not expect that in this day and age where the dragon clan was almost extinct, he would still be able to see such a terrifying frost dragon. He could not help but curse his bad luck. However, at this moment he did not dare to stop at all. Otherwise, he would be digging his own grave. Su Yan's speed exploded. At this moment, he did not care about alerting other powerful beings. If he did not move faster, he would be swallowed whole by this frost dragon. Lowly human, leave the frigid ice mystical iron to me. A huge thought was transmitted directly, causing Su Yan to be even more terrified. Frost dragons are indeed the most powerful beings. They can actually emit a human's consciousness. He felt bitter in his heart. Facing such an extremely powerful creature with extraordinary intelligence was simply a nightmare. However, as a member of the immortal clan, he had already fallen into this nightmare and was unable to extricate himself. If this continued, he would definitely die. Although the Stegosaurus was fast, the Frost WRM's speed was too terrifying. Furthermore, the extreme north was definitely the home ground of the Frost Dragon. The cold air here would restrain Su Yan's power flow. However, it was nothing to the Frost WRM. In fact, it was of great help to it. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Frost WRM caught up to Su Yan. Su Yan didn't think that this terrifying Frost Dragon would forgive him. The black frost iron must have been his private property, but he had stolen it. How could such a tyrannical creature like the Frost Dragon tolerate such a thing? At this moment, his speed was already extremely fast, and the distance between them was constantly closing. Su Yan turned his head to look. He could already see that ferocious and furious face, and felt that terrifying cold aura. No, I can't go on like this. Otherwise, I'll die sooner or later. The Frost Dragon was simply too powerful. Along the way, they passed by the territories of many powerful astral beasts. These powerful existences were originally eager to make a move. However, after sensing the Frost Dragon's aura, they all chose to remain dormant. They hid all of their auras, not daring to show themselves. They were deeply afraid of being noticed by the angry Frost WRM. It could be seen that this Frost WRM was at least a supreme existence. Let's take a gamble. Su Yan controlled the Stegosaurus to suddenly change its direction, and then directly charged in the direction of the Netherworld cave. Su Yan couldn't escape and he couldn't win in a fight. If this continued, Su Yan would definitely die. The only way to survive was the Netherworld cave. This was because according to the Heavenly Sword Sage, the Netherworld cave was the most terrifying existence in the entire extreme north. It had a supreme taboo existence. According to the Heavenly Sword Sage, a supreme expert had barged into the Netherworld cave and died there in the end. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Sword Sage stopped Su Yan from going there. Even a supreme expert had died there. What qualifications did Su Yan have to survive there? At present, although there were many powerful beings in the extreme north, according to Su Yan's understanding, the only place that could deal with this terrifying Frost WRM was the Netherworld cave. As soon as he thought of this, he was already heading there. Lowly human, you've offended the dignity of the Frost WRM. You'll have to pay the price. The Frost WRM's voice entered Su Yan's ears again, and Su Yan's entire body shook. Dragon's oppression. Su Yan was terrified. There was an inexplicable dignity in the dragon realm, which was called Dragon's Aura. However, how could this Dragon's Aura be compared to a real Frost WRM? The Frost WRM's body emitted an aura that could be called terrifying. The powerful energy caused one's mind to be shaken, and one would feel as if one's soul was about to split apart. Su Yan gritted his teeth and recovered a little. Then he immediately shouted, "Soul-subduing seal, soul-subduing." The soul-subduing seal exploded, and a golden light shone in his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the terrifying dragon's aura was suppressed. Without the oppression of the dragon's aura, his speed finally recovered, and at the same time, his speed increased again. However, after the previous delay, the distance between him and the Frost WRM closed again. He could even feel the Frost WRM's cold breath. At this moment, the Frost WRM's terrifying voice sounded again. You're actually able to dissolve my dragon's aura. What an amazing kid. Even so, you still have to die. The Frost WIRM flapped its wings again, stirring up a boundless storm. In the next moment, its speed increased again. The Frost WRM indeed had extraordinary intelligence. It quickly discovered Su Yan's goal and released its thoughts again. Human, do you want to enter the Netherworld cave? You're simply courting death. Su Yan ignored its roar. In fact, how could he not know that he was courting death? However, at this moment, if he stopped, he would die even faster. He had no choice but to seek survival in death. After another minute, the Frost WRM's voice sounded again. Stop. As long as you hand over the Frost Meteoric Iron, I'll spare your life. At this moment, the distance between him and Su Yan was even closer. However, Su Yan was also very close to the Netherworld cave. According to his estimation, it was impossible to stop Su Yan before he entered the range of the Netherworld cave. Therefore, he asked to spare Su Yan's life. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping at all. He did not even slow down. This was because he deeply understood that the Frost WIRM behind him was too terrifying. As long as it caught up, he would not have the strength to resist at all. As for the Frost WRM's words, he had never taken them to heart. Could it be that you expect a Frost WRM to reason with you? This was simply naive. Su Yan was very sure that as long as he slowed down, he would definitely die. He directly transmitted his thoughts and shouted, Frost WRM, do you take me for a fool? If I stop, I'm afraid I'll be killed immediately. Do you want the Frost Meteoric Iron? Then come. After hearing Su Yan's words, the Frost WRM's anger completely erupted. You ignorant and despicable thing. In that case, go to hell. It was still flying at an extremely fast speed, but at the same time, it had already opened its huge mouth. Then, an extremely terrifying aura appeared in front of him. The moment this aura appeared, Su Yan felt extremely cold. He looked back and was completely stunned. Damn it, that's dragon breath. This thought flashed through his mind, and it was at this moment that the ice-cold chill had already closed in on him. Dragon breath was one of the most powerful and terrifying attack methods of the giant dragon. If he was contaminated by this dragon breath, Su Yan was certain that he would die without a doubt. At this moment he could not care less. In his body, two hearts were beating at the same time. Under the stimulation of danger, the demonic dragon's heart had also begun to beat. Su Yan's heart was wrapped in the 9th grade lotus platform, which could already be called a Buddha's heart, and the demonic dragon's heart was also suppressed by this golden light. However, at this moment it had reached an extremely dangerous point. Under the stimulation of a strong crisis, his heart beat at the same time, and his blood suddenly flowed faster. Su Yan only felt that his entire body had reached an extremely excited state. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body also circulated wildly. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased, and then his entire body rose rapidly. At this critical moment, he narrowly avoided the impact of this terrifying power. The corner of Su Yan's clothes touched the outermost edge of the dragon breath and immediately disappeared. This made Su Yan break out in a cold sweat. If the demonic dragon's heart and Buddha's heart had not gone berserk at the same time, he would have died under this dragon breath. He would not have been able to survive at all. At this moment, the frost dragon was shocked. It obviously did not expect Su Yan to be able to avoid its dragon breath. However, what surprised it even more was that it felt a familiar yet hateful aura. The aura of the demonic dragon. Lowly human, you actually have the aura of the demonic dragon on you. The frost dragon's angry roar resounded throughout the land of frost. For the entire dragon clan, the demonic dragon was regarded as a taboo clan. Once discovered, they would be killed at all costs. Su Yan actually had the aura of the demonic dragon on him, which made the frost dragon even more determined to kill him. Chapter 487. Damn it, you damn reptile. You've got a really loud voice. Su Yan cursed. At the same time, his body quickly fell to the ground. Thanks to the simultaneous outburst of both hearts, he entered an unprecedentedly excited state. His current speed was even faster than before. At this moment, he already knew that he had entered the range of the legendary and extremely terrifying Netherworld cave. However, he could not care less. This frost worm had clearly gone crazy. It did not care at all and directly chased after him. It looked like it would not rest until one of them was dead. If he stopped, he would not be able to survive at all. However, although his speed had become faster, the frost worm's speed seemed to have begun to increase due to its anger. The sound of his flapping wings produced a burst of sound effects. Wherever he passed, the mountains directly collapsed. Damn it, this frost worm is so crazy. Why didn't it cause any reaction from the netherworld cave? Isn't this supposed to be a forbidden place? Suyen was secretly resentful. The reason he came here was because he hoped that there would be some terrifying existence that could stop this frost worm. However, until now, the frost worm still did not stop. This caused his plan to fail. In this case, he could only die. However, Suyen might have really been blessed by the heavens. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a gust of extremely strong cold wind suddenly blew. The violent cold wind swept and covered the sky. It was like a landslide or a tsunami. Suyen's body was hit by the strong wind. He was unable to stabilize himself at all, and his entire body crashed heavily into a glacier. Invincible golden body, dragon blood ice fire shield. Suyen was shocked. This power was great. However, at this time he did not panic. Instead, he directly activated his power. The moment he crashed into the glacier, it finally appeared and then protected him. Even so, he was still injured. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Suyen's body was so abnormal. He also activated the power of the invincible golden body and dragon blood ice fire shield. However, this was still the result. One could imagine that if it were an ordinary powerhouse, they would definitely be dead after enduring such power. After this gale, an extremely terrifying thought was transmitted. Frost Colossal Dragon, you've crossed the line. It was an old voice. The voice turned into shackles binding the frost dragon. Suyen nestled in the cave that was smashed out and looked straight at the sky. He was extremely shocked because at this moment, he saw a golden chain actually appear on the body of the powerful frost worm, and then it firmly bound its entire body. Seeing such a scene, Suyen was simply dumbfounded. He only felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend it. What kind of power is this? That Ice Blast WYRM should be at least at the level of a venerable. This power actually managed to bind it. There was actually such a terrifying powerhouse in the Netherworld cave. It was no wonder that this place had been a dangerous place since ancient times. It was truly terrifying. Roar, old geezer, I didn't mean to offend you today. It's just that there's a human thief that I want to kill with my own hands. If you let me kill this lowly reptile, I'll owe you a favor today. If not, then I'd like to see how strong you are. After the frost colossal dragon finished speaking, its huge dragon wings flapped again. Then a blue brilliance flashed on its huge body. As the blue brilliance shone, the binding power was immediately broken. The golden chain turned into specks of brilliance and disappeared. You're dreaming if you think you can bind me with this little trick of yours. The frost colossal dragon snorted coldly. Then its gaze fell directly on Suyen, who was embedded in the glacier. Lowly reptile, I'd like to see how you're going to escape now. Under the gaze of the frost colossal dragon, Suyen only felt a chill all over his body. His whole body began to tremble. It was not that he was afraid, but that the pressure of the powerful pressure made his whole body begin to tremble. He only felt that his entire soul was about to be torn apart at this moment. Not good. At this time, Suyen did not care about his previous injuries and directly jumped up. However, the moment he jumped up, his whole body was abruptly fixed in place. Lowly reptile, in front of the great frost colossal dragon, you still want to escape? Die for me. The frost colossal dragons will roared again. Suyen's whole body was trembling. It was not because he was afraid but because he was violently struggling. After feeling the terrifying threat of these few people, his two hearts began to beat. The demon dragon's heart and Buddha's heart beat at the same time. His whole body's power became extremely violent. On the surface of his body there were even changes. There was black demonic aura and golden aura constantly flowing. On the surface of his skin, fine lines even began to appear. These were dragon scales. Even dragon wings were beginning to appear on his back. When the frost colossal dragon saw this scene, its eyes were filled with anger. It really is the aura of the demon dragon. You lowly reptile, you deserve to die. Endless cold light burst out from the frost colossal dragon's huge eyes, and then it flew directly towards Su Yan. A huge shadow shrouded Su Yan, making his whole heart beat faster. He knew that he had fallen into a huge crisis at this time. If this frost colossal dragon landed, he would definitely die. Damn it, power quickly burst out for me. Regal sword mantra. Great sun-colored glaze sword mantra. Buddha's boundless technique. All of them, circulate for me. At this moment, Su Yan did not care much and began to circulate all of his power at the same time. With all of his power circulating, his meridians were immediately overloaded. His whole body was in terrible pain, but at this time he still did not care and just continued to circulate. Compared to death, what was the severe pain? It was just that there was always a time when a person's strength was exhausted. At this time, the frost colossal dragon's huge figure had landed in front of Su Yan. Die. Offending the great frost colossal dragon, death is the price you have to pay. Then a terrifying sharp claw came down. As soon as the sharp claw was raised, Su Yan felt a wave of pain. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart. Ah, get out of my way, reptile! Su Yan let out a crazy roar, and his whole body was exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He did not seem like a human at all. Su Yan's power was constantly rising at this time, which made the frost colossal dragon's eyes even colder. Humph, a mere human, you think you can escape from my control just because you have the power of the fallen demon dragon? Now die. At this moment, the dragon claw had already landed in front of Su Yan. If Su Yan had not circulated the invincible golden body and was surrounded by the demon dragon's aura, his whole body would have been torn apart. However, even so, at this time he was bleeding all over and was almost dead. This was one of the frost colossal dragon's special powers, tearing. Not only did its dragon claw have powerful strength, but it also had a terrifying tearing attribute that could easily tear its target apart. As the dragon claw got closer, the tearing force became stronger. Su Yan had already sensed that his body was no longer able to resist this terrifying tearing force. This time he finally lost the gamble with his life. In the face of death, he was helpless. However, at this moment the powerful tearing force suddenly stopped. The frost colossal dragon's terrifying dragon claw froze on the spot. In the frost colossal dragon's eyes, a look of extreme unwillingness flashed. Do you want to fight with me? The existence of the netherworld cave. He shouted coldly. Although he did not want to offend the mysterious existence of the netherworld cave, he had to kill Su Yan. This was not only because he had stolen the frost meteoric iron, but also because he had the aura of the demon dragon on him. Any dragon would kill the demon dragon in a frenzy when facing it. This was a hatred that originated from the bloodline and soul, and no one could change it at all. In order to kill Su Yan, he did not hesitate to offend the existence of the netherworld cave. So what if I fight with you? Frost colossal dragon, do you really think that you're invincible? Since you've stepped into this place, then you'll have to fall here. Although this voice was calm, it was full of supreme dominance. This extremely powerful frost colossal dragon was not in his eyes at all, hiding the head and showing the tail. At this moment, the frost colossal dragon suddenly roared, then directly spat out a dragon's breath, which directly rushed toward the mysterious netherworld cave. The icy blue light pillar painted an extremely bright light. The powerful force seemed to want to destroy everything. Since you want to interfere, then die. At this moment, Su Yan looked at this terrifying dragon's breath and felt the majesty of the dragon's breath at such a close distance. Only then did he truly feel the strength of this frost colossal dragon. He was very lucky to be able to avoid such an attack earlier. You want me to die? You think you can do that? The dragon's breath was so mighty, but the calm voice was still so clear. Then suddenly a gray light directly exploded. The moment this dusky radiance erupted, Su Yan felt as if a volcano that had been dormant for a long time had finally erupted. The overbearing and insufferably arrogant dragon's breath was actually suppressed in an instant. Su Yan simply did not dare to believe such a berserk power. He finally understood why the netherworld cave was called a forbidden place. This force was so terrifying that even the frost colossal dragon could not withstand it. The violent force directly shattered the dragon's breath. then rushed toward the frost colossal dragon. Chapter 488. Roar. The frost dragon's painful wails resounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying and intense roar shook the ground continuously. It was simply terrifying. The hysterical roar shattered everything in the surroundings. This kind of terrifying screeching sound was truly incomparably shocking. All the surrounding Bingshan walls shattered at the same time. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The frost dragon was still flying in the sky. One of its wings was still intact, but the other wing had been destroyed. Large amounts of blood were dripping from its wing. As the most powerful life form in this world, even in such a cold world, its blood was still boiling like magma. That terrifying and frightening power fell bit by bit, landing on the ice field. The blood did not coagulate because of the cold. Instead, it melted the surrounding snow. What a terrifying power. Su Yan's heart trembled when he saw this scene. He was deeply in awe of this terrifying power. If he were to stand in a world of ice and snow, his body would gradually freeze as long as his spirit energy stopped circulating. The blood in his blood vessels would also slowly dry up. However, the power of this frost worm was actually so strong. The frost dragon's gaze was so gloomy and cold. It was much colder than the 10,000-year-old ice. However, he did not make a move in the end because he knew very well that the existence in the Netherworld cave was really too powerful. He had suffered a great defeat in just one confrontation. Although this had something to do with his own carelessness, it still showed how powerful this mysterious existence was. His only thought now was to turn around and leave. His body slowly rose into the sky. As he left this area, he looked at the Netherworld cave solemnly, afraid that the mysterious existence would attack again. Damn it, the great frost dragon will definitely come back for revenge. Finally, when he was sure that the mysterious existence in the Netherworld cave would not attack again, he turned around and left. This time it was simply a great humiliation to him. Not only did he lose the frost meteoric iron that he had been waiting for countless years, but he also suffered such a heavy blow. The price of losing half a wing was too heavy. It was impossible for him to recover quickly. It wasn't until the frost worm was far away that Su Yan fell from the sky to the ground. The frost dragon was severely injured, and so was he. If not for that mysterious existence's sudden attack, Su Yan would have been torn apart and killed by the ice blast worm. The power of the ice blast worm was beyond his imagination. Su Yan struggled to get up from the ground. Although the ice blast worm had already left, he didn't feel safe at all. That was because the mysterious existence in the Netherworld cave was even more powerful than the frost dragon. He had no ability to resist in front of the frost dragon, and it was even more so in front of this mysterious existence. He was probably not much better than a clay doll. Su Yan didn't dare to make any movements. He was waiting for the mysterious expert's judgment. After a while, the voice of the mysterious being was finally heard. "Come in." These three plain words finally eased Su Yan's nerves a little. At least the other party did not kill him immediately. He deeply understood that if this person really wanted to kill him, he would not have any power to resist at all. He would be killed at any time. Since the mysterious existence had allowed him to enter, his life would not be in much danger for the time being. Su Yan's feet stepped across the ice. A series of cracking sounds came from the ice. Finally, a cave appeared in front of Su Yan. This cave was at the foot of a majestic mountain. Su Yan raised his head, but he could not see the peak of the mountain at all. Perhaps he could not even see halfway up the mountain. In Su Yan's map, this mountain was named Sky Pillar Mountain. Probably because this mountain was too tall, it was simply a pillar that supported the sky. That was how it got its name. When Su Yan was being chased by the frost dragon, he had directly headed in the direction of this mountain. He only paused for a moment before walking into the cave. As for the thought of running away, Su Yan did not even think about it. He had seen clearly how powerful the mysterious existence was. He was afraid that with just a thought he would be crushed to death. Su Yan did not dare to go against the will of a powerhouse of this level. Perhaps it was because he was injured, or perhaps he was too nervous. Su Yan was trembling slightly at this moment. He walked into the cave and respectfully said, "Senior Junior Su Yan has been nagging for a long time." A faint nasal sound came from within the cave, which could be considered as a response to him. The moment Su Yan stepped into the cave, he felt that he had entered another world. This was because this place was simply too vast. Su Yan looked into the distance, but he could not see the edge of the opposite side. When he raised his head, he only felt that the top of his head was filled with darkness. He could not see anything, not even the mountain walls. This cave was not cold. On the contrary, it was somewhat warm. The inside and outside of the cave were two completely different worlds. However, in this huge space, there was an extremely uncomfortable aura. Just as he stepped into this place, Su Yan felt that his palm that was not covered by clothes seemed to be a little wet. Su Yan glanced at his palm lightly and realized that the water droplets condensed on his palm were actually a faint red color. He did not think that this was the color of blood. It was said that the Netherworld's cave was the strangest and most evil place in the 5 regions. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. The air here was filled with such a thick smell of blood. One could imagine how many lives had fallen here. Su Yan frowned and then stepped in step by step. As he moved forward, he was also looking around. There were all kinds of corpses and bones around this place. It was very frightening. Of course, if it was just some corpses and bones, Su Yan would not be afraid. After all, it was not like he had never seen such a scene before. Whether it was under the Heaven and Earth Organization's Divine Dragon's Abyss or the Square Seal Temple ruins, he had seen similar scenes. However, there was one thing that Su Yan was very sure of. Whether it was in the temple or the Divine Dragon's Abyss, those places could not be compared to this place. This was because those buried here were definitely extremely powerful creatures. The skeletons here, regardless of whether they were in human or beast form, were all surrounded by spiritual energy. Some of the corpses had not even been completely corroded, and there was a force entwined above them. The most terrifying thing was that Su Yan even saw a capricious monster. Its body was still intact as if it had not suffered any damage from the passage of time. On the surface of its body, there was even an extremely powerful spiritual energy flowing. Su Yan was sure that if this person was alive, he would definitely be an expert above the venerable realm. This was because even at this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was still above the dragon realm. Even such a person had fallen here. The giant frost dragon was indeed powerful, but compared to these dead creatures, it was not much more powerful. In fact, many of them were even stronger than him. The more Su Yan walked, the more frightened he became. It was said that the 5 counties could not be compared to the Jojo continent as there were no top experts. However, looking at this place, this was clearly not the case. In the 5 counties, there were indeed powerful individuals who could make decisions for themselves. However, these powerful individuals were all dead. This was such a terrifying thing. The Netherworld cave was indeed the most dangerous place in the 5 counties. As he went deeper, Su Yan already felt that his flesh was beginning to hurt. On one hand, it was because the previous injuries had finally begun to erupt. On the other hand, there seemed to be an undetectable strong aura floating in the air. This aura was like a blade. With just a light touch, it could directly cut off a person's skin and flesh. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. However, Su Yan activated the invincible golden body at this moment, which dissolved most of the power. After walking for a long time, Su Yan finally stopped. This was because he finally saw the existence that spoke. In front of Su Yan there was a huge stone pillar. This stone pillar was at least 10 meters in diameter. As for its height, there was no need to mention it. It was impossible to see the top of its head. And this person was on top of this pillar. To be more precise, he was tied to this huge pillar. His hands and feet were bound by chains that looked like pythons, and he was just hanging on top of them. This was a human, not a demonic beast. However, his entire body was covered with a dense and terrifying aura, to the extent that Su Yan could not see his appearance clearly. However, he was very sure that the one who had defeated the giant frost dragon in one move was this powerful existence in front of him. This person's arm lightly shook, and the heavy iron chains let out clanking sounds. The iron chains were full of cold light. This cold light was an extremely extreme power. Not to mention Su Yan, even the giant frost dragon would not have a good ending if it was contaminated by this extreme power. However, this person was bound by this terrifying power. Even after half a minute, Su Yan still could not believe his eyes. How could anyone withstand such a terrifying power? However, he forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Su Yan, thanks Senior for saving me." Su Yan braced himself and tried to calm himself down. At this moment the old man spoke. "Junior, what are you afraid of? If I wanted to kill you, do you think you can still live?" Chapter 489. Su Yan was absolutely not exaggerating when he said that. He really admired the mysterious person in front of him. He had personally experienced the power of the Ice Blast WIRM. However, this mysterious old man directly destroyed the Ice Blast WRM's dragon breath with just one blow. At the same time, he also destroyed half of its wing. At this moment, Su Yan really saw this old man, only to find that he was actually imprisoned in this place. One could imagine the horror in his heart. If such a terrifying character was imprisoned here, then how terrifying would the person who imprisoned him be? Su Yan's heart was like a huge wave, but he became more and more respectful. "Su Yan, thank you for saving my life, Senior." This was a life-saving grace, and Su Yan would never dare to forget it. That person looked at Su Yan and suddenly laughed, then said, "There's no need to say these words. This old man doesn't care about these things." His voice was calm, but there was a sense of majesty in it. "I just don't like this Ice Blast WRM. Saving your life is just a matter of convenience." That person did not care about Su Yan's gratitude at all. Perhaps it was really as he said. The reason why he named Su Yan was just a matter of convenience, and there was no other meaning at all. However, even if he did not take it to heart, Su Yan could not do the same. "To you it's just a small matter, but to me it's a life-saving grace. Su Yan will remember it in my heart. Since you called me in, there must be something you want me to do. Senior, just say it. As long as Su Yan can do it, I'll do it," Su Yan said sincerely. Although it was just a short conversation, it was enough to let Su Yan put down the fear in his heart. Although this senior looked very scary, he was actually very kind. He did not have any malicious intentions towards him. The black chi on that person's body gradually dissipated. Then an old face was revealed. Su Yan took a closer look. If it wasn't for his thick beard and hair, and if he wasn't so old, this person would definitely be a handsome figure. Even though he was in such dire straits right now, he still had his own demeanor. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "When you were fighting the frost dragon, I saw the demon dragon's aura on you. But there was also the pagoda golden chi. Tell me what's going on." Su Yan was slightly taken aback. He never thought that this senior would actually ask such a question. This matter was indeed an extremely important secret to Su Yan, but for some reason, he didn't want to hide anything from this old man who had saved his life. So he told him in detail, reporting to Senior, the reason why this junior has the aura of the demon dragon is because this junior has the heart of a great demon dragon in his body. As for the pagoda golden chi, it is because I am the successor of the pagoda sect. After Su Yan finished speaking, he looked straight at this person, waiting for his reaction. Although it was only a few short sentences, it was actually an extremely shocking secret. Whether it was the inheritance of the pagoda sect or the power of the great demon dragon's heart, they were both abnormally terrifying things. According to what Su Yan knew, the great demon dragon's power was extremely strong. It could be said to be the most terrifying and powerful existence in this world. Therefore, its heart was naturally incomparably precious. If this old man in front of him wanted to take away the great demon dragon's heart, or if he coveted the treasures of the pagoda sect, then it would be difficult for him to stop him. Pagoda sect, pagoda sect. You really are the successor of the pagoda sect. Ha ha ha, you really are the successor of the pagoda sect. Hearing the three words pagoda sect, the old man actually let out a long sigh. Su Yan could see that this was a kind of joy. A joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Su Yan did not speak. He waited quietly for a long time before the old man calmed down. He looked at Su Yan, then said something that surprised Su Yan. "Su Yan, do you know that this old man is also a member of the pagoda sect?" These words caused Su Yan's heart to shake violently. He had originally thought that in this world, he was the only true successor of the pagoda sect. How lonely and desolate he had been. Although Lu Fei's family was considered the protector family of the pagoda sect, they were not the true successors of the pagoda sect. But now, this old man in front of him was telling him that he was also a successor of the pagoda sect. Su Yan did not have any doubts about the old man's words. He was very surprised that this powerful old man was actually a member of the pagoda sect. Su Yan sighed in his heart and immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Junior Su Yan pays his respects to the senior of the pagoda sect. This bow was sincere. He knew that the pagoda sect had fought to the death to resist the devil sect. In the end, the entire sect was almost destroyed. Everyone in the pagoda sect was noble. Seeing Su Yan kneel so sincerely, the old man laughed heartily. Good, this is wonderful. I Yongtai did not think that I Yongtai would be able to meet a successor of the pagoda sect in my lifetime. Wonderful. Amidst the laughter, the old man suddenly sighed. Su Yan, tell me how the pagoda sect is doing now. As he spoke, there was a hint of depression in his voice. Clearly, he had guessed that the pagoda sect's situation was not very good. Su Yan also sighed and said, reporting to senior, I'm afraid that I'm the only successor left in the entire pagoda sect. At least, I haven't seen any other disciples of the pagoda sect. After saying that, Su Yan told Senior Yang Tai everything that he knew in full detail. This Senior Yang Tai was truly an extraordinary person. Hearing Su Yan's words, he suddenly felt a myriad of emotions. It's been 8,000 years. Who would have thought that the pagoda sect would be reduced to such a state? Yang Di lifted his head and said to Su Yan, back then, the pagoda sect sacrificed everything for the sake of the common people. Who would have thought that we would end up like this today? I refuse to accept this. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody light flashed in Yang Tai's eyes. An extremely terrifying and ruthless aura rose from his body. Beside him, a terrifying blood-red whirlwind appeared. At this moment, a powerful force erupted. Su Yan felt an extremely strong force coming towards him. Senior. After calling out, Su Yan didn't dare to speak again. This force was simply too strong. He immediately activated the invincible golden body and activated the Dragonblood Icefire shield to protect himself. He had just finished doing all this when the powerful force arrived in front of him. He only felt a strong force hit him, and then his entire body was sent flying. He had already been injured by the Frost Dragon. It wasn't easy for him to recover from his injuries. But after this collision, the wounds all over his body opened up again. Fortunately, this terrifying attack wasn't aimed at him. Otherwise, Su Yan had no doubt that he would be crushed and disappear from this world. Kill. All of you die. Yang Di continued to roar. As he roared, a sinister wind rose. In an instant, this place had become a land of death. The blood-red aura became even thicker, and the sinister wind flickered in the empty space. Oh no, Senior Yang Ti must have gone crazy. Su Yan was shocked. He knew that he couldn't get close to Yang Ti at this time, because once he got close, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being killed. The gap between him and Yang Ti was like heaven and earth. How could he be a match for him? What Su Yan wanted the most right now was for Senior Yang Tai to forget about his existence when he was in a frenzy. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly right now. He was deeply afraid that he would be discovered and killed by Yang Tai. Unfortunately, the more Su Yan was afraid of something, the more it came. At this moment, Yang Di seemed to have sensed the aura of life. His gaze fell directly on Su Yan. Under the gaze of this pair of scarlet eyes, Su Yan felt that he couldn't even move. Even his thoughts had slowed down by half a beat. Yang Tai's gaze was even more terrifying than the Frost Dragon's dragon might. Die for me. Although Yang Tai's hand was bound by the terrifying iron chain, he still directly raised it and grabbed at Su Yan. Su Yan's body couldn't help but fly directly toward Yang Tai. In the next moment, his neck was already in Yang Tai's hand. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Yang Tai's mouth was filled with crazy words, and the power in his hand was slowly increasing. Su Yan's invincible golden body was nothing in front of him. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to even breathe. His eyes had already turned white. But at this time, Su Yan still didn't give up hope of survival. The soul-suppressing seal appeared in his hand. He poured spiritual energy into it with difficulty, then raised his hand with all his might and finally let the soul-suppressing seal fall into Yang Tai's hand. Senior, wake up. Su Yan was already at his wit's end. He could only take a risk and try. Fortunately, the god of fate was once again on his side. The moment the soul-suppressing seal touched his body, an extremely dazzling golden light immediately appeared. The golden light flickered, appearing extremely dazzling, and within the golden light, there was a faint sound of Buddhist chanting. The golden light covered Yang Tai's body. Yang Tai's eyes immediately froze, and at the same time, his hand also moved away. Su Yan's whole body fell from the sky, heavily crashing onto the ground. At this time the scarlet gale had already stopped, leaving only Su Yan's powerless and painful gasps. Chapter 490. Hearing Yang Tai's voice again, Su Yan felt like crying. He crawled up and said, "Senior, don't worry. I won't die yet." Yang Tai suddenly laughed and said, "You're a good man. But this time, it's fortunate that you have a treasure like the soul-suppressing seal. Otherwise, I don't know how long this madness of mine would last." Su Yan was surprised by Yang Tai's words. However, Yang Tai did not pay any attention to Su Yan. Instead, he continued, "Who do you think tied me up with the chains made from the netherworld's black iron? I might as well tell you that I locked myself up. Otherwise, who do you think has the qualifications and strength to do so in the entire Gon territory?" Yang Tai spoke calmly, but there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Su Yan didn't doubt his words at all. Even the powerful frost worm could not withstand a single blow from him. Who else would be able to fight him? "Senior, how did you end up like this?" At this moment, Su Yan finally asked after pondering for a while. Indeed, since he was so powerful, how did he end up in such a state? If he really wanted to fight, there was probably no one in the world who could stop him. If this senior could leave this place, then even if he entered the 9 regions, no one would be able to disobey him. How did I end up in such a state? It's a long story. Yang Tai sighed and said to Su Yan, "Back then, those bastards from the devil sect wanted to sacrifice the entire Gon territory to revive the great devil heavenly lord. However, they didn't succeed in the end. However, even though they didn't succeed in their mission, they did trigger another disaster. This is the true reason why our Stupa sect has fallen from grace." After hearing Yang Tai's words, Su Yan became alert. He ignored the pain on his body and listened to Yang Tai seriously. After hearing Yang Tai's words, he finally understood some things. One had to know that the strength of the Stupa sect was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. No matter how strong the devil sect was, it was impossible for them to beat the Stupa sect to such a state. At this time, Su Yan was the only disciple. It turned out that the devil sect had set up the Great Earth Fiend formation back then, wanting to borrow the power of the Gon territory's Earth Vein to directly trigger a terrifying calamity, wiping out the entire Gon territory. From there, they would use the incomparably terrifying blood chi to trigger the devil soul of the great heavenly devil master, allowing this great heavenly devil master to return. However, the Stupa sect's interference had ultimately failed. However, although the plan failed, it triggered another terrifying disaster, and that was the Arctic North. According to legend, the reason why the Arctic North was so cold was because the cold air here came from the 9 Serenities hell. This had always been a baseless rumor. However, the Buddha sect realized that this was not just a rumor. It was real. Although the Great Earthen Fiend formation was successfully stopped, it still triggered a change in the earth veins. And the place that was most seriously affected was the cold land of the extreme north. The terrifying 9 Serenities hell had been directly opened. A powerful force had opened up this legendary gap, allowing that legendary path to open up. And this path was the Netherworld Cave. When the Netherworld Cave's passage opened, mysterious creatures from hell immediately appeared. These creatures from hell could actually ignore the frightening cold of this place, and began slaughtering all life in their vicinity. In the beginning, the Stupa sect and the Devil sect were locked in a fierce battle. Under the Stupa sect's immense power, the Devil sect had been suppressed to the point where they could barely breathe. However, the Stupa sect finally learned of the calamity in the Arctic North. The seniors of the Stupa sect couldn't bear to see the lives of innocent bystanders go to waste, so they decided to split their forces into 2 groups. A portion of the outstanding disciples led the troops to fight the remaining Devil sect members, while the stronger seniors came to battle the terrifying devils from the Netherworld Cave. This was a war, a truly tragic war. In the end, almost all of the seniors from the Stupa sect who came here were severely injured, and the passageway from hell was sealed off. Although the Stupa sect had paid a heavy price, they had finally succeeded. If the story had ended here, it would still be acceptable no matter how tragic it was. However, the truly terrifying battle had only just begun. Although the devil sect was suppressed to the point of barely surviving, when they heard the news, a genius elder of the devil sect took the risk to sneak into this place and open the newly sealed door again. At the same time, he attracted a sneak attack from the devil sect's experts. Only the most powerful elder of the pagoda sect had managed to survive. Although Yang Tai survived, he developed an inner demon, and his entire person alternated between madness and normality. After that battle, many people came here, but these people didn't have good lives. They all died at Yang Tai's hands. Among these people, there might be people from the righteous Tao, or perhaps people from the devil sect, but Yang Tai couldn't tell. When he killed, he was terrifyingly crazy, and he didn't care about anything else. But when he calmed down, he was filled with grief and self-blame for the slaughter. He wanted to end it all with death, but after the devil sect elder's sneak attack, cracks had appeared in the netherworld cave, and creatures of hell would still emerge from within. In the end, his mission still prevailed over the idea of suicide. However, in order to prevent himself from completely turning into a devil one day, and then rushing out of this cold land of the far north to randomly kill people, he took advantage of the time when he was sober to find a powerful iron chain made of black iron and bound himself to this sky pillar. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions after hearing the entire story. Firstly, he was furious at the devil sect's despicable and shameless acts. Secondly, he sighed at the Stupa sect's greatness, and lastly, he was shocked at Yang Tai's strength. Although it was only a few sentences, Su Yan could already hear the horror of the war. But Yang Tai was able to survive the war, and this in itself was enough to show his great strength. Not to mention, after more than 8,000 years, Yang Di was still so powerful even though he was trapped on this stone pillar. He defeated the giant frost dragon with one blow. Senior, may I ask what level your strength has reached? This was the question that Su Yan was dying to know. Yang Di glanced at Su Yan and said, "Level? I can't say for sure. Maybe I'm an emperor, maybe a Tao master, but I'm not a holy master." His words made Su Yan's heart beat wildly. Even if he was an emperor, this level was something that Su Yan yearned for but couldn't reach. Su Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance, filled with a desire for power. "Senior." Su Yan had just opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say next. Actually, he wanted to ask Yang to how he could help him, but unfortunately, he hadn't even reached the dragon realm, so what right did he have to say such a thing? "Su Yan, you're here for the Buddha golden silkworm, right?" Yang Di asked. Without waiting for Su Yan to nod, he continued, "You have the aura of cold ice, profound iron on your body. That frost dragon is extremely precious to him. He has been nourishing it with his boundless cold energy and dragon chi. In just 100 years, he will be able to melt this profound iron and fuse it with his dragon chi. At that time, he will be able to break through to the emperor realm. You're quite lucky to be able to steal it from him. No, spring and autumn, ancient wood, Milky Way tortoise shell, you have a lot of good things on you. If you add this Buddha golden silkworm, you'll have 4 divine items. Are you going to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree?" Yang Tai was indeed terrifying. These treasures were all stored in Su Yan's space. So far, no matter how powerful Su Yan met people, he couldn't find any clues. However, this person was able to see through all of his facades with a single glance. This was a true expert. Su Yan said, "I dare not deceive Senior." "That's right. Junior is about to go to the 9 provinces continent and needs to become stronger. Therefore, I want to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree. Don't worry. Since you're my junior, I'll take care of the Buddha golden silkworm. However, Su Yan, this old master has something to ask you for help with." He suddenly sighed. "Senior, please tell me." If Yang Tai wanted his help, Su Yan would definitely not refuse. Not to mention his life-saving grace, he would not refuse Master Futu. Yang Ni looked at Su Yan and smiled faintly. Finally, he said slowly, "One day, if you have enough strength, come and kill me." After hearing this, Su Yan was shocked. His body was even trembling slightly. "Senior, please don't be like this. Su-Yan will definitely think of a way to cure you." Su-Yan knew that the reason why Yang Tai said those words was because he would occasionally go insane. If possible, who would want to die? Yang Tai smiled again and said, "Life and death at my level, I've already seen through it. Forget it, let's not talk about this topic. The Buddha golden silkworm comes out at sunrise every day. Now there's still some time. Take a rest and meditate for a while. Also, if there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, quickly ask." Yang Tai said directly. Su-Yan was overjoyed. With the guidance of Yang Tai, who might be a Dao master expert, this was definitely a great opportunity. He no longer hesitated. Then, he held his breath and began to cultivate. Chapter 491. At this moment, Su-Yan felt as if his body was burning with fire. The rolling spirit energy moved and circulated in his meridians. The spirit energy had circulated in his body countless times, but it had never been as thorough as it was now. It was as if the spirit energy had nourished every pore in his body. With just one circulation, Su-Yan felt that his injuries had recovered significantly. This was simply miraculous. Su-Yan naturally understood that this was all thanks to his senior. He wanted to thank him, but at this moment Yang Tai's voice sounded. "Calm your mind and don't be distracted. I really didn't expect that although your realm is low, your spirit energy would be so dense. You are indeed worthy of being the successor of my stupa sect. However, although the spirit energy is dense, it can't be fully utilized. Today I will lend you a hand." As Yang Tai's voice fell, the majestic energy became even more intense. Under the influence of this energy, Su-Yan's spirit energy began to circulate. Before this, Su-Yan had thought that he had already utilized 10% of his spirit energy. However, he now realized that this was far from the truth. Although he was powerful in his previous battles, he had not been able to fully utilize his strength. Every time he faced an enemy, he had lost the initiative. However, it was completely different now. At this moment, his strength was already at its strongest. As the spirit energy continued to circulate, he even felt that his entire body's condition was constantly improving. Even his realm was loosening a little at this moment. Stupa as vast as the sea, limitless and boundless. These words were fixed in Su-Yan's mind. These words were like an opportunity. The infinite stupa technique that Su-Yan had obtained in the stupa pagoda suddenly began to circulate. As soon as Su-Yan's spirit energy moved, everything in his body began to be affected, especially the stupa's heart, which was beating even more deeply. To be able to obtain the stupa golden lotus, you are indeed the chosen one of my stupa sect. Yang Tai was even more surprised. At this moment, the only reason that supported his survival in this world was the stupa sect. Now that he had confirmed the existence of the pagoda golden lotus, the depression that had been accumulating in his heart for many years had eased up a lot. While the Buddha's heart was throbbing, the demon dragon's heart was also throbbing. The demon dragon's heart stirred and the demon dragon's blood immediately flowed into Su-Yan's blood vessels. The demon dragon's aura also entered Su-Yan's body. At this moment, Su-Yan had already completely entered a meditative state and was unaware of all this. However, Yang Tai saw everything clearly. The heart of the great demon dragon? You are indeed terrifying, but this is the descendant of my Buddha sect. How can I let you turn him into a demonic dragon? Humph, since you have entered his body and met me, you are asking for trouble. Maybe I will refine you for real. Yang Tai was really domineering. One had to know that the power of the great demon dragon in Su-Yan's body was extremely powerful. Every time the power of the great demon dragon's heart erupted, Yang Tai couldn't suppress it. Later on, he had to rely on the stupa golden lotus to seal it a little. However, during the battle with the Ice Blast Dragon, Su-Yan already knew that this seal wasn't a true seal. As long as the great demon dragon's heart really wanted to thump, the demon dragon's blood and aura would still seep into his body. For example, when he faced the Ice Blast Dragon this time, the power of the demon dragon's heart still throbbed. Every time the battle reached a critical point, he simply couldn't control it. However, when Yang Tai discovered the great demon dragon's heart, he wanted to completely seal it and assimilate it into Su-Yan's body. This was really inconceivable. At this moment, a stream of light began to flicker in his eyes. Then a stream of power erupted directly at this moment. Su-Yan's body was like an energy furnace. and a powerful force was constantly jumping around. The great demon dragon's heart indeed had its own judgment. When Yang Tai's power directly suppressed it, it immediately began to riot. This time the riot was much more powerful and terrifying than any of the previous ones. Obviously, it felt the danger and knew that if it was really sealed, it would completely sink into oblivion, and there would be no chance for it to turn the tables. Therefore, at this moment, the demon dragon's aura madly emerged and directly confronted his power. The confrontation between the two forces was simply a disaster for Su Yan. The powerful impact almost tore his meridians apart. Yang Tai said directly, "Su Yan, don't act rashly. Endure it. Only by enduring this can you solve your worries." Su Yan's character was incomparably tenacious. What's more, this power was indeed a huge disaster for him. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan could only grit his teeth and continue to circulate the power in his body at the same time. As it continued to flow, his aura continued to grow stronger. In the end, his face was terrifyingly ferocious, but he forcibly endured it. Yang Tai's power was really strong. Even the great demon dragon's heart could not contend against him. Yang Tai sneered and then said, "Humph, great demon dragon, if you were complete, I wouldn't dare to anger you at all. But now you're only left with a heart. What right do you have to be arrogant?" As soon as he finished speaking, another burst of power erupted. The powerful force fiercely urged and then firmly suppressed him. After an unknown amount of time, the blood and aura of the great demon dragon's heart were forcibly reversed by his power, and then merged with Su Yan's aura. At this moment Yang Tai shouted again, "Su Yan, use this power to break through to the next realm. Don't hesitate. Hurry." Hearing Yang Tai's voice, Su Yan did not dare to be careless anymore. In fact, he had already felt that the power in his body had accumulated to the extreme, enough to break through to a new height. The 3 mountains of radius opened for me. The radius realm had a total of 6 spiritual chi mountains. As for Su Yan, he had already reached the 2nd mountain realm. It was just that the accumulation in his body was too strong. The reason why he was still at the 2 mountains realm was because although his power was strong, he could not fully utilize the spiritual chi. Now, under Yang Tai's guidance, his power had finally reached the extreme. Yang Tai directly refined the demonic dragon's aura, and then completely assimilated it with his genuine chi. In this way, everything naturally flowed, and he succeeded in breaking through in an instant. Su Yan only felt the spiritual chi in his body churning wildly, and then an unstoppable aura appeared. In the end, he succeeded in breaking through in an instant. At this moment, he immediately understood that he was no longer a powerhouse of the 2 mountains of radius, but the 3 mountains. His power was very strong to begin with. At this moment, with the impact of this power, it was even more incredible. With the explosion of his power, his aura rose steadily. Under his body, the spiritual chi exploded, and immediately tore everything apart. This terrifying aura had actually forcefully shaken the surrounding ground, creating a crater. One had to know that the ground here was soaked in the blood and remnant souls of powerhouses, and it was incomparably hard. The aura emitted from his body had reached a certain level of strength. If a cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely not think that Su Yan's cultivation was only at the radius realm, but that he had already reached the strength of the dragon realm. Yang Tai withdrew his spirit. He who was bound on the iron chain saw Su Yan's aura rise steadily, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Good, this kid is really not bad. His strength can reach this level, which is really beyond my expectations. Seems that I have to live. I want to see how far this kid can go. At this moment, he no longer had the thought of dying in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had completely stabilized at the radius 3 mountains realm. However, the aura on his body did not stop flowing, but instead became more turbulent. At this point he still hasn't stopped. Could it be that he wants to use this power to break through to a higher realm? Even Yang Tai was somewhat shocked at this moment. He helped Su Yan suppress the devil dragon's heart, and at the same time, he dissolved the devil dragon's aura and the accumulated spiritual chi in his body. He let the spiritual chi surge, which allowed Su Yan's realm to reach the radius 3 mountains realm. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he continued to circulate the spiritual chi. Yang Tai was surprised for a moment, but then he laughed. Haha, good, you have courage. Yang Tai, want to see if you can continue to break through and directly reach the Radius 4 Mountains realm. Speaking of which, he also admired Su Yan very much. He was able to live until now because he was also a genius in the past. When he was in this realm, he was naturally very powerful, far surpassing those in the same realm. However, he secretly calculated before. If he was in the Radius 2 Mountains realm, no, even the Radius 3 Mountains realm, he would not have much of a chance of winning against the current Su Yan. This was what was truly terrifying. Su Yan's strength was really too strong. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst out of flame, and then this flame spread directly, enveloping his body in an instant. It was just a flame burning, but it did not hurt him at all. This is the red spirit fire. How many good things does this kid have on him? Yang Ni exclaimed. However, he was happy in his heart. The more powerful Su Yan was, the happier he would be. However, at this moment, a dark aura suddenly rose from Su Yan's body, and then a strong will appeared. Chapter 492. At this moment, Yang Tai's heart skipped a beat. There was no way he would mistake this aura. The fall of the Stupa sect back then was inextricably linked to this name. Back then, he had participated in the great battle to stop the Earth Demon Great Formation. He had personally felt that majestic and powerful aura. Even though more than 8,000 years had passed, he would never forget it. However, he did not expect that his aura would appear in Su Yan's body. Then he narrowed his eyes and realized that there was a black jade-like luster shining in Su Yan's left hand. What a cunning thing! I didn't notice you just now. Yang Tai was furious. The heavenly demon finger bone was too cunning. While he was fighting with the great demon dragon's heart, he had hidden himself. In addition, Su Yan had forgotten to mention this to him. Therefore, Yang Tai did not expect that there was such a thing hidden in Su Yan's body besides the great demon dragon's heart. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. His entire body erupted with power. A powerful force once again pressed down on Su Yan's body. Unfortunately, his aura had already retreated from Su Yan's body. This time, it was extremely difficult for him to merge his aura into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging like the sea, charging towards the boundary of the 4 mountains. If he forcefully sent his aura into Su Yan's body, it would be equivalent to killing him. Su Yan was the last successor of the Stupa sect. Yang Tai did not dare to act rashly. If something happened to Su Yan, he would become a sinner of the Stupa sect. Therefore, he could only watch as Su Yan's body changed. He did not dare to act rashly. Damn it, great heavenly demon lord, you're really despicable. He loathed the great heavenly demon lord to the extreme. His eyes flickered with endless cold light. Unfortunately, he could do nothing about it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a throbbing. He understood that this was a sign that he was about to turn into a demon. This won't do. I have to control myself no matter what. If I go mad at this moment, then Su Yan will be dead for sure. Thinking of this, Yang Da forcibly suppressed the demonic thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the battle within Su Yan's body gradually began. In his sea of consciousness, a shadow slowly appeared. This shadow was not very tall. He stood in front of Su Yan and stared straight at Su Yan. Su Yan looked at him, but his heart was shocked to the extreme. Heavenly demon. Back then he had faintly sensed this shadow, and now the real person was standing in front of him. How could he not be frightened? At this moment his entire heart began to tremble. Damn it, this heavenly devil actually appeared in my sea of consciousness. That's right, when Senior Yang Ti entered my sea of consciousness, he did not find this damn thing. This guy is really cunning. Su Yan was shocked, but in the blink of an eye, he had already understood that this was the other party's scheme. Yang Tai's power entered his body to help him refine spiritual energy, and at the same time to suppress the great heavenly demon dragon's power. However, he did not expect that this guy was actually cunning to this extent. When Su Yan's pagoda arts power attacked his body earlier, he actually went into hibernation without the slightest movement. Even Su Yan felt that this heavenly demon finger bone was not like the great heavenly demon dragon's heart, which had its own will. In the previous battle, every time Su Yan's life was in danger, the great heavenly demon dragon's heart would directly awaken to help him fight. However, this heavenly demon finger bone never had any reaction, as if it was always a dead object. It was also because of this that although Su Yan was afraid of it, he did not attach as much importance to it as he did to the great heavenly demon dragon's heart. However, he did not expect that at this time, the heavenly demon finger bone would suddenly be in trouble and directly burst out with a powerful force. This was simply damnable. The heavenly demon looked at him like this, and under the cold gaze of his eyes, Su Yan's sea of consciousness actually directly rolled with waves, and then directly swept towards him. This was Su Yan's sea of consciousness, but at this time, the heavenly demon's mind directly controlled this place. The power in the sea of consciousness hung upside down, and soon swept towards Su Yan. "Get out of my way!" Su Yan directly roared in a low voice. Naturally, he could not sit still and wait for death, so he directly channeled his power. At this time, the powerful force rolled back and forth, and a powerful and terrifying fluctuation directly swept up. It was like a coiling dragon. The two forces directly met and directly engaged in a confrontation. The result of this confrontation was that Su Yan's body kept retreating. He did not have the power of the heavenly demon at all. At this time, the shadow of the heavenly demon suddenly began to step. The sound of his feet stepping on the water came, and the sound of the water waves was so ear-piercing. In just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan, and then directly stretched out his palm to grab Su Yan's neck. Su Yan suddenly roared in a low voice, soul-suppressing. At this time he had already seen the situation clearly. Although his power had increased, it was still impossible to compare with the heavenly demon's shadow in front of him. This heavenly demon's shadow was really too powerful. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat him, or to say if he wanted to protect himself, he could only rely on external objects. The soul-suppressing seal directly appeared, and immediately began to release a golden light. The golden light flashed, and immediately everything was fixed. The entire sea of consciousness had already calmed down in an instant. The soul-suppressing seal directly suppressed the heavenly demon's shadow, but the heavenly demon's shadow only smiled faintly, and then gently waved his hand. The soul-suppressing seal could no longer descend. What? The soul-suppressing seal was almost always successful against souls. Back then, he was able to defeat the black demon Venerable directly by relying on this item. However, at this time, the soul-suppressing seal actually returned without any effect, which made him extremely surprised. However, at this time there was a disdainful snort. Su Yan was very sure that the snort came from the shadow in front of him. However, Su Yan originally thought that this was just a guy without consciousness, but he did not expect that he actually had his own consciousness. The light of the soul-suppressing seal was suppressed bit by bit, and at this time a voice appeared in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan used the Four Corners seal. This was De Gang's voice. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly used the Four Corners seal. At this time the Four Corners seal appeared, but it did not directly suppress the opponent like the soul-suppressing seal. Instead, it directly flashed a ray of light. Then the shadow of a huge demonic bat appeared. This was the demonic bat king that Su Yan encountered in the Four Corners world. Then, an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, a huge pillar, and a terrifying white bone dragon appeared. As soon as these four existences appeared, they immediately charged towards the heavenly demon shadow. At this time De Gang also appeared. He stood beside Su Yan and then said to Su Yan, "De Gang, this is the ancient great heavenly demon lord." Su Yan was not surprised that De Gang knew the identity of the other party. Because De Gang was the artifact soul of the Four Corners seal, he must have experienced more things than him. Perhaps the destruction of the Four Corners seal back then was related to the Devil sect. Su Yan, although this is only a shadow, it is still no small matter. However, now that it has entered the sea of consciousness, we will directly swallow its power, humph. At this time, De Gang was not the De Gang that Su Yan had met. The current him was a true artifact soul. Just as they were talking, the four powerful demonic beasts were defeated by the demonic shadow. Rays of light appeared from the demonic shadow's body, and directly pierced the bodies of the four demonic beasts. These four demonic beasts each had the strength of a dragon realm cultivator. Of course, at this time they were in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Their strength was limited, but they were still considered powerful. However, they were killed by the demonic shadow in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen how powerful the demonic shadow was. Su Yan used the soul-suppressing seal. After De Gang finished speaking, he rushed towards the demonic shadow. The two immediately began to fight. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent and directly used his power to activate the soul-suppressing seal. The power of the soul-suppressing seal directly exploded. As the two of them fought, the demonic shadow immediately became sluggish. If not for De Gang, he would not have cared about the soul-suppressing seal. However, at this time, he had to consider the influence of the soul-suppressing seal. As the artifact soul of the Four Directions seal, De Gang was indeed powerful. However, the terror of the demonic shadow was not to be underestimated. With the help of the soul-suppressing seal, the two of them were barely evenly matched. At this time, a terrifying aura erupted from the finger bone. This aura was actually heading towards the demonic dragon's heart. The great heavenly demon lord's finger bone was actually connecting with the great demonic dragon's heart, and then subverting the suppression of Buddha's power. Sensing this change, Su Yan immediately knew that things were not good. If this power succeeded, then Su Yan was afraid that he would immediately die. However, at this time a clear voice sounded. Big brother Su Yan, prepare to break through the Four Directions mountain range realm. It was still a clear voice, but at this time it was filled with extremely strong confidence. Aya! He did not know why, but at this critical moment, Su Yan did not hesitate. He did not pay attention to the demonic chi that was rushing towards the demonic dragon's heart. He only circulated his power, and then began to attack the Four Directions mountain range realm. When this terrifying demonic chi neared Su Yan's demonic dragon heart, Su Yan immediately opened his eyes. Then, he let out a cry of surprise as a shocking power erupted. The power trembled like rolling thunder that filled the sky. Chapter 493. Good lad, you're really bold. Yang Ti exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, he had already seen through Su Yan's actions clearly. At this moment, a powerful aura began to circulate in Su Yan's body, and even directly attack Su Yan's heart. However, Su Yan did not directly suppress this aura. Instead, he allowed it to circulate freely. At the same time, he used this aura to directly attack the surrounding four mountains. Yang Tai had previously helped Su Yan sort out his own strength. Therefore, he was very clear about Su Yan's strength. Su Yan's spirit aura was extremely strong. Even after breaking through the surrounding three mountains, there was still a lot of energy left. However, Yang Ti did not help Su Yan break through because the spirit aura was in an awkward state. Furthermore, Su Yan's accumulation was strong, so it would be even more difficult for him to advance. He did not have absolute confidence that he could help Su Yan smoothly advance. Because of this, he did not help. At this moment, Su Yan actually used this energy to directly start breaking through. This was really bold to the extreme. This was equivalent to a gamble. If Su Yan won, it would naturally be a good thing. He could use this opportunity to directly attack the surrounding four mountains and improve his strength. However, if he lost, there was no need to say anything. The heavenly demon was not a benevolent person. Even Yang Ti was already breaking out in cold sweat for Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had completely focused his mind. Like De Gang, Aya was also the weapon spirit of the square seal. Moreover, Aya was the most powerful weapon spirit. This moment she directly attacked. Just as the demonic aura was about to attack his heart, her clear voice sounded again. The Four Directions formless, celestial phenomenon collapse. As soon as her voice sounded, the entire world began to change and circulate. Gradually, the heavenly demon's power was directly reversed, and instead helped Su Yan start breaking through. Su Yan's heart stirred. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he wasn't willing to give it up. With the help of this violent energy, he began to condense the fourth mountain within his body. In the sea of consciousness, the heavenly demon shadow suddenly snorted coldly. Obviously, he had already noticed the change at this moment. The heavenly demon shadow possessed the most cunning intelligence, and its thoughts were simply unimaginable. Since he had already noticed the change, he would not allow it to continue developing. At this time, his whole body began to become thin, and he actually wanted to withdraw from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Obviously, he had sensed danger at this moment. However, as one of the artifact spirits, De Gang had appeared to prevent him from retreating from his knowledge sea after sensing the changes. How could he let him leave so easily? Stay here. He grabbed at the air, and his pitchfork immediately appeared in his hand. Then he viciously stabbed at the demonic figure. However, at this moment, the heavenly demon shadow let out a cold snort again. Then, a powerful and violent energy burst out. He calmly pointed his finger, and immediately, a powerful and violent energy rushed directly toward Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with cold sweat. Damn it! He knew that at this time he definitely couldn't continue to face it. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die an ugly death. What was even more terrifying was that De Gang's block was actually useless. Su Yan felt that no matter how he resisted, he would be directly killed by such a finger. He had no way to retreat. Su Yan. De Gang and Aya's expressions changed at the same time. When they attacked, they were very confident that they could directly kill the heavenly demon shadow. However, at this time the heavenly demon shadow suddenly erupted. This powerful energy was beyond their imagination. A mere artifact spirit dares to scheme against me. You don't know what's good for you. The heavenly demon shadow actually spoke at this time. These indifferent words were extremely arrogant. At this time the power of the soul-suppressing seal could not be blocked, and the four-direction seal could not stop it. Even so, the powerful heavenly demon shadow was already directly approaching. If it took a little longer, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this time, a sword light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. It was the Regal Sword Soul. Regal Sword Codex, sword seals the universe. At this most dangerous time, the Regal Sword Soul finally appeared. For Su Yan, even the most powerful Buddha's infinite technique was not his foundation. His true reliance was the Regal Sword Codex. His rebirth was thanks to the Regal Sword Codex. At this critical time, the Regal Sword Soul naturally became his last resort. This finger was really too terrifying. The powerful energy was simply about to tear Su Yan's soul apart and pierce through his sea of consciousness. The soul-suppressing seal and the four-direction seal were unable to stop it at this time. Even De Gang, Aya, and the few monsters that had appeared previously had all returned to the four-direction seal. They had underestimated the heavenly demon too much. At this moment, the only one left to face the heavenly demon was Su Yan himself. However, the closer it was to this moment, the calmer Su Yan's heart became. In his sea of consciousness, he had already grasped the Regal Sword Soul in his hand. The strange thing was that his opponent was clearly a powerful heavenly demon, but at this moment he was not afraid at all. This was because he knew that he was very strong at this time. The Regal Sword Soul and he were one. His will was the will of the Regal Sword Soul and vice versa. At this moment his power skyrocketed, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At this time the heavenly demon also stopped and looked at Su Yan. After a moment of silence, "Fight!" a word appeared, and then his body disappeared. Su Yan held the Regal Sword Soul in his hand and directly fought with the heavenly demon shadow. The combat power of the heavenly demon shadow was really too terrifying. With a sudden exchange of blows, Su Yan was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. He finally understood why someone as powerful as De Gang, with the help of the soul-suppressing seal, could not defeat the person in front of him. It was because the strength of this person had reached an unimaginable level. Every move and style of his had an unfathomable artistic conception. At this moment his powerful strength skyrocketed. Moreover, his attacks were like monstrous waves. After the first attack was blocked, the second attack came. This is the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. As they exchanged blows, the heavenly demon's voice sounded again. At the same time, the first attack had already arrived. A solemn expression flashed across Su Yan's eyes. He knew that the attack in front of him had already reached a terrifying level. If he wasn't careful, he would immediately die. Su Yan endured the 10 attacks. When the 10th attack was over, even he himself could not believe that he had actually blocked all 10 attacks. Very good. Next, the deity vanquishing sword. In the heavenly demon shadow's hand, a black shadow flashed and a long sword immediately appeared. After the long sword appeared, he directly slashed at Su Yan. Su Yan used the Regal Sword Soul to activate the Regal Sword technique to counter the attack. Whether it was in this world or the world in his previous life, the Regal Sword Codex was the ultimate sword technique. However, at this moment, The deity vanquishing sword that the heavenly demon used seemed to have a vast and mighty power. As Su Yan fought with the heavenly demon Shadow, he memorized the deity vanquishing sword in his heart. The battle between the two continued. Just like before, the heavenly demon kept suppressing Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan was no longer as battered and exhausted as before. At the same time, he was able to counterattack. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the heavenly demon is teaching me sword techniques? This thought was ridiculous. However, whether it was the deity vanquishing sword or the heaven-crushing 10 slashes, they were all extremely powerful techniques. Thinking back carefully, if the heavenly demon Shadow had used them faster and with more power, he might not have been able to block them. Was the heavenly demon Shadow unable to do so? No, that was definitely not the case. He knew very well that if this heavenly demon wanted to kill him, he could definitely do it. However, he did not, and at this critical juncture. Therefore, Su Yan guessed that he was teaching him. Although this was really unbelievable at this moment, Su Yan chose to believe it. Have you memorized it? This emotionless voice was heard once again. When this sentence came out, Su Yan no longer had any doubts. This must be it. The heavenly demon was actually teaching him. However, shouldn't the heavenly demon and the pagoda sect be enemies? Su Yan could not understand. Just as he was puzzled, the heavenly demon Shadow dissipated bit by bit, and finally disappeared. At this moment, the spiritual qi in Su Yan's body had reached an unimaginable critical point. In the end, it broke through all barriers and finally reached the realm of the four mountains. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness returned from the spirit sea to his body. Not bad, not bad. You actually succeeded. Good lad, even I admire you a little. You actually succeeded. You're really amazing. Up until now, Su Yan was still puzzled. He actually succeeded. However, at this moment he did not have any joy. Instead, he was puzzled. This was a very strange thing. Senior, to be honest, even now I'm still puzzled. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Yangti thought that he was too happy and did not know what to say. Therefore, he said, "Why are you so wishy-washy? To be able to reach the realm of the four mountains and defeat the heavenly demon at the same time is already very impressive." Even a powerhouse like Yangti was very wary of the heavenly demon. The fact that Su Yan was able to obtain victory at this moment had already exceeded his expectations. Su Yan smiled bitterly again and said, "Senior, I did not defeat the heavenly demon at all. Instead, it was the heavenly demon who taught me a lot." After that, Su Yan told him everything in detail. Chapter 494. Until now, Yang Taiyi's expression was still ugly. His brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked extremely solemn. The great heavenly demon master was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, the devil sect would not have paid such a huge price to resurrect him. They had involved the entire Gon territory and were almost completely destroyed in the end. If it were not for the disaster that happened in the 5 counties, the devil sect would no longer exist in this world. Such a person must have a motive for everything he did. According to what Su Yan had said, the heavenly demon Shadow had the chance to kill Su Yan in his sea of consciousness. However, he did not do so. Instead, he let go of this opportunity. Not only that, but he also taught Su Yan a battle technique. Whether it was the heaven-crushing 10 slashes or the deity vanquishing sword, they were extremely powerful and terrifying ultimate moves. Only the higher-ups of the devil sect could cultivate such powerful moves. Back then, Yangti had fought with an extremely powerful existence from the devil sect. That battle was truly earth-shattering. Ordinary people could not imagine how tragic that battle was. The heaven-crushing 10 slashes were unleashed by him. Each strike was stronger than the last, and each strike was filled with boundless determination. Back then, Yang Tai was already an outstanding figure in the Stupa sect. However, when faced with such an opponent, he almost could not block it. Moreover, the devil sect disciple that he fought with had a lower cultivation level than him. Back then, he had won by a hair's breadth. If he did not have an advantage in terms of cultivation level, Yangti felt that he would have lost. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was. Moreover, the devil sect disciple had only used the first 6 slashes. Now the heavenly demon Shadow had taught Su Yan such a powerful heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Not only that, But he had also taught him the deity-vanquishing sword. If Su Yan was the successor of the devil sect, this might be understandable. However, Su Yan was the successor of the stupa sect. His entire body was covered in stupa golden chi. His heart was wrapped in the 9th grade golden lotus and turned into stupa's heart. What was the great heavenly demon master trying to do? Was he trying to snatch a disciple from the stupa sect? Isn't this too laughable? After half a day, he finally sighed and gave up on thinking. After all, an existence like the great heavenly demon master was already a super expert above the holy venerate level. Even Yangti could not see through their schemes. He turned to Su Yan and said, Su Yan, you must always pay attention to the phalanx of your left hand. It seems that it is far more dangerous than the demon dragon's heart. Although the heaven-breaking 10 slashes and God-vanquishing sword are both extremely powerful combat skills, this old man feels that it is best if you don't use them. Su Yan nodded and said, Senior, don't worry. This junior naturally understands this principle. The heavenly demon shadow gave him the feeling that it was intentional. If he could avoid provoking such a powerful existence, he definitely wouldn't want to touch it. However, there were many things that didn't go according to his wishes. Su Yan, you don't have to worry. You already have the 9th grade golden lotus in your heart. That is the supreme treasure of our stupa sect. Even if the heavenly demon finger bone wants to do anything, it won't be that easy. This powerful combat skill might be a life-saving trump card when your life is in danger. Yangti clearly saw through Su Yan's worries and comforted him. However, this was also the truth. When one's life was in danger, who would care about the consequences? Even if it was the demon dragon's heart, Su Yan would not hesitate to use it. In terms of dominance, the demon dragon's heart was even more powerful than the heavenly demon finger bone. At this moment, seeing that Su Yan was finally relieved, Yangti nodded and said to Su Yan, the sunrise is coming, and the Buddha golden silkworm will appear soon. In a while, I will help you subdue a Buddha golden silkworm and let you take it away. At this point, Su Yan also quieted down. In just one day, Su Yan's manager was simply unimaginable. First, he met the frost dragon, then he met this sect's senior. At this moment, his cultivation had directly advanced to the 2nd peak. In terms of cultivation, he had already surpassed Immortal Heaven Sword, Lei Wanjun, and everyone in the Qian Cloud Alliance. If they knew about the speed of breaking through to the 2nd peak in one night, they would probably feel that it was unbelievable. How was this still cultivation? This was simply cheating. Su Yan, you are indeed a peerless genius. This old man doesn't want to die anymore. I want to see how far you can go. Yangti suddenly said. The reason why Yangti wanted to die was that in the Great War thousands of years ago, he was attacked by the demonic aura of hell. In the midst of the slaughter, he gave birth to inner demons. Once he entered the demonic state, he would kill wantonly. Secondly, because his companions and comrades from back then had all died, he already had no more attachments to life. Therefore, he only tied himself up here. On one hand, he could prevent himself from indiscriminately killing the innocent. On the other hand, he could suppress the creatures from hell. If he died one day, it would be a worthy death. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he already had a reason to live. Su Yan said very firmly, Senior, I will definitely cure you and free you from these chains. Yang Tai smiled and then said, Su Yan, if you can cultivate this boundless Buddha technique to the Mahayana realm one day, and use the boundless Buddha to purify my soul, I might really be able to get rid of my inner demons one day. However, the black iron on my body can only be cut off by a divine sword. It's just that in this world, a divine sword is extremely difficult to find. Just as Yangti finished speaking, Su Yan said, Senior, I already have a divine sword, a real divine sword. After saying that, he directly opened the red fire sword case. After the red fire sword case was opened, it split open and an extremely sharp and ferocious aura was released. When this terrifying aura appeared, the temperature in the entire cave instantly dropped by a lot. This sword was the one Su Yan had obtained from the very beginning, but he did not dare to use it even once. Yangti, after a moment of silence, he said, It seems that you are indeed the destined person of our stupa sect. You even have such a divine sword. However, you must remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use this sword. Otherwise, you will immediately be killed. Divine swords had spirits, and the Godslayer sword was a top existence among divine swords. Its will was unparalleled. If Su Yan used it now, not to mention the covetous eyes of other experts, just this sword alone could directly kill Su Yan. Using the weak to control the strong was simply courting death. Su Yan nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. Naturally, I know that from the moment I obtained this sword until now, I have not even dared to touch it. What I usually use is the Scorching Sun sword." Su Yan took out the Scorching Sun sword. Yang Ti looked at it and said, "I don't know why your luck is so heaven-defying. Although this sword has no spirit, its body has barely reached the standard of a divine sword. With your current strength you can just barely control it." Time passed bit by bit, and Su Yan and Yang Ti continued to talk. Perhaps it was because they had not talked for too long, but Yang Ti and Su Yan talked about many things. Unknowingly, dawn was about to arrive. In the dark netherworld cave, rays of golden light began to appear. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the Buddha golden silkworm. Each golden silkworm was only the thickness and length of a finger. After the golden silkworm appeared, it immediately went to the entrance of the cave and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the moonlight had not yet set, and the sun was gradually rising. It was time to gather the essence of the sun and the moon. This thing is the Buddha golden silkworm. Don't think that it is unremarkable. In fact, it is a first-class murderer. It can devour the essence of the sun and the moon, and can also devour the ghosts of hell. It has a very powerful and terrifying power in the Tao of Souls. Yang Ti said to Su Yan. If it were not for Yang Tai's reminder, Su Yan would probably not have noticed this. It was because the appearance of this golden silkworm was too good at disguising itself. Other than the golden light that was released from its body, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary silkworm. If Su Yan did not know what was good for him and directly went to catch it, he would probably be attacked immediately. "Su Yan, kid, I'll catch one for you now. Watch carefully." After Yang Ti finished speaking, he immediately activated his mind, and then a powerful mind drifted over. When the mind fell on the golden silkworm, the previously very gentle golden silkworm immediately went berserk. Within its body, an extremely obvious and terrifying soul shadow appeared. This soul shadow exuded an extremely terrifying power. Su Yan sensed that this soul shadow revealed a powerful majesty similar to the might of a dragon. Not only that, this soul shadow had a very strong killing power to the soul. So powerful. Su Yan was frightened. Yang Ti chuckled and then said, "This is the passage between the underworld and the human world. How can something that can survive here be simple?" At this moment, under the power of Yang Tai's mind, the soul shadow was suddenly strangled by an invisible force, and its body began to tremble violently. "However, in front of me, no matter how powerful you are, you'd better behave. Otherwise I'll kill you. Moreover, I won't hurt you. Instead, I'll give you a great opportunity." Yang Tai said softly. The golden silkworm was actually intelligent. After hearing Yang Tai's words, it immediately stopped moving, and the soul shadow also disappeared. Yang Tai had existed here for thousands of years. These little things probably had a deep reverence for him from the depths of their souls. After comprehending his will, they no longer struggled.